Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, New Powers. Third POV. Over the next few days, Morgan had begun to personally work hard in order to gain more fan and maker uses. She wanted to gain at least 5 before Cockabiel made his first proper appearance, and she hoped to get something involving anti-angel or anti-divine magic, as well as more anti-dragon magics, and maybe something that gives her more pure firepower. She had begun to learn her new powers as a dragon slayer, and had found that learning the new magics had been quite easy, almost natural for her. She suspected that it was because of her other traits and inborn abilities meshing well with the magic and the dragon seed that was within her, a seed that was blooming more and more day by day, and at a rapid pace. She had opened up her personal time training dimension to Sona and Rias and their peerages, and thanks to that, they had been massively growing over the past 4 days. As a single day on the outside was an entire week on the inside. She would have pushed it farther, but she knew that if she did it would be potentially harmful to the people inside, and to the surroundings. Messing with time wasn't exactly the smartest move. So, she had focused on drilling them into the ground during that time, training them so hard that they couldn't walk by the end of the day, only to heal them and bring them right back up to train some more. She did this all day every day for the 4 weeks inside the dimension that translated to a singular week. Rias had broken through to middle ultimate class, Sona had finally broken through into ultimate class, Akeno was now at the peak of high class, with Kira and Koenig being not too far behind them. The entirety of Sona's peerage had all broken through into high class in terms of power as well. The only member of either of their peerages that had not been a part of the training, and had not really grown at all, was Gasper, who was still locked up in his own room. She planned on helping the kid out soon by introducing Valerie to him, as they had been friends back in the day. But that would come later on, as for now they had more important things to focus on. Morgan's peerage had also grown quite a bit during this time, at least, the members that had actually been a part of the training. Ingvild had officially broken into Satan class in terms of power. Valyana had broken through into high ultimate class, with Issei also being at that level, having caught up to Valyana through sheer talent and a shit ton of hard work. Lint, Jean, and Zeka had all broken through into middle ultimate class, while Valerie had broken through into low ultimate class. While Rarinare was at the peak of high class, and Asia was now at middle high class. The one that had surprisingly grown the most during this time was Livinia, who had, under the training of Graphia, undergone a massive boost in power as she gained more control over her sacred gear than ever before. She had broken through, and was now on par with Sarah Fall, making her a low Satan class fighter. Graphia herself hadn't grown much besides learning more about her power. Morgan planned on helping her learn other power systems, primarily Toki, as she believed that Graphia could become a superclass devil once she underwent the proper training. Thanks to obtaining so many new Satan class beings in her peerage, training 2 entire peerages to ultimate class and high class, and growing the overall control that they all had over their powers and abilities. During this time, she ended up obtaining a new peerage member, someone she had planned on recruiting for quite some time, as she was very important to Morgan, and someone she wished to interact with more. And that was Tiamat. She ended up basically having to beat the snot out of her in a fight in order for her to join her as her new rook. The fight had, well, it hadn't exactly been fair, as Morgan basically just beat the shit out of her until she couldn't fight back anymore. She didn't even need to go all out or anything, and instead punched her until she couldn't walk. Tiamat, from what she could tell, was a high Satan class being, and after being turned into a devil, she had actually grown in power a bit. Morgan had a few plans for growing her power even further, but that would be for the future, as some of them involved objects she did not have in her possession yet. It had brought an interesting reaction of the woman though, especially after she had beaten her black and blue. Flashback. Panting, Tiamat was crumpled on the ground, dark heavy bruises littering her normally perfect skin, sweat caking her form and blood trickling down her nose and brow. She did not look too hot. How do you become so strong? Tiamat asked, panting in between each word as she looked up at the woman who looked so unbothered, as if she hadn't just fought one of the 5 dragon kings. A battle that would bring terror to others, was nothing more than just a simple fight to Morgan. A lot of hard work, a lot of luck, and natural talent. I won't lie and say that I worked hard for all of it, as most of what I have is through pure luck. I'm not Sarayorg who has had to work his ass off for everything he has. But I like to think I've worked to get to where I am now, just as I will work to become more. Morgan replied with a smile, as she held her hand out for the down form of Tiamat, who grunted and accepted the hand, being pulled to her feet. "Why do you wish for me to become your rook? Is that a serious question, Tiamat? You're a dragon king, one of the most powerful and deadliest dragons in the entire world, a being that can battle it out with Satan-class beings and win. A being that has quite literally fought and killed gods. Not to mention you're incredibly beautiful, and even though you hide it under that brash personality of yours, you are also intelligent, more than what other people can see. Is it really that strange that I would want you to join my peerage?" Morgan replied with a raised eyebrow, as Tiamat blinked rapidly at all the compliments, before she blushed. "I am surrounded by strange women," Morgan thought, realizing that Tiamat was blushing even after being beaten to hell by her. Sure, she had been complimented, but blushing after all of that was certainly an interesting reaction. Thank you, Morgan, that means quite a lot to me," Tiamat said, stuttering for the first time in what had to have been decades, maybe even centuries. She had never felt such a way before, and it was strange. The warmth in her heart that was fluttering at the words of Morgan. "Not a problem, Tiamat, as it was simply the truth. Now, are you willing to become a member of my peerage, or is that simply not possible? You challenged me to a battle for the place, after all. But I will not force you into it if you truly do not want to join me," Morgan said, as Tiamat looked her in the eyes, before sighing and speaking. "Fine, I'll become your rook, master." With the new peerage member, the rapid growth in power and ability, her fan and maker had activated not just a few times, but a grand total of 7 times. An incredible amount, and just what she needed in order to get the last boost of power before she officially broke through into superclass. Although she did need to create her own ability, something disconnected from the gifts she had given, something similar to Ajuka's formula and Sertska's true form. And boy were the 7 uses worth it, giving her quite the boon in terms of power. Kuchula Dark Rhyme Sacred Gear, KDR has the ability to reach into and tear the fabric of space, being capable of ripping into specific parts of space. It also can use its space molding abilities to create portals between 2 places, peer into other dimensions. The Sacred Gear has the secondary ability to hear and speak to the spirits of other people as well as other sacred gears. Inferno Phoenix Slayer Magic. It grants the user various characteristics of the legendary Inferno Phoenix, lungs capable of conjuring intense inferno flames, a body that prevents the caster from sustaining any damage against fire, and nails/fangs covered in flames. As per all Phoenix Slayer magic, Inferno Phoenix Slayer magic allows the user to produce and control inferno flames from virtually any part of their body, given enough concentration and training. The usage of said fire can either be used offensively or defensively depending on the caster's preferred style of combat. The type of flames produced by this unique form of Slayer magic are said to be of another type of fire entirely and even surpass the burning temperature of Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Lava Dragon Slayer magic, 2 types of Slayer magic that can produce exceedingly hot flames. Also, unlike other forms of Slayer magic, the caster who utilizes this form of magic can enhance their regenerative powers by being covered in their own flames. Abyss Dragon Slayer magic. This is a form of Dragon Slayer magic that uses darkness as its element to help slay the creatures this magic was created to kill. However, a user of this magic can control more than simply darkness on its own. The magic gives the user the ability to absorb, and therefore use darkness within another person. More so, it allows them to consume the darkness of a person's heart. Through touch, a user can consume dark emotions that the person the user touches is feeling. The extent of this manipulation is reliant on the strength of the user. A master of this magic can take in all of the negative emotions of a target with extreme precision, and use it to regenerate their magical reserves enough to take on a new form. When this is done to a target, it will leave them in a daze, slowing their movements and reaction time. Adamantine Skeleton Quirk. As the name suggests, Adamantine Skeleton is a mutation quirk that grants Abraham a skeleton that's not made up of what bone is, but some kind of nigh-indestructible metal. This quirk has proven to be impervious to almost any form of physical harm, being unable to be broken by any means. The metallic skeleton, despite its metallic structure, still acts like a bone, producing red and white blood cell. This quirk grants Abraham enhanced physical durability, allowing him to accomplish physical feats no typical being or even hero could achieve without external support or quirk. The quirk allows full immunity to fall damages, as the skeleton would absorb all kinetic and momentum from his falls or acceleration, leaving him completely unharmed from high falls from 2-story buildings or even higher. However, only his bones are affected, leaving other things such as tendons, muscles, skin etc. to be normal like any human being, while possessing above average endurability and resistance to damage, can still be harmed with bruising and the like. Power of Annihilation Clan trait, a power similar to that of the Power of Destruction, with them being brother powers of sorts. The Power of Destruction destroys everything, while the Power of Annihilation annihilates everything. They are effectively equals in terms of power, but work a bit different fundamentally, with the Power of Annihilation having a higher peak. Glass Dragon Slayer Magic. Glass Dragon Slayer magic, also nicknamed as the Bleeding Slayer magic, is considered to be among the deadlier forms of Dragon Slayer magic due to its sharp properties. Just about all the attacks in its library of spells causes great cutting damage against its foes, afflicting them with bleeding, shredded flesh and rend muscles. Most glass dragon slayers also possess a very interesting physiology. The glass slayers generally have a body that is strongly resistant of all matter of sharp objects, rendering weapons like knives and swords near useless against a glass slayer. However, they also seem to have generally lacking endurance, rendering them weak against blunt force attacks such as punches or from blunt weapons like maces. Dream God Slayer Magic. It is a magic that allows a user to enter the world of dreams, specifically the dreams of someone sleeping. Once the user enters one's dreams via a mere touch, they can control them in various ways such as changing the landscape, making them happier or scarier etc. While their spells can affect dream and dreamer alike in various ways. The user can devour from the real world the dreams of those sleeping, with the dream's quality being irrelevant to the user's restoration or power-up. If the target dies in the dream world, their consciousness is prisoned there forever, needing a powerful interference to restore themselves, while if the user dies there, then they are put into a coma for a week, with their consciousness trapped into the world of dreams. Also, while the user can create and control many things in one's dream, the dreamer can do the same with enough willpower. Each of her new powers were incredibly helpful in one way or another, but she found that Power of Annihilation and Abyss Dragon Slayer magic were the best of the bunch. Well, probably. She hadn't even contemplated the idea of messing with the Dream God Slayer magic, as there was one name that came to mind when thinking of dreams, and she sure as hells was not going to mess with the most powerful being in this universe, not yet at least, preferably not at all. So she had opted to learn how to utilize the Power of Annihilation first, as it was likely going to be the most important clan trait/ability she would be getting for a long time, perhaps the most important overall. She had found out rather quickly that it was indeed very similar to the Power of Destruction, but instead of being a red color like the Power of Destruction was, the Power of Destruction was a dark, eerie purple color. It also gave off an even more intense and dangerous feeling than what Rias had used with her Power of Destruction. She wasn't sure what about it was so dangerous, but she could tell that something made it stronger than the Power of Destruction, and she would find that out whenever it was possible. After all, she really didn't like the fact that she had a power she didn't know everything about, so, once she took care of Cockabiel, she would try to figure out just what the new trait of hers could do. She just hoped it wasn't anything bad or evil. Besides her new traits and the training of her peerage and Rias and Sona's, she had also been keeping an eye out for Cockabiel and any of his followers/allies, and had found nothing. The man had went into hiding, that much was certain, which was quite concerning really, as it meant that he was preparing, and probably something bigger than in canon. She was becoming more and more sure that the Cows Brigade would be involved with it, or at the very least, someone that originally wasn't involved would be. If it wasn't someone that was related to Cows Brigade, that meant things would get a lot more dangerous and a hell of a lot more complicated. Which is why she had been preparing more than before, and was keeping a very close eye on QA and its surroundings. She just hoped it wouldn't be anything or anyone too crazy, otherwise she was not going to have a much harder time trying to stop them. Rizevin was someone that she could realistically battle it out with now that she had her new trait and all her different magics, at least until Adjuka or Sertz arrived and helped. As Rizevin from her own estimations and assumptions, was likely weaker than them, but simply had a trait that was insanely powerful against sacred gear wielders. She was really curious into what Lucifer himself had as his clan trait, but no matter how much she looked into it, she could not find even a drop of information on the matter. Not even the Zagan library had information on it, meaning it had to have been some sort of secret that was bound through magic or oath or something of the sort. It also meant that whatever it was, it must have been incredibly powerful. So powerful that everyone at the time was sworn to absolute secrecy. She hoped to get a magic that would help her figure that out in the future, but for now, she had more important things to deal with. Those things involved a very annoying man that had finally appeared. A man that was standing in front of her gate with that annoying smile of his, the man that led the Grigori, the man known as Azazel. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a training chapter and a flashback as well as new power gains. The majority of them were completely random besides 2 of them, the rest were just on a list and I picked a number between 1 and 78 which is the amount on the list and then picked like that lol. Anyways, have a good day. 52, Chapter 52, Azazel. 3rd POV. Seeing that Azazel was at her home, Morgan had a few ideas on what he was even doing there. The chief amongst them was due to the presence of Cockabiel in her general area, as having a rogue fallen of such power in the same place as the heiress sisters of Seraphol and Sertzks was, definitely not a good thing. Anyone who knew Cockabiel could tell exactly what he planned on doing, and that was, worrying. The other possibility was that he was here to speak with her about the sacred gear that she had shown off during the fight with Raynal. The man was a huge sacred gear nerd, and wanted nothing more than to be able to mimic his father's creations. So he could be there to ask to study her gear, which she would obviously deny, unless he gave her an absolutely massive payment in return. Her sacred gear was simply that powerful and that world-shattering. Should information of its true nature leak to the other factions, it would cause a lot of unrest. Her peerage by itself was already causing a lot of tension with the other factions and pantheons, but add in a sacred gear that was on par with the strongest Longinuses, it could literally start a war. She hoped that it was the latter, as it would be a much easier conversation. For both him, and her, more specifically her sanity. But she had a feeling that no matter which conversation she was about to have with the man, it would still be annoying. He was well known for his flirty nature, and had likely fallen due to lust. At least I know for a fact that I can beat him should he try anything for whatever reason, Morgan thought, knowing that the man was around Seraphal's level in power, and she had surpassed her for a while now, her new abilities pushing her to the very edge of being superclass. Now she just needed a final nudge or two and she would be there. Walking out of the front door of her mansion, she began to walk over to the gate where the man was waiting. He had his hands in his pockets and a small smirk on his face as he watched her walk over to him. The real question is, how did he find my address? This place is layered with all sorts of wards and barriers that should make it next to impossible for anyone to find it, unless someone far more powerful than me helped him. But there isn't a single fallen angel out there at that level of power, Azazel being the closest. And he's not the type to get outside help from some terrorist group or anything, Morgan thought, a little concerned. She would have to look into whatever allowed him to find her, as she stepped up to the gate. I was wondering when you'd come on over. I'm assuming you already know who I am, right? Azazel asked, as he knew that Morgan was incredibly well informed, more than most people in the supernatural world. He could also tell that her senses were well beyond any normal person's, all thanks to the battle she had with Raynal, which at this point he had watched over 50 times, trying to analyze every single detail about Morgan's powers and more specifically her sacred gear. I suspect this is for Cockabiel, right? Because we both know I will not be speaking on the other topic you likely have in mind, Morgan replied bluntly, as the man let out a chuckle. He knew that she would have an idea of why he was there, she was simply too smart to not know exactly what he was planning on talking about. You Zagans always were the smart ones. And yeah, it's about Cockabiel. I see that you know about him being in town, and I'm assuming you already have an educated guess on what he's here for. Azazel asked, causing Morgan to nod. It was very obvious to anyone who knew even the tiniest bit about the Fallen. He's here to kill Rias and Sona in hopes of starting the Second Great War. I don't understand why, but I know for a fact that he does. I also know that he is in possession of a small army of fallen, rogue exorcists, and even has fragments of Excalibur in his possession, Morgan responded, as she stood on the other side of the gate still, not letting him in. She wouldn't be letting him in at all, as the other girls were there, and she didn't want to reveal them just yet, not the ones like Valerie. Valerie was someone that she would keep a secret for as long as she possibly can. The girl was the most important weapon to reset him, and one that he would do everything in his power to obtain her. It was because of her sacred gear. It would allow for him to create an army of scale male dragons, made entirely for the purpose of war and death and destruction. A perfect and immensely powerful army that would pose a grave threat if left alone, especially since in canon he would rid them of many of their weaknesses. Yeah, that's about right. He's always been a war maniac, but I never thought he'd go to this extent. I'm prepared to send in some of my people to help if you need it. I also want to talk to you about that sacred gear of yours, but I'll wait until the future. Wouldn't want you to harm yourself by being here for longer than a couple of hours, Azazel said, a little surpassed with how easily she guessed it, but he supposed that it wasn't exactly rare knowledge or anything, and practically everyone with any sort of ring made for infiltration and spying. I won't need any help. My peerage and I will be more than enough for anything he sends my way. Is there anything else you need, or is this conversation over with and I can go back inside to eat in peace with my peerage? Morgan asked, as the man shook his head. He only really came to this shop because it was categorized as such, I believe. And I also won't be talking with you about my sacred gear, I can already tell you that now. It's something that will remain with me and my peerage, and us alone, so don't bother trying to bribe me or anything, Morgan added, the man full-blown pouting at these words, a little annoyed that he wouldn't be able to learn more about the new and one-of-a-kind sacred gear. He knew for a fact that the gear, besides being a Longinus-class gear in terms of power, seemed to have some sort of power that strengthens the demonic energy of the user, and not by a small amount. From his estimates he suspected it was at least a 2 times multiplier to the demonic power of the one using it. Not only that, but it was likely bound to Morgan and her alone, so you'd have to kill her first to get it. And even that probably wouldn't work. Well, that is disappointing, but I can't deny that I am not entirely surprised that you denied it. I know that I never would allow another to look at it like I want to, not unless the payment was something I wanted or needed, an incredibly important something. But in your case, you have no reason to sell her, which is already awful sounding, Azazel responded, not at all surprised. Sorry to disappoint, Azazel, but I might find some other stuff I am willing to exchange in a trade, especially more books. I just hope you have your people more under control by that point, Morgan responded, as the man let out a groan. That's going to be a lot of paperwork, isn't it? Azazel grunted, as he despised paperwork. It was one of his least favorite activities in the entire world. Morgan had clones to deal with hers, as well as plenty of other helpers. Combine that with her other powers that would help her deal with paperwork, and it makes paperwork easy right now. More than likely, but hey, I'm sure you can figure it all out. Morgan replied, a small teasing grin on her face. She wondered how long it would eventually take for the man to get frustrated, which is exactly what would happen sooner or later. Yeah, you're really funny, Azazel replied with a fake scowl on his face, as he glanced around Morgan's property for a few moments, before turning back and looking over them all. Her property was impressive, all things considered, and that is probably of the wards layering the outside of it, the sheer size of the building in total, and because of the view that is afforded when actually in the property. It truly was a beautiful place. I like to think so. Now, is that everything you wished to speak about, or will you be on your merry way? Morgan replied to the older man. She decided she would use her new characters and begin a proper cleaning class for the net generation, as there is a big-ass knock in the side. I'll be on my merry way. I'll make sure to keep an eye on Cockabiel and alert you once you have all your preparation done with and ready to battle it out with him. And I just ask that you try not to kill him if possible, as if you don't, then he'll go to the deepest, more horrific parts of the underworld prisons, when he least expects it, Azazel said as he began to walk off, but not before glancing back at Morgan one final time. And try not to underestimate him, will you? He's a crafty bastard, so who knows how he's boosted himself up to a level where he's actually prepared to fight you on even grounds, or at least close to that level. Really, you just need to be careful, that's all, Azazel added, before turning back and walking off so he could get outside of the anti-teleportation area that surrounded the mansion for quite some time. Seeing that Azazel was gone, Morgan let out a sigh. That went a lot better than I had thought it would, to be honest. The fact that he dropped the questions regarding the sacred gear was certainly a surprise, as far as I knew, he really wanted to know more about it. Maybe next time I find a way to properly repay them all without any sort of over-the-top nonsense like a lot of people likely did, Morgan thought to herself as she walked back to her home. The girls were all either training, watching a movie on TV, or relaxing in their rooms alone. Sometimes people just needed some alone time, and it seemed a few of the girls needed that, as Morgan went over and plopped down onto her couch, wondering if she should prepare more than she already has for Cockabiel, at least for the kids. For now it's just best to keep an eye out for Cockabiel and continue to prepare the best we can. He's likely going to have some huge trick up his sleeve, so we'll need our own. I guess Tiamat can be that trick if need be, but she might be a bit overkill for a fight like the one they would be having with Cockabiel soon. The girls are all prepared the best they can be at this point, and now it is just ironing out some weaknesses they have, but even those weaknesses are being eliminated, especially when it comes to Rias's peerage. I guess I can have them dealing with the small fry while I personally take out Cockabiel and hand him over to Azazel, knowing he kept the deal, Morgan thought to herself, as she contemplated the future. All the while, far off into the town, Cockabiel prepared, one thought on his mind as he did so. Soon the Great War shall begin anew. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. No idea how well this chapter was written, as I am sleep deprived like a MF right now. So if some of this chapter seems a bit messy then, that's probably why. Anyways, have a good day. 53, Chapter 53, A Simple Day. 3rd POV. After the lengthy and somewhat interesting talk with the leader of Grigori, Morgan returned back to her planning for the eventual appearance of Cockabiel, and the training that would come with it. The training continued for a few days, while she was traveling about the city trying to figure out where they were hiding out. She wanted to find them before they could even attack, so she could get the jump on them. But that was proving difficult, with the careful planning that they had been under in order for Morgan to find them. Even with some of her more complicated tracking spells, she had yet to find them, meaning that they were likely being cloaked by something stronger than her. And she suspected that the Cows Brigade was behind that specific piece of information. Which was concerning, as if Rzevim himself got involved, this would become a lot more dangerous, and a lot more difficult. She could realistically fight him if she went all out, but the damage that would cause would be catastrophic to the surroundings, and could potentially destroy all of Japan. She'd rather not do that. So instead, she decided to reinforce the surroundings of Kyoa Academy, layering it with new wards that were meant for offensive means rather than defensive, in order to stop the attacks and cause more damage to them while she herself was busy battling whatever the invading force might be. The wards around the academy were all ancient and incredibly powerful, most of them being unknown to the world nowadays, and originating from various different supernatural worlds. Add in the amount of power that she was infusing into it, and you get quite the powerful wards that were protecting the place. She would be keeping a close eye on these wards, as they would monitor the surroundings so that they would instantly know if there was anyone that wasn't the two groups of devils on the grounds, especially in the case of fallen angels and humans that were utilizing light weapons. At the moment she was sipping on her tea, looking over the recent contracts she had completed. She had been getting back into doing them as of recently in order to get some extra power, and had gained a decent bit from it, but not enough to her own standards. It was because of this that she had decided to recruit a couple of new peerage members. Looking over the list of names, she had a small smile on her face, pleased with the fact that she had found them. Each of them had abilities of note, and each of them would be excellent additions to her peerage. First was Meredith Ordenton, a bastard child of the British family. She was born from a prince of the family and a commoner lover, and because of that she was heavily looked down upon. But, she was also the user of one of the holy relics, the nails that had pinned Jesus to the cross. The new generation Longinus class sacred gear known as Alpheka Tyrant, the actual one. She was also an ex-member of the Golden Dawn, making her an incredibly skilled magician that was especially good at sealing magic and security system magic. She would be a perfect addition in order to improve upon her wards and even learn some new ones. Her sacred gear was an interesting one, as it would allow for the brainwashing of humans and only humans, through keywords and such. But it was its second ability that really caught Morgan's eye, and that was the ability to rewrite the concepts of those who were struck by the nail made of holy aura. It could even affect other sacred gear users and even Longinus users. Basically, it was an incredibly powerful sacred gear that would be best in her peerage, especially with the knowledge that she'd be able to spread to the woman in question. Morgan planned on making her a bishop using the pieces she had gotten from Raynal Fenix. Then there was the man known simply as Shooting Star. He was an interesting man, who liked to dress up as a cowboy, making him quite the character. He was also the user of the new generation Longinus class sacred gear, Star Buster Star Blaster. It was a sacred gear that was split into two parts. One was a blade that could cut through just about anything, and quite literally made the air shake. The rifle half could launch massive blasts of energy that was similar in power to that of a Satan class being, and that was a single blast of the rifle, making it an incredibly strong weapon, and a welcome addition to her peerage. Recruiting him would also be easy, as he liked the spotlight, but was also a good person. She planned on making him a pawn. The final of the three targets for recruitment was a man named Magnus Rose. He was a particularly interesting man, as he was intricately connected with the US government, being a member of the CIA. This meant that recruiting him would be a bit more difficult than normal, as most of her other peerage members were completely separate from anything binding, making them quite a bit easier to bring into her peerage. But Magnus was actively connected to a huge organization, and she didn't even know how loyal he actually was to said organization. This would mean that it would be complicated to bring him in, but she was confident either way. Magnus was an important person to recruit as he had the last of the major new gen Longinus class sacred gears, Unknown Dictator. It granted him the ability to manipulate and control iron and electronic devices. And while this did not sound strong, iron was present in a lot of things, including blood, albeit very small amounts of it, making it harder to manipulate, much harder. The sacred gear didn't sound that strong, but it was immensely important for the future. Technology was only going to continue to grow, continue to improve, and continue to become more and more dangerous. And with this sacred gear in her peerage, she would be able to control that technology, to keep her peerage safe from any sort of technology that could potentially track them. Recruiting him would be a chore, but she was confident in doing it, and she would do it just as she did with everyone else. Utilizing her charm and playing to her strengths, basically bribing the man into joining. But that would come later. As for now, she was going to take a short trip over to Kyoto. It had been a little while since she last saw Yasaka, and she felt bad for little Kunu, who was probably going to give her that big pouty face she always made. Teleporting off into Kyoto, Morgan reappeared in front of Yasaka's palace a few moments later. Walking through its halls, she gave a nod to the guards she was walking past. All of the guards knew exactly who she was, as she had been there often and was well known. After turning a few more corners, she stopped in front of the door to Yasaka's living room where she was currently at. She took the weekends off for the most part, and it was Saturday at the moment. Walking into the living room, she let out a chuckle upon seeing Yasaka sprawled out alongside Kunu, both of them dressed up in pajamas. "Seems I missed a late night, huh? You two have a sleepover?" Morgan asked, as upon hearing her voice, Kunu shot up looking at her with bright eyes. "Morgan, where have you been? You told me that you'd be back in a week and it's been almost a month. Kunu said with a big pout, causing Morgan to sigh. Sorry about that, Kit, I've been busy. Being a lord of a clan in the underworld is difficult and time-consuming. But, once I deal with the newest problem I am having, you'll be seeing me every couple of days, Morgan said in response, rubbing the kid's head as she still pouted, but leaned into the warmth of the touch. And is that a promise? Yasaka asked, as she gave Morgan a small glare, angry that she hadn't been there in quite some time. Yes, love, it is a promise, Morgan replied with a smile, leaning down and pressing a kiss against Yasaka's lips. Kuno let out a grossed sound while Yasaka just let out a pleased sigh, leaning back into the lips of the woman she loves, ignoring her daughter who looked away in embarrassment. Leaning back out of the kiss, Morgan let out a laugh at Kuno's reaction. We're finished now, kid, you can look, Morgan said, looking at the kid who glared at them. That was gross, don't do it again, Kuno said, giving them a pointed look as they both just laughed at her reaction. No promises, I love your mother a bit too much for that, Morgan said as Yasaka let out a giggle at her daughter's huff, as Morgan moved and sat down next to her. Oh, One Piece huh, interesting choice, Morgan said. She had been in the process of producing several manga from her world, being produced by a company that was based out of the real world and not the underworld. She had used clones in order to do this process, and was making a shitload of money off of it at the moment, literally millions at this point. At this point she was likely the richest person in the underworld, with only Cockabiel being richer than her, and even that was questionable. Eventually, once she dealt with the Cows Brigade and all the problems that came with it, she would use that money to improve the lives of humans, maybe create a few companies, cure cancer, and other important stuff. She had the money after all, and it was just sorta sitting there at this point, so no point not utilizing it for something. Yeah, it's super cool. And Luffy is really funny, Kuno said with a grin, having been enjoying the show over the past few days. So far she had only released a little over 75 episodes for the show and around double the chapters. She planned on releasing all the movies and stuff too, but down the road. Well, I'm glad you like it. I tried really hard to make it good, Morgan replied, as they both stopped and turned to her. Wait, you made One Piece? Yasaka asked, a little surprised. Mum, I found out how to create clones a while ago and have made a few covers in the human world, one of which is the person that is making One Piece and all those other anime and manga that have been blowing up in the past few months, Morgan responded, a bit proud of the reaction it was causing as they looked at her with surprise and awe. Awesome. Can we see future episodes early? Kuno asked as Morgan chuckled. Sure, I'll talk with a friend of mine that will get you guys the future episodes. I've got up to episode 200 written and made to be released, so I'm sure you'll be enjoying those far ahead of anyone else, Morgan said, inwardly having one of her clones prepare that. Yay! Kuno exclaimed simply as she looked over to Yasaka, who tried her best not to show how happy she was. The woman was addicted to the shows that Morgan had been making, One Piece, Bleach, Black Clover, Naruto. Pretty much every single one of them was blowing up and every one of them was being binge-watched by Yasaka whenever she could. Who knew the nine-tailed fox would be an otaku like Rias? Looking back at the TV, she found that they were only not the 10th episode of the series, but were already invested into the show. Seeing as she had nothing else to do, Morgan leaned back into the couch, wrapping her right arm around Yasaka's shoulder as she leaned into her warmth, Kuno walking over and plopping down on her other side. Time to watch some more, Kuno said as she started the show back up. All the while, Morgan had one thought on her mind. I love my life. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator, or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how good this chapter was, as I am tired AF right now, and writing this chapter was not the easiest. This fanfic in general is harder to write than the others due to each chapter being 2,000 words and being a bit more complex with the planning I am having. Anyways, have a good day. 54, Chapter 54, New Recruits. 3rd POV. Morgan had spent a few days in Kyoto with Kuno and Yasaka, enjoying her time with them as she relaxed a little bit before things would start to get chaotic again. During that time her peerage members she had sent out, had ended up finding the 3 new members she wanted to recruit, and the recruitment of them had went, surprisingly well. Flashback 1. It was roughly 2 days after Morgan had started staying in Kyoto for a bit, that she had gotten a call from Levinia, about how she had found Meredith, who was currently hiding out in Scotland surprisingly enough. Morgan was a bit surprised that she was in Scotland of all places, considering how close that was to the UK, and considering she wasn't exactly well liked in that general area. Morgan wondered why she was there in the first place. But she suspected it was because of her dislike for the royal family, and probably involved some sort of plot against them. That or she was just hiding in the one spot that they wouldn't expect, a perfect cover. Morgan didn't think it was one, but she wasn't going to complain since she had found the woman. Actually getting into contact with her was an entirely different deal, but after she had given Levinia a note to send to Meredith, they were able to plan a meeting. The meeting itself was at a public coffee shop, so Morgan wouldn't be able to try anything against Meredith. Smart, if she had been a normal devil. She wasn't one, so it wouldn't have even worked. Sitting across from Meredith, Morgan sipped on her coffee. She had just given Meredith the usual deal regarding her peerage, and what it would mean. About how she would become a devil, would get magics far faster than anything she had now, would have access to magical knowledge beyond any other places in the entire world. She also told her that she would even help her with her plans for revenge, but only if they were not through physical violence. But something like ruining their reputation, making them look like fools, even pranking them, she was more than okay with that. After hearing the offer, Meredith looked at Morgan in silent awe. She knew Morgan, everyone in the supernatural world knew of her. Of the fact that she had the most powerful peerage in the entire world. That she was a Satan-class fighter with Longinus-class sacred gears in her peerage. That she was friends with the 4 Satans, and was engaged to the sister of one of them. She also knew that the woman was adept at combat and magic, and had access to the greatest library in the entire world, with only one library likely being on par at best, and that was the Library of Heaven, and whether or not it was even on par was up to debate. Most tended to agree that the Zagan Library had far more knowledge, but the Library of Heaven had rarer and more important knowledge from the Creator himself. So, Meredith-san, do you want to join my peerage? Morgan asked, having stayed silent for a few minutes to hear the girl's response. Meredith looked at the woman across from her for a few moments before asking the question that was on her mind. Why me? I know that I have my sacred gear, but what else about me is so important for you to recruit? Meredith asked genuinely, as the answer would decide her decision. I chose you because of your sacred gear, true, but I also chose you because you're an intelligent woman, and are incredibly skilled at magic. You'd be one of the best magic users in my peerage should you join. I also think it's a complete and utter waste for you to run away without being able to truly learn magic, and use the full might of your potential. Morgan responded simply, as it was an easy answer for her. This was legitimately the reason why she was recruiting her, so she wasn't lying. Her being part of the royal family meant absolutely nothing to Morgan, hence why she didn't bring it up when mentioning reasons why she wished to recruit Meredith. Hearing her response, Meredith went silent for a few moments, contemplating what to do, before she steeled herself and responded with a smile. Alright, I'll join you. Flashback 1 end. And just like that, she had gotten a new bishop, one that had quickly adapted to her power thanks to the training of others, and the fact that she was already plenty powerful. And it was because of this that she was a low ultimate class being. The next to get recruited was actually Magnus Rose, who had been tracked down by Graphia, using some of her connections in America. Recruiting him hadn't been as complicated as Morgan had been anticipating, and had actually went quite well, even with him working for the FBI. Flashback 2. Sitting within a boring office, Morgan sat across from a simple-looking man, this being Magnus Rose. He had a contemplative expression on his face, as he had just been told of her offer, and what it would entail, just like he had with Meredith. And I will be able to continue my current job? Magnus asked, as Morgan nodded, before responding. Yes, as long as it does not negatively harm me or my people, then it will be fine. I just ask that you train with us, work with us, and aid us whenever I call upon you. I'm not some master who will make you my slave, Magnus. Whenever someone joins my peerage, they become one of my people, my friends. And you would become one of them should you accept. Morgan responded. The man listened silently for a few moments. He contemplated whether or not this was a good idea, joining a devil, even if she was the most well-known devil on the planet at the moment. She was notorious for her slaughtering of Raynal Fennex and the incredible might of her peerage. May I ask why you wish to recruit me, before I accept? Magnus asked, as while he knew that his sacred gear was impressive and very valuable, that alone couldn't be enough to recruit a man that worked for the FBI, while Morgan herself was a devil from Japan of all places. Besides your sacred gear having immense potential for future growth, I am choosing you because you are skilled, very much so. You are the perfect person to recruit that can accomplish tasks that not many of my peerage members can do. You are also dedicated and orderly, which could help with some of my more annoying tasks, like paperwork. Morgan responded with a smile, as yet again, this was exactly why she wished to recruit the man. He would be an excellent addition to her peerage, not the best, but certainly one of the better ones. Hearing her response, Magnus looked her in the eyes to see if she was lying, only to find that she was being completely truthful, causing the man to smile, as he responded. I'd love to join your peerage, Morgan-sama. Flashback 2 end. With her second new bishop, Morgan knew that now she just needed to recruit Shooting Star. She found that Magnus himself was around peak high class, maybe low ultimate class. She wasn't sure why the 3 members were so powerful, but she suspected it because of their unique sacred gears, or perhaps some sort of trait the three of them possess. All she knows is that Shooting Star was a very low Satan class being, with his sacred gear having some truly insane destructive power, as it was on par with a Satan class after barely any training, and while remaining human. She wondered just how powerful his destructive might would become under her training and guidance. The final of them was Shooting Star, who had proven to be the easiest of the three to recruit, and also the most boring of them. She had found the man in China, surprisingly enough. He had been half dead from a stray devil attacking him, as at that point he had yet to unlock his sacred gear. His death nearly came after he had saved a little girl from the hands of the stray. Recruiting him had went even better than before, as she had basically just bribed him with the chance of receiving more power, more connections, the route to becoming known throughout the world, and the means to save and help more people, which is all the unique man wanted. The man was unique because he dressed up like a cowboy. Morgan wondered why he dressed up like that, but she decided not to question it. As the man had come from a magician family with distant devil lineage, she suspected that if he was this unique, then the rest of his family probably was too. Standing in front of the man, Morgan smiled as she watched him flex his demonic power, only to blink in surprise. Satan class power already? Morgan thought, noticing the power that was coming off of his sacred gear. It was roughly on par with a low-class Satan level being, but that was the sacred gear. Shihab himself was only a high-class fighter. Morgan had been a bit surprised that the man was actually Arab, but she shrugged it off and didn't really care much. She just thought he'd be Japanese from what she remembered. Either way, he was an excellent addition to her peerage. Your sacred gear is even stronger than I had expected, Shihab. A lot stronger, Morgan said, a small smile on her face as the man grinned. It's only to be expected. Now, can I meet these fellow team members of mine? Flashback end. The man did indeed meet the rest of the peerage, and had almost instantly connected with Sereord, as the two were somewhat similar in personality. Shihab had also proven to be very skilled in magic, and was a prodigy at Toki. With the three new members of her peerage, and the fact that her family had once again grown massively in power, Morgan had gotten 5 Fanon Maker uses, and boy were they great. Twilight Judgment Sacred Gear. As its name would suggest, Twilight Judgment gives the wielder the ability to release deadly flames with great destructive power. The flames carry out Samael's dragon-slaying powers, so it is more effective against dragons and dragon-type fighters than regular ones. Its power is similar and even surpasses most high-tier sacred gears. For all the troubles its creation caused, Twilight Judgment could fight on pair with Longinister sacred gears if the wielder has enough mastery over its power. Black Metal Angelo Sacred Gear. In spite of its primary ability to create and control holy lightning, it had developed the unintended ability to severely injure and kill angels, fallen angels, and other beings associated with light in the same way holy and light weapons are lethal to devils and other beings of darkness. It can also multiply itself in accordance to the user's will, and the blades can become flexible to function similar to a whip. Imperial Impact Sacred Gear. Imperial Impact's main ability is manipulation and conversion of kinetic and potential energy, allowing kinetic energy to be converted to potential energy and vice versa to enhance the wielder's attacks or physical abilities. Acid Phoenix Slayer Magic. Like the name suggests, Acid Phoenix Slayer magic is magic focused around acid, along with granting the user the ability to control acid and a special skill only common for Acid Phoenix Slayers, creating acidic weapons, as well as consume the element to restore the user's energy. Like other Phoenix Slayers, they can absorb the element directly into their bodies instead of eating or consuming it. There isn't a known weakness for this kind of Slayer magic yet. As the magic transform the user's physiology into a acidic phoenix, they're also capable of being immune to acid itself and generate it from their body like Natsu can. Like such, the user is capable of generate acids of varying strength and intensity, such as producing acid only capable of dissolving inorganic materials, e.g. dirt, also organic materials, skin, bone. This includes having the strength to even dissolve adamantine, one of the known hardest, sturdy and most resistant magical metal known in Earthland. Aegis Magic. Aegis Magic allows the user to create completely solid invisible barriers by super compressing the air located in the atmosphere in order to form their various shapes. These barriers can be further solidified in order to become visible. The user can use this magic in a variety of ways, such as protecting allies from a large variety of attacks, stopping opponents by forming barriers around them, or even use them offensively by crafting more weapon-like shapes. The barriers are unable to be moved by foreign force, such as an opponent trying to break through with their strength alone, which would result in a mirror-like force back upon the foreign entity. The barriers the user is able to make can be hollow, solid, or a combination between them where it is hollow in the center, but solid through the rest of the shape. These barriers are primarily used for defense and have progressed to a point at which they cannot be easily shattered by raw strength or magic alone. It is ironically this magic ability that causes the user to be protected the most in battle, as their skills are invaluable in a large battlefield. The new sacred gears had been a welcome addition to her arsenal, with Twilight Judgment being the most important one to Morgan, should she ever need to actually fight against Uffies. As the dragon-slaying capabilities would be a huge boon, especially combined with the dragon slayer magic she already had. The Acid Phoenix Slayer magic was also great, as it massively boosted the power of the acid she could create, and had even strengthened her poisons too. The other two sacred gears were also pretty decent, especially the fact that she now had an actual holy energy-based attack, even if it was a minor one that didn't do much. The Imperial Impact was the better of the two though, as it was a simple sacred gear, but a powerful one. Currently Morgan was sat in her office, looking outside as she watched Rias and Sona train with their peerages, with Zenobia and Irina even joining in after a bit of contemplation. Unlike Canon, they hadn't run off by themselves to battle it out with any of Cockabiel's forces, so Irina hadn't been harmed, nor was her Excalibur fragment touched. Kiba had also been keeping himself under control, even after Morgan had told him that the man that caused the deaths of his friends was the one that was working with Cockabiel. She planned on helping out his final remaining friend once she could, as she felt bad for Kiba's situation. As unlike Konako, who had been happily bonding with her sister over the past weeks, Kiba didn't have anyone like that, nor did Akeno, not to that same level at least. Morgan planned on helping Akeno too, as she was interested in recruiting Suzaku into her peerage once this particular issue was dealt with. As she looked down at them, she stopped, as a sensation echoed throughout her being. Looking off into the distance, a serious look appeared on her face, as Graphia walked into the room. He's finally revealed himself, hasn't he? Graphia asked, as Morgan nodded, sensing that her wards in Kua Academy had detected a force incoming. Seems that Cockabiel knew that she was watching for him, and wanted them to be seen. Arrogant, but that further cemented the fact that the man had some sort of backup for this fight. And so did she. Looking to Graphia, Morgan gave her order, alert the peerage, Rias, and Sona. Cockabiel has arrived, Morgan said simply, as the woman nodded and walked off quickly, leaving Morgan alone with her thoughts. Knowing what was to come, Morgan gazed off into the distance, one thought on her mind. Let's see what trick you have up your sleeve, Cockabiel. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter is the start of the fighting. Cockabiel's group is going to be a lot stronger than in canon, and he himself will be getting a lot of outside aid, hence why he can be a threat to Morgan. All will be revealed as to why. Anyways, have a good day. 55, Chapter 55, Cockabiel. Third POV. Sitting in her living room, Morgan looked over her peerage, with everyone besides Roygun, Saraord, Seekvera, and Diehauser being there, as they were all in the underworld doing their own duties, as well as helping Morgan with some of the things she needed done down there. She would call on them if the situation got truly dire, but she doubted it. She could likely take care of Cockabiel herself, even if he was to boost himself with whatever he inevitably gets from the Cow's Brigade. It was more so the hidden factors that could be a problem. Like other forces working with him, that was what Morgan had to be very careful about. And it was for that reason that she was currently having a meeting with her peerage, Rias and her peerage, and Sona and her peerage. Basically everyone that would be partaking in the fight that would be occurring in less than 10 minutes. So he's here. In Kua. Not only that, but he's heading towards Kua Academy. That means he's trying to start a fight, no doubt. He wants to draw us out through force, and that's going to succeed, as we cannot just ignore him waltzing into the area, Sona said with a sigh, knowing that they would inevitably have to get into a fight with the man. They were hoping it would be a bit more peaceful, and not so out in the open, but it would seem that Morgan's assumptions about Cockabiel and his plans were correct. Too bad. He's a psychopath who loves war and wishes nothing more than to start another one, but he's not an idiot. He knows that my peerage and I are far too strong for him to defeat alone. Hell, Graphia alone could slaughter any of his forces. Meaning he's walking out because he has prepared whatever reinforcements he has, besides the Excalibur shards. Morgan responded, knowing that this was going to be an interesting battle. Hopefully not too difficult, but certainly interesting. And how strong could these reinforcements possibly be if it could be a problem even for you? You're a Satan-class fighter who is said to be a possible super-class devil like my brother. What could possibly be a problem for you? Rias asked, genuinely confused. As her fiancé insanely powerful, so the idea of there being something helping Cockabiel that could actually threaten her was concerning. I don't know, but I have a feeling that Cockabiel has some powerful allies, and I'd rather not be caught by surprise by whatever it is that he is doing, which is why we're preparing like we are. I'll be dealing with Cockabiel myself, as said before, while all of you deal with his forces, Morgan replied, explaining why it was that they had to prepare for this, and why she was warning them beforehand. Alright, we'll trust you on this, Morgan, Sona said, as Rias nodded as well, trusting in her fiancé's words. Good, now let's go, we shouldn't wait too long. As I'm sure if we did, the psycho would attack the city in order to get our attention, and none of us would want that, Morgan ordered, as they all nodded, getting to their feet, ready to go as Morgan glanced off into the distance with a sigh. Let's hope this goes well. After teleporting off into Kua Academy, the group appeared in an opening in front of the large school, and almost immediately, they noticed them. The large group of people floating in the skies above the school. There were stray devils, rogue fallen angels, rogue exorcists, and Cockabiel himself, holding the Excalibur fragments within him. But it was the last group that caused Morgan to let out a sigh, having expected this already. Are those? Graphia trailed off, alarmed as she understood what was happening. Those are Grim Reapers, Morgan replied, knowing that these were the Grim Reapers of the Greek underworld, serving directly under Hades himself. Each of them were powerful, with the weakest of them being comparable to a middle-class devil. But she could tell that every single one of the ones she was looking at were high class to ultimate class, with the strongest of them being 3 fighters that looked like they were around Satan class, albeit on the lower end. That was alarming, but not out of Morgan's expectations, as she had planned for this, for the most part at least. She knew that Hades worked with Rezevin closely, meaning that it was likely because of him that they were involved. Or at least it was because of Hades and his connection with the Cows Brigade. Her peerage should be able to take care of them easily enough. But it was their weapons that were a huge problem. Their weapons could absorb the life force of the beings it cuts, able to instantaneously kill the one that they cut. Meaning it was a death sentence for anyone sliced by it. Basically it was a threat, even to Morgan. Thankfully she was basically immortal, so it wouldn't affect her nearly as much as it would to most of her peerage. But she would need to make sure that they understood what to do. Alright, you see those creepy-looking dudes with cloaks. Those are Grim Reapers from the Greek underworld, the personal workers of Hades himself. The weapons they wield, their scythes, can absorb the life force of any living being they cut with them. It could instantly kill you if you're not careful, so make sure to either dodge or block them when they attack you, as they no doubt are going to, Morgan ordered, as they all nodded, including even Irina and Zenobia, who decided to listen to the woman who knew a lot more about them than them. Good, then let's get to work, Morgan said, as they all nodded, taking off into the skies while a few of Sona's peerage left behind to make sure that the barrier around the school kept up, as well as to provide ground support, and take out any stragglers that might try anything. Floating up, Morgan floated across from Cockabiel, floating a little bit away from him as the gross-looking man smirked at her. So you're Morgan Zagan? How underwhelming. I had expected someone larger, stronger. Perhaps you won't be as big of a threat as I have expected, Cockabiel said with a wide grin on his face, an arrogant one. But Morgan could tell that it was a fake arrogance, likely to try and provoke her into attacking him. And you're uglier than I was expecting. Not everyone can get what they want, Morgan replied bluntly, as the man's grin warped into a scowl, her peerage letting out giggles and laughs behind her, increasing the man's anger even more. As usual, she had brought her entire peerage besides Asia, Valerie, and the others that hadn't been revealed during the raiding game, besides the new members that she had recruited earlier on. She knew that eventually the truth about the biblical God would be revealed soon, which would mean she'd need to have a rather long talk with Asia, who didn't know yet. It was also this reveal that would give her the means to recruit Zenobia, who had improved massively in personality over the time she had been working with her peerage. The arrogance was quite literally being beaten out of her, during training of course. So, I'm assuming you're here to try and kill Sona and Rias, right? You want to restart the Great War, and what better way to do that than the sisters of 2 of the 4 great Satans, more specifically the ones that are the most protective and well known for being cis-cons. Add in my existence being here, and this is practically winning the lottery, isn't it? Morgan said, as the man's scowl returned into a smirk. It is. Not only that, but you have those exorcists with you. I do wonder, do they know the truth of things, do any of you? Cockabiel questioned, as Morgan's eyes darkened. Everyone in her peerage knew besides Asia, as she had long since alerted them of this information. Even Sona knew this, after she had overheard a conversation she and Graphia had about it. But she swore to not talk about it with anyone else until Morgan gave her permission, as it was one of the greatest secrets of the entire supernatural world for a very very good reason. It could start a war should it be revealed. Alright, I think that's enough talking. You all know what to do. You take care of the grunts, I'll take care of the ugly elf in front of me, Morgan said, cutting the man off from continuing whatever he was planning on saying, as they all nodded. The next moment, Morgan appeared in front of the man, her fist slamming against his stomach, launching him through the skies as she followed after him. She didn't give him another chance to do anything as another fist slammed against him, this time launching him downwards, as he let out a growl. Morgan felt a rather unpleasant feeling begin to assault her, as she stared at him, the combined form of the various Excalibur fragments he had gathered, glowing in his hands. Morgan could tell that it would actually be a bit problematic for her, as it was very holy, but it wasn't enough to cause much more than some more pain, and maybe a bit more damage than usual. Nothing she couldn't handle, as she floated across from the man who had a small streak of blood trickling out of his nose, courtesy of the monstrously strong punch that she had landed against his stomach. I still don't understand what the point of all of this is. Why start the Great War again? What is the point of doing it? You do know that it would likely lead to the end of the world, right? Morgan asked, as Cockabiel smirked condescendingly. I wish to start the war because it will mean greatness will return to Grigori. For too long we have grown weak, for too long we have been stagnant. It is time that we make people remember why we are feared. And if the fool Azazel will not do so, I will. Cockabiel responded with a yell, causing Morgan to snort. Not at all surprising, and exactly what I assumed, Morgan thought, not even remotely surprised. But I don't expect you to understand, a devil of all things. One that has a peerage like yours, especially Cockabiel responded with a grin, as he launched towards her at immense speeds, his blade slamming against the one she summoned. She could tell that he was definitely stronger than he should be, but was still dramatically weaker than Raynal had been, as unlike Raynal, Cockabiel did not have any sort of special technique in order to massively boost his power like Raynal did. Morgan blocked the blade effortlessly, as she pulled back and swung towards him, her blade slamming against the merged Excalibur at immense speeds and power, launching the man into the ground below, which was the track field. Getting to his feet, Cockabiel scowled in annoyance, obviously realizing that he was not going to win a fight with Morgan, not in a one-on-one at least, even if his power had evidently been boosted by one of Aphiza's snakes. At the same time as Morgan fighting against Cockabiel, or more like beating the snot out of him, her peerage was doing similarly. With the exorcists, stray devils, and even the rogue fallen angels all being wiped out by the immense power of Graphia. It was only the Grim Reapers that were causing them some issues, but even they would fall before them. However, as they were fighting, they all stopped as they felt something wrong. Back to Morgan, she watched Cockabiel as he looked up and yelled, "It's time, Valper. Call her in. Call in our ultimate weapon." Upon hearing this, Morgan frowned, alert. Only for her alert to change into wide eyes as she felt an immense power source launch towards them, seemingly having leapt from somewhere as it landed in front of Cockabiel with a burst of crimson energy, shattering the surroundings and causing dust to kick up. Dust that slowly began to recede, as Morgan let out a shocked breath. As standing before her was a gorgeous woman, with long dark uniquely colored hair, and a deep blood-red crimson spear glowing with immense power that felt like a huge threat to Morgan. But it was who the woman was that caused Morgan's alarm, as the woman she gazed at was known as Scathach. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Yep, their secret weapon is Scathach. Wielding a spear that is a genuine threat to Morgan, one that can actually kill her, as far as I remember it should be able to, and is immensely skilled. She's also incredibly powerful even in this universe, which will be covered in a bit. I was struggling a bit with this chapter, so it might not be the best. Doesn't help that I'm like half awake right now. Bookstore which will be getting updated later, probably sometime tonight. Anyways, have a good day. 56, Chapter 56, Scathach. Third POV. What in the hell is she doing here? Morgan thought in alarm, as the woman in front of her was Scathach, an incredibly powerful being that was quite literally able to kill gods. And within her hands was a weapon that made Morgan's instincts flare. It was Gibalg, or at least its alternative. It was a powerful weapon that was capable of even killing her, considering it could kill gods. It was a weapon that would shatter most of her defenses if it was anything like its fate counterpart, and not something she wanted to even think of taking on. And she was about to take it on. Ah shit, this might be bad, Morgan thought, not sure if she could handle a weapon like that. 'Cause sure, she was a Satan-class being, borderline superclass, but this was something else. A god-slaying weapon that could break through just about any defense. A weapon that could pierce through multiple things and would likely never miss her, not with the power imbued into it. Meaning this would be a genuinely dangerous fight for her, one that could actually lead to her death if she was not careful. And it would be even more dangerous for her peerage members, far more. They didn't have the regenerative means to survive the attack, if that regeneration would even work at all. They didn't have the defensive means to block the attack. They had nothing that would reasonably stop the spear from piercing their hearts and ripping them apart like they were nothing more than a bug. The fact that Scathach was even working with Cockabiel in the first place was confusing, very confusing. It was so confusing that it was more improbable than anything, and with that improbability, Morgan was quite confident that she was not working with them under her own free will. Mind control. That was likely the answer. How the mind control worked on the killer of gods, Morgan didn't know, but she suspected it had something to do with Aphiz and the snake that she no doubt had given to Cockabiel. Either way, that didn't matter right now, not with Scathach in front of her, holding her bloody red spear that gave off immense power, and even more danger. A bloodlust that made even Morgan pause slightly. How do I go about defeating someone like Scathach? She's likely not going to be someone I can hope to best in combat, with her skill in the spear being beyond anything I have faced before. This is a woman that is so skilled she can slay gods. But she is also under the control of a maniac, so perhaps, I can break her free of that control, Morgan thought, coming to a realization that she should be able to break the control off of her. The power of annihilation was immensely powerful. Likely the most powerful ability she had in her arsenal, at least, in terms of sheer potential for HTE future. It had the potential to annihilate just about anything, and that should even include immaterial things, like concepts, or in this case, mind control. Revealing that she had this sort of power would no doubt put her in the lines of sight of Cockabiel, but this was likely the fastest way she could do it, without fearing that Scathach manages to throw her spear before that. Now I just need to get this off before she can break free, Morgan thought, as she began to prepare herself, her power beginning to grow around her, the dark purple aura of annihilation clashing with Scathach's own power. Red and purple illuminated the skies of Qa as Rias looked up with wide eyes. What is that? Rias exclaimed upon seeing the crimson-red aura. Even more so when she noticed the purple aura, as it felt, similar, akin to her power of destruction, but, more. It was strange, and it made her fearful, at least, until she realized that the purple aura was coming from Morgan. It's Morgan, but, who's the woman she is fighting? Sona asked, just as alarmed as Rias was, not because of Morgan, but because the power that the woman was exuding was dangerous. It was making even the likes of Grafia reel back slightly, as everyone's instincts flared. The danger that came from her was immense, and they all instinctually knew that this woman was not someone that they could fight against, not alone. And yet Morgan was seemingly contending with her, at least, somewhat. Grafia could feel Morgan's unique power, wondering what it was, as she had never seen something like it before. It felt so similar to the power of destruction, and yet conceptually it was different, almost like it was superior. Back with Morgan, the woman in question was focusing on the power of annihilation, pulling on it as the purple glow began to grow dim, instead focusing on one singular part, the tip of her finger. At least, it was, until Morgan raised said finger, and pointed towards Scathach, and with one flex of her power, the beam of energy ripped through the space in front of them. This was the downside of Cockabiel being in control over Scathach. She had to be ordered by him to actually do anything, meaning it all relied on his own reaction time, and his own skill in strategy and leading. Had it been a normal fight, where Scathach would be in control over herself, able to go all out as she pleased, Morgan was rather certain that she would be struggling a lot more, and would even potentially lose. But instead she was winning, well, one at least. All because the beam of energy moved so fast that Cockabiel could not give Scathach an order before the beam had torn into her. It did not physically harm her, but instead, it tore through the control that was being forced onto her being. And because of that, Cockabiel would lose. As Morgan had just released a very very powerful woman from a mind control she was not wanting to be under. More than that, she released a very very pissed woman from mind control. A woman who after snapping free from the control, almost immediately scowled, her eyes lighting up in rage and fury. Feeling the killing intent pouring from the woman in front of her, Morgan watched her tensely, only to blink as the woman began to turn behind her, to Cockabiel. The man in question paled as the woman growled, "You dare mind control me?" Scathach growled and raged, as she began to lift the spear from her hands, moving it into a throwing motion. The spear glowing brighter than before, as Cockabiel realized the situation he was in. Wait, I saved you. We found you on the brink of death and dash. It does not matter, fool. You have controlled me against my will, and for that, you shall pay with your life. Scathach cut him off coldly, as the spear launched from her hand as she threw it. No chant, no yell, no words. Just thrown across the skies, ripping through the rogue fallen angel like it was nothing, piercing his flesh like it was butter in the scorching hot sun. The man couldn't even let out a screech of pain, as the upper part of his body was completely and utterly obliterated from existence, an earth-shattering boom ripping through the air, causing many to cover their ears in pain, while others just watched in awe as Scathach casually summoned the spear back to her hands, like she hadn't just killed a man that was rivaling a Satan-class being. Morgan on the other hand was, strangely aroused. The sight of a powerful woman like Scathach was hot to her, and attractive. Who is that woman? To be able to tear through him like he was nothing? Sure, Morgan can do that too, but, not everyone is like Morgan. Grafia questioned, wondering who she was. She could tell that the woman was stronger than her by quite a bit, and was likely stronger than anyone in Morgan's peerage besides Morgan herself. Meaning the woman was likely at the peak of Satan class, perhaps even almost at the levels of super class, albeit the very 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 bottom of the class. She still wasn't sure though, and she doubted the woman was showing off everything in her arsenal. Not with how easily she just killed Cockabiel. Morgan on the other hand, felt her fan and maker try to activate, but she paused that for now, as she didn't want to use it in front of a bunch of people. She'd rather not be on the other end of a bunch of questions, even though eventually she would get caught, and would likely have to explain at least a little bit. For now, Morgan decided she was going to figure out why Scathach was here, and what she was doing in the hands of Cockabiel. So with that, Morgan looked to the woman in front of her, and spoke. "So, how about we have a chat?" Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. So, writing 2K word chapters every time is just not working for this FIC. So from now on, all chapters uploaded will be at least 1.4K words, and this FIC will now have an actual upload schedule. Every Monday and Friday this fanfic will get updated, meaning that it'll be around 2.8-3K words every week instead of the previous 2K. It'll also allow for more to happen instead of just dragging on a single chapter as I have been. I hope this is okay with y'all. Anyways, have a good day. 57, Chapter 57, New Rook. 3rd POV. Sitting in the ORC room, Morgan sat on the couch. Across from her was Scathach, her spear laying at her side up against the couch, her arms crossed. She was irritated beyond belief. She could not remember what happened, only that one moment she was in some sort of battle, a great fight, but then after that there was a great flash of light, and she was awakening after being controlled by some man. A man that she ripped apart with laughable ease. A man that was dead, as she now sat across from the woman he was attempting to use her to fight. She could sense it, the immense power within Morgan, power that was superior to her own. She could also sense that the woman in front of her was not trying to fight her, that she wouldn't fight her. And instead, she simply wished to see what had happened, and how Cockabiel managed to get his hands on her. Morgan wasn't even tense in her presence. But her peerage and the others, certainly were. With each of them staring at her in confusion and distrust. They had all seen what she did to Cockabiel, and they had all seen as she battled it out with Morgan for a short moment. So they all knew that the woman in front of them was immensely powerful, stronger than all of them. Besides Morgan herself, who was borderline superclass in power, so very close to getting to that point. She just needed a final push in order to get there. So, how did Cockabiel get his hands on a slayer of gods? Especially one as incredible as you? Morgan asked, sitting across from Scathach, asking the question that had been on her mind this entire time. It was really beginning to bug her that fate characters were in this universe, as she was beginning to think that this was more than just some additions or coincidences. She wondered if a certain universe-traveling Magus was involved, and if he was, she was praying, not literally, that he didn't fuck up her life too much, as she couldn't stop him even if she ever wanted to, not with the power that man possessed. I do not know. I cannot remember much. I remember that I was fighting in some sort of battle, a great battle that was tearing apart the lands. I believe I may have been winning the fight. I'm not sure. But I do know that during that fight, a great blinding light overcame my vision, and I disappeared from that place. Next thing I know, I awaken underneath the control of some man, Scathach said, a scowl on her face as she said the word man. That man was Cockabiel, a fallen angel, a type of supernatural species of this universe. He was trying to restart a great war, using you to attempt to kill me and the two at my sides, Morgan explained, motioning to Sona and Rias. This universe? Sona questioned, confused on what that was supposed to mean. Looking at the team, Morgan sighed. The multiverse theory. It states that there are an infinite amount of universes that make up the multiverse. I have reasons to believe that Scathach here is from a different universe. There are several signs, but the most important is that her appearance, her background, her power, it's different from the Scathach of this universe, quite a bit different. She's stronger, quite a lot stronger, Morgan stated, as they all looked at her, wide-eyed. So you're telling me that there are other universes out there, like the ones from anime and comics and stuff? All of that is real. Rias exclaimed, shocked, but also excited. She was a huge nerd when it came to anime, but Morgan could only chuckle at her response, not entirely shocked that she seemed too excited about the prospect of her favorite anime existing out there somewhere. There is. Pretty much every fictional universe you could ever think of exists somewhere out there in the infinite expanse of the multiverse. And I believe that Scathach here came from one of those infinite universes. I can't really test it, but that's my belief anyways, Morgan responded, as she looked to Scathach, who was silently listening to everything she was saying. She didn't outwardly show it, but she was inwardly shocked at this information. She didn't realize that existence was so, well, infinite. She also didn't realize that she might be in an alternate universe. But now that she thought about it, it was beginning to make a lot of sense. Even in her long life, she had never once heard of a fallen angel like Cockabiel, nor had she ever met beings like the ones sitting before her. These dark, demonic creatures. I see. And, what should I do now? I am without a home, without a purpose, without a master, Scathach said, as Morgan had her thoughts confirmed upon hearing the word master. Well, that's the next topic I wish to speak about. I have an offer for you, Scathach. I have a rather special item here, it's called an evil piece. It can transform the one it's used on, into a devil. Said reincarnated devil will then be a part of the peerage of the king of said peerage, aka me. In this case, I would make you one of my rooks. You would get stronger, faster, and have access to new demonic magic. I wish to offer you a spot in my peerage, and in return, you will have even more power, freedom, besides a few conditions, and a new purpose, a new home. Morgan spoke, as Scathach silently listened, contemplating the offer. The offer itself was, not something she had been anticipating, but she did find it alluring, especially considering how immensely powerful the woman before her was. She might not have her old master, she might not have a purpose anymore, but with Morgan, perhaps she would find a new one. And with that, Scathach gazed at her, before nodding. I'll become a member of your peerage, master. Turning Scathach into one of her peerage members had been just as it always was when she turned one. And the second she did, she felt her fan and maker go off 3 times. Once that increased the remaining slots, and the other 2 from the incident with Cockabiel which had been held off, and the other from recruiting someone like her. Distant Animus Sacred Gear, Distant Animus, due to possessing the soul of an evil dragon is shown to be a very powerful dragon-slaying weapon. It can hurt and damage dragon-related beings with ease and cause serious injuries, and it's said that a single strike to the heart could cause certain death. Distant Animus' main ability however is that each cut it causes steals a sense from the user, first taking their taste, smell, touch, hearing, sight. This was the ability of the evil dragon the sacred gear now hosts, each one of its claw or fang bites taking away the enemy's senses. Once all 5 senses have been taken, it leaves the victim in a catatonic state almost as if they were half dead. The sacred gear, due to the evil dragon's influence, is shown to be able to feel the evil and sin off of others as well. Magma Phoenix Slayer Magic. This magic allows the user to use magma in both offense and defense forms. The unique ability of this magic is that the user can move, both on the surface and underground, which gives him an advantage because opponent won't know where he is. Like all Phoenix Slayers, Magma Phoenix Slayer can also absorb his element, in this case magma, to heal his wounds, and it also restores the user's strength. Another strength of this magic is that the user doesn't feel any pain from heat, but the magma that user uses can burn his opponent with the temperature of 1000 Fahrenheit. This magic is also the combination of earth and fire elements. The user is also able to control those 2 Trough Magma Phoenix Slayer magic. Gaia Dragon Slayer Magic. The forest dragon slayers can consume wood, fruit and other plant life to invigorate themselves. Rotten matter is far less energy-giving and has a given disgusting taste. This form of slayer magic can also serve a multitude of purposes like healing, attacking, support and quickly raising plant life. The main form of attack for a forest dragon slayer is to grow wood, plants and poisonous/exploding fruits and vegetables from one's own body. The forest dragon slayer also so happens to have a very interesting inherent ability. The slayer is able to learn the most basic spells from its teacher, but that is as far as it goes. To further advance one's own magical and physical capabilities, the slayer and/or dragon must come into contact with new and different trees and plant life to learn new spells and ways of magic. Because of this, it takes a lot of travel to different countries and nations to discover these new spells, making hiding all the more difficult for the dragons. That and the fact that as mankind is spread out across the world, there are different plants and trees which have gone extinct, and as such have permanently reduced future dragons and dragon slayers' arsenal. She felt the power of the new sacred gear flow into her, with it taking the form of a sort of spear, or perhaps a lance. The new magics also cemented within her, with her dragon seed inside of her growing quite a bit, the phoenix seed that seemed to have been growing within her, also appearing stronger than before. Morgan wasn't sure how close she was getting, but she suspected that she would be evolving into a dragon species soon, likely within the next few months. Should she continue to get more dragon slayer magics, then this would happen a lot sooner. And she was very excited to see what this would mean. Morgan knew that she would soon be getting a new universe to pull from, as the peace conference was likely going to go down soon. Looking at Scathach, Morgan smiled, pleased as the woman stretched her arms, clenching her fist as demonic magic glowed at the end of her palms. She could feel the new and utterly unique power within her. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before, completely unique, and yet, so very powerful. What an odd form of magic. So, free, without limit. All it relies on is willpower, energy, and creativity. With this magic, you could do just about anything, Scathach muttered, wondering what would happen if she combined her runes with the magic. Morgan would have to speak with her about the runes, as she'd very much like to learn how to use them. Really, she wanted to learn from Scathach in general. She wanted to learn combat from the woman that would likely obliterate her in pure martial arts. It wouldn't even be a fight for Scathach. Something that Morgan very much wants to change, and she would like to do the same for the rest of her peerage. With the new rook in her peerage, Cockabiel and the rest of the goons defeated and dead, Morgan decided it was time to take a rest. Kiba had already defeated his fears, and the man that had caused all of his suffering, while the rest of the goons had been killed too. Although, it turns out that before Kiba had killed him, Valper had revealed that God was dead, which is why Irina and Zenovia were currently out, and Asia was back home, being consoled by the members of Morgan's peerage that were not currently there. Looking at her new rook, Morgan smiled, as she spoke out loud, causing giggles to echo through the room, and what she said was, "Welp, I'm going to go and take a nap. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Don't really have anything to say, so have a good day. 58, Chapter 58, After. Third POV. It was the day after Scathach had been recruited into her peerage, and not much had happened. Scathach had adapted to her new life quite fast, learning the names of her fellow peerage members, as well as important members of the Devil Society and other people like Azazel. From what Morgan could tell, Scathach was even stronger than she had initially expected, with Scathach actually being the strongest person in her peerage after she had been reincarnated. She was at the very bottom of superclass, making her stronger than Graphia or Tiamat, with only Morgan being stronger within the peerage. But her spear could overcome that difference, and it was because of this that Morgan wanted to learn from her, both when it came to her special runes, and when it came to martial arts. As Scathach was by far the most skilled fighter she had ever met, and was likely the best spear master in the world at the moment, or at least, very close to being the best. Morgan knew that the peace conference would begin within the next month or so, meaning she still had quite a bit to do until then, primarily within the underworld. As now that she had killed Grim Reapers, she was expecting Hades himself to get involved. And now that Irina and Zenovia knew that God was in fact dead, it was likely that Zenovia would leave the church. Zenovia would then either join her or Rias. Personally she wanted her to join Rias, as while initially she wanted Zenovia for her own peerage, she decided that Rias would do better with her, especially now that she had Scathach for herself. Scathach was far superior to Zenovia in pretty much every way, which is why she was okay with Zenovia joining Rias. That and Rias needed to continue improving her own peerage, especially now that she didn't have Asia or Issei. Gasper would be a massive boon to their peerage, so Morgan planned on helping the poor boy out soon, as he would need to begin training if he wanted to help them out. Their peerage was a lot stronger than in canon though, as thanks to her training, Rias and Akeno were both in ultimate class, Rias more so than Akeno, who had only recently broken through into the new level of power. She was just barely an ultimate class being. She had to take care of some things in the underworld, as she knew that there were rogue devils mixed in with the group that Cockabiel was working with, meaning he was more than likely working with the old Satan faction, a faction that she wanted to wipe out soon, as they were problematic and annoying to deal with. There was another person that she needed to look into, mostly because the man was dangerous and involved himself in everything having to do with the underworld. Cockabiel. She was confident that the man had something to do with Raynal Fenix and the downfall of her family, and she was confident that he was working with someone or something on the down low. If she could just get proof of it, then she could take care of the man for good. Finding evidence was the hard part. As he was very careful with his actions, finding any actual evidence would be next to impossible. She would have to look into it deeply. At the moment Morgan was sat at her desk in her office, reading through the reports of her properties and their growth. She had started to sell a handful of fertility potions in her auction houses, and as she had assumed, she made a lot of money off of it, like, way more than she had expected. It had also caused a lot of people to pay more attention to her auction houses, as while nobody knew that she owned them, they were on her lands, which led to a lot of people requesting to know who made the potions, but she didn't reveal that for obvious reasons. And once the 4 Satans came out and openly told off anyone trying to find out, people shut up real quick. Although it was quite obvious who had made it, considering it was public knowledge that she owned the Moken Potions business. It was bringing her a lot of political power, beyond what she had gotten from the Fenix family that was actually growing thanks to her leadership. She didn't really pay attention to any of them, and let them do their own things. But she did take full advantage of their lands, properties, and wealth. She mostly hated Raynal, as the others didn't know, and it was quite obvious that none of them liked the man, not even his own wife. She had to act like she did care for him, but once he died, all of that disappeared. As any self-respecting woman would naturally despise a rapist, and her husband had been one, and she obviously had not known of that fact. And considering she openly apologized to Morgan, Morgan decided to leave her be. Wonder if there is any other clans that I can take over without too much fuss, Morgan hummed to herself, wondering if she could maybe take over a family like the Bales once she found proof against Zekram. Well, either way the Gremory family will naturally be mine once Rias and I marry, with her being the heiress Morgan thought, knowing that once Rias and her married, Rias would officially become the new ruler of the Gremory clan, which would allow for her to gain more political might. She didn't really need political power now that she was basically a very low superclass being, but it wouldn't hurt. Morgan continued to sign a few papers before looking up upon hearing the door creak open with a knock. Come in, Morgan spoke out, as in walked Graphia. Master, I've received a message from Satan Lucifer, Graphia said, as she handed over a note to Morgan, who raised an eyebrow and began to read it. It seems he wants me to attend the peace conference as an official representative of the devil faction. Not surprising considering I am politically the third most powerful person in the underworld, with only himself and Zekram surpassing me, Morgan commented, as Graphia nodded. It is only natural that you begin to get involved in interspecies politics, Master. Azazel has likely spoken to Michael about you. And I am certain that they are interested in that sacred gear of yours, Graphia said. Too bad for them, I won't be explaining how I got it and what it can do. They'll just have to live with the fact that I have it, Morgan responded, not even remotely interested in trying to explain how and why she had an unknown sacred gear. Are you certain that is the best choice? They won't be pleased, Graphia asked, a little worried for the reaction that Heaven might have. It is. My powers and abilities are mine and mine alone, and I will not be explaining how I have the sacred gear. Explaining it will just make them more interested in me, and will make them bug me even more. It'd cause more problems than it solves, Morgan responded, knowing that her ability was not something she could ever reveal. It was simply too strong and too dangerous to be spread. As you wish, Master, Graphia said, understanding what Morgan was saying, as it was only natural that she wouldn't want to reveal her abilities, and how she did what she did. Morgan knew that if she revealed her ability to the world, the entire supernatural world would come after her and her peerage, and she simply was not strong enough to do anything about that. She was likely in the top 25 to 40 in the world, but she was not strong enough to fight against the Hindu pantheon or even the Greek. Hades alone would be able to defeat her, with him being in the top 10 strongest in the world. Morgan blinked as she felt Graphia press a soft kiss against her cheek, as the silver-haired woman gave her a small smile as she began to walk away with a sway of her hips, but not before speaking. See you later, Master, Graphia teased, knowing the reaction she was getting from Morgan, who watched her walk off, one thought on her mind as she shot to her feet and began to follow after her naughty maid. Work can wait for a little while. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories and our 18 ones as well, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Bookstore, which should be getting updated in a bit. Anyways, have a good day. 59, Chapter 59, Fun Time with the Maid. Third POV, our 18 chapter, skip if you don't want to read. Following after her silver-haired maid, Morgan smirked as Graphia swayed her hips, her plump ass jiggling with every step as she made sure her skirt was showing just the slightest bit of her butt. Graphia knew that her master was following after her, and was now leading Morgan to her room, her mind going wild, knowing what was going to happen within a minute. Walking into Morgan's room, Graphia turned to her master, who shut the door behind her and activated the silencing wards, so that nobody would hear what she's about to do to her maid. Walking forward, Morgan's hand gripped Graphia's chin with a small smirk. What a naughty maid I've got, teasing me with that fat ass of yours, Morgan husked, her right hand reaching around, gripping her plump ass cheek as her hand practically melted into it, akin to a pillow. Graphia let out a small moan at the sensation, as Morgan leaned forward and hungrily locked lips with her queen. The maid's tongue intertwined with her own, as they French kissed one another, her cunt dripping with desire the longer her master played with her ass cheeks. Morgan grunted slightly as she felt her hung cock pulse with desire, the bulge against her jeans becoming more and more noticeable to Graphia, who reached out, rubbing against it with her right hand. She let out a small smirk as Morgan bucked her hips into the touch slightly, a growl escaping her master at the obvious teasing. You're playing with fire, maid, Morgan rumbled, as Graphia licked her lips. It's a good thing that I wish to be burned, master, Graphia responded, all her pent-up desire over the years finally being pushed to the edge, as she wanted nothing more than to get her pussy pummeled by her master's giant cock. And it seemed that she would get that desire fulfilled, as Morgan smirked. Then I suppose I'll have to fulfill that desire of yours, Morgan said, as she harshly slapped Graphia's fat ass, grinning at the low gasp that echoed from her throat. Graphia wasn't even able to react before Morgan barked an order. On your knees, servant. Morgan ordered, knowing that this was exactly the kink that Graphia was into. Maid play, servant play, stuff like that. She liked being treated as nothing more than a maid, a servant that will please their master however and whenever they wish. And it was because of this, that she submissively dropped to her knees, her cheeks flushed as she knew what was coming. She had heard from the girls before, of their experiences with Morgan in bed, of the absolute euphoria that she instilled within them, and the addiction that came afterwards, as they kept coming back for more. On her knees, Graphia could only watch in awe as Morgan lowered her jeans, pulling them off, before slowly pulling off her boxers, her massive 12-inch cock slapping out into the open, the thick juicy balls hanging below. Graphia's pussy quivered as she gazed at her master's cock, at the massive meat that would soon be entering her. Well, are you going to get to work or am I going to have to punish my maid? Morgan asked, getting into the role play as Graphia looked alarmed. Sorry master, I'll begin, Graphia said, as she slowly leaned forwards, and pressed a singular kiss against the tip of her master's cock. Oh Satan, this is going to break me, Graphia thought, as she began to lick and kiss across the tip of her master's cock, her hands slowly moving as she began to fondle the large ball sacks of her master. Slowly she began to wrap her lips around the tip, moving her head up and down, as she began to give her master a blowjob. That's a good maid, Morgan sighed happily, enjoying Graphia's warm mouth as it wrapped around her thick and long cock. Graphia struggled a bit to take it into her mouth because of this, but she was a devil, and it would seem that she adapted well enough. Quack, quack, glck, glck. Graphia made sloppy noises as she began to work the cock in her mouth, her tongue swirling around it as she bobbed her head along the hung cock. Spit and saliva trickled down her chin as she began to give Morgan a proper blowjob. Her hands worked the rest of her cock, wrapping around it as they stroked the rest that she couldn't take in her mouth, moving in circular motions as she tried her best to drain Morgan of her thick load. Meanwhile Morgan was just standing, sighs of pleasure echoing from her throat as Graphia sat on her knees, sucking her cock with passion. It wasn't the best blowjob she had ever gotten, but it was definitely incredible. Fuck, that's a good maid, keep going like that and your master will give you a white treat, Morgan husked, a low groan leaving her as Graphia's eyes lit up, as she began to move even more passionately, her pussy squelching and quivering as she had a mini orgasm. Her panties were absolutely soaked and her maid attire was now slightly messy as she pulled back. Morgan frowned at the lack of the mouth around her cock, only for her eyes to widen as Graphia pulled down her top slightly, her large H-cup tits bouncing out. Morgan couldn't even utter a word before a soft sensation wrapped around her cock, Graphia's perky breast wrapping around her cock, as she began to bounce them up and down, her mouth wrapping around the rest of her cock and bobbing at the same time. The mixture of a tiffuck and blowjob at the same time felt absolutely incredible for Morgan, who groaned as she felt her balls get fondled at the same time. The combination of sensations soon proved too much, as Morgan let out a groan. Fuck. I'm coming. Morgan said, as her cock began to throb and her balls began to pulse. Soon thick ropes of cum splattered into the back of her maid's throat, causing her eyes to widen, as thick gulping echoed through the room. Her cheeks bulged as she gulped down every rope of cum she could, shaking as her own orgasm rocked her slutty form. She couldn't swallow every rope, and was forced to pull back as the last few cumshots splattered all over her giant tits. Graphia decided to tease her master further, as she opened her mouth swirling around the thick load before allowing Morgan to see her gulp it down, a happy smile forming on her face afterwards. Master's cum is delicious, Graphia said happily, as she began to scoop up the cum from her tits, licking it off her fingers as Morgan watched with lust, her own cock getting cleaned by Graphia's tongue moments later. Fuck, you're a slutty little maid, ain't you? Bend over, it's time for that pussy to become mine for good, Morgan ordered, as Graphia got to her feet, and let out a low giggle as Morgan gripped her waist, turning her and pushing her against the bed, as she lifted the maid's skirt. Looking at her soaking wet panties, she laughed. Seems someone's ready, Morgan said with a smirk, as she slapped her ass, before pulling her panties to the side. Always for master, Graphia mewed out, as she felt the cockhead of her master brush against her entrance, only to let out a loud gasp as Morgan slammed all 12 inches into her in one powerful thrust, a thrust that caused a loud clap to echo out, as her waist slapped against Graphia's fat juicy ass cheeks. Fuck, your pussy's great. Morgan said in surprise, as the pussy wasn't the tightest she had, but it was constricting and pulsing around her cock in a unique manner that felt incredible. So incredible that she pulled back and began to thrust without hesitation, the sounds of her maid's moans entering her ears, and it was a beautiful sound to her, as she grinned. Master, Graphia moaned out happily, as Morgan reached out, gripping her maid's hair and pulling on it, causing her to lean back as Morgan began to thrust into her faster and harder. Fuck yeah, this is my pussy. Yesh. It's yours, master. I'm yours, master. This maid is your property. Graphia cried out, slick sounds echoing as clapping filled the room. From now on you're mine whenever I want you. Whenever I want a blowjob you'll be there. Whenever I want my cock drained you'll be there. Understood. Morgan growled out, as she already thought of all the things she could make her maid queen do for her. Yes, I'm your maid master. Yours to use as you like. Satan, your cock is the best master. Graphia cried out, another orgasm rocking her figure, but Morgan cared little as she continued to thrust, searching for her own orgasm so that she could paint her maid's womb with her seed. And soon she found that orgasm, as she began to thrust as fast as she could, as she yelled out, fuck. I'm coming. Take my cum, servant. Get pregnant. After she yelled these words, she slammed into Graphia full force, one final thrust as she let out groans and grunts of pleasure, Graphia squealing like a whore as her womb was being painted white, her master's balls throbbing and pulsing as she was being absolutely filled to the brim. Satan, that was great, Morgan sighed out happily, as she began to pull out her cock after the last rope of cum filled Graphia full. Graphia lay on the bed, twitching as cum pooled out from her pussy, dripping onto the ground below as Morgan smirked, one thought on her mind as she moved Graphia onto the bed to continue. Next will be Rias. After she thought this, cries of pleasure echoed through the room once more, as for the next 7 hours, a maid was fucked, and a master was satiated. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories and our 18 ones as well, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just in our 18 chapter, as it has been a while for this FIC. Next chapter will come on next Monday and we'll have more going on. Anyways, have a good day. 60, Chapter 60, The True Trait. Third POV. A couple of days later, after making love to Graphia passionately, Morgan was currently reading up on Hades, god of the underworld, and one of the strongest gods in the world. He was in the top 10 strongest in the world, and was a huge problem for her right now, simply because of his actions during the Cockabiel incident. With him getting involved directly, having his Grim Reapers working to help Cockabiel, it meant that he himself was supporting the action, as they couldn't act without his permission. The fact that he had done this was kept hidden from the greater supernatural world, with only the leaders of the three factions knowing. Not even Zekram knew about the incident, as Morgan made sure that the four Satans didn't share it. Not yet, she had to first figure out a way to deal with God. But the only way she imagined she could do that, was by becoming a superclass devil. The other idea was to hope and pray that she gets God-slaying magic, the strongest magic against someone like him. But that was all luck, so she wasn't going to rely on it. Even with her peerage growing so much in strength as of recent, thanks to the incredible training of Scathach, who was a master at training and teaching others, she found that in order to become a proper true devil, she needed a true form like what Xerxes had, and what Ajuka no doubt had. A form that was the literal personification of her power, her trait. Xerxes had his destruction, Ajuka had his calculations and immense computation capabilities, while Morgan, she had so many powers that it was hard to even define what was hers. She had been growing the powers she held that weren't reliant on her fan and maker power, but it wouldn't be enough. Not for something like this. So, she wondered, what if she could create her own trait, her own power, her own evolution to the devil species? She was after all, not fully a devil anymore, being this weird mesh of devil, dragon, and phoenix. A powerful combination that was growing more and more by the day. But she found that it wasn't enough. So what if instead of becoming each of them individually, she merged them into one super species, and combined it with rituals and devil magic to quite literally change her own evolution into something even better? An apex species amongst devil kind. A god of devils. The problem was, that actually accomplishing this was insanely difficult, and would require the creation of her own trait beforehand. And there was one idea for a trait that came to her mind, one that she felt suited her, sounded insanely powerful, and should be theoretically possible. A trait that could counter Zekram, counter Hades, and counter Rezetham. The trait known as evolution. The idea for it was simple. By using this trait, she could evolve things to a higher form, a stronger form. The stronger the evolution, the more energy and power it would drain. And there would be a limit to what she could evolve until she was drastically more powerful, and strengthened the ability itself. Theoretically, if she combined this with her various rituals she had planned, she could evolve the species she was becoming, into a higher form, akin to that of a god in power. Even beyond that. But creating a trait from scratch was not simple, not even for her. So, she decided to delve into her family's archives, to see if they had anything that could help her. And besides reading the book on Hades in her hands, she had read a few dozen other books and scrolls on their family's past, even the one made by the first Zagan. And it was then, as she read the notes of the first Zagan, that she found the answer, the key, her family's trait. The one that she had all but ignored as next to useless. The one that was, not at all what she thought it was. According to the information she had from her parents, it was simply a trait that would boost her learn, memorize, and compartmentalize information a lot faster than normal. But that was only half of it. This trait, it had an awakened form, one that was directly activated by Lucifer himself, or one with a pure form of his bloodline. It would then activate the trait of her ancestor, the first Zagan. A trait that was known as Akashic Understanding. A trait that was insane, genuinely insane. A trait that made her understand why it was that her family was so feared at its peak, why it had the largest library in the entire world. It allowed for its wielded to understand everything. As long as they used demonic magic, the user could learn and understand the very concepts that make up the universe, how they work, their makeup, and why they work. The biggest problem with this trait is that it was heavily reliant on the user's body, demonic energy reserves, and their soul, as it was straining on the user's very being due to how powerful it could be. And if it was utilized on something like Aphies, it would likely shatter the mind. And she doubted she'd be any different. So, instead, she would utilize the trait to understand how to build her own trait. It's almost like answering a question and paying the tutor for the answer, with her ability being the tutor itself. It was, like an equivalent exchange, really complicated, but incredibly powerful. And thankfully, getting the blood of Lucifer was not at all difficult. As while Vala was half human, she still had a very pure Lucifer bloodline, so pure that it gave her the potential to inherit his trait, something that wouldn't be awakening just yet, as she needed to break through to mid-level Satan class. That and luck, a lot of luck. Ingesting the blood of her own servant was a bit strange, but the power she felt that came in was a lot better. The way her mind expanded and grew, evolved and bloomed. It was like before she was on a Windows XP from the 90s, and now she was on a supercomputer from a sci-fi movie. It was night and day, and she was certain it would show with her comprehension of the various areas she trained and learned in. And when she had unlocked her true trait, Fan and Maker also activated, not once, not twice, but 3 entire times. One for unlocking her true inborn trait, one for being the first to activate it in thousands of years, and one for some other reason that she didn't know. Treasure God Slayer Magic. This magic allows a user to generate black metal that is far more durable than that found in nature or that created by other magic forms, including that of Dragon Slayer magic. While its creations are considered a treasure for everyone possessing them due to their quality and attributes, the user can eat all forms of metal to power up or restore themselves, while they have the unique ability to record in a sense and recreate any metal object they have ever eaten, with said objects gaining the characteristics of this magic as a bonus, while an expert user can combine parts of said items. The metal of the Forge God is resistant to normal fire and heat, needing either godly flames, magma or high-level dragon flames to be affected. Finally, the user can control the form and state of their metal, making it hot or liquid while they can sense the metal existing around them. Antibody magic. As a real immune system, this type of magic is capable of create antibodies for almost any type of magic known nowadays. To do this, it is necessary to the mage to have a first contact with the magic he wants the antibodies to be produced for, and only after that the mage is capable of nullify that type of magic. When the user comes in physical contact with the same type of magic different times, his antibodies become more specialized and can nullify the magic each time better. An antibody that isn't highly specialized for a particular variant of a certain magic, is able to roughly nullify any variant of that magic. For example, if the product antibody is highly specialized for amber make magic, it'll not be able to nullify the other types of molding magics, but if it isn't specialized for any particular variant of molding magic, it could be able to stop ice make magic too. Antibody magic have no effects on any type of holder magic and for some unknown reason is ineffective also on lost magic. Some skilled users have been able to nullify some lost magics, but the effect of the antibody magic seemed not to be improved with further contacts with that type of magics, though they should have given more resistance and more efficiency to the nullifying effect. The user isn't even able to produce antibody in a mage's body, he can only create antibody in his body, or on the surface of it. Demonic thunder magic. As with all forms of demonic thunder magic is highly volatile and dangerous to everyone around it. An unskilled user could discharge a powerful bolt of lightning, but kill themselves with it at the same time. The variation of lightning produced by the magic is of a neon green color, describing its explosive nature. The lightning can come in many shapes, from explosive spheres discharged at the enemy, to volleys of thunderbolts discharging around the user. A very skilled user could even create their own electromagnetic field, allowing them to fly for short periods of time. The 3 magics were pretty interesting all things considered, but Treasure God magic was easily the best of the 3, with antibody magic being very close in terms of usefulness. Treasure God magic might just make it possible to create her own sacred gears for real. And even without the means, she could make weapons of immense power that would be able to her different teammates to grow much stronger. Demonic thunder magic was, next to useless to her, but she could still see a bit of usefulness to it, especially its used in tandem with other abilities that boosted thunder and lightning powers. Morgan would absolutely be using antibody magic soon too, as it would help against certain forms of magic, and should theoretically be able to help against fellow devils and maybe even angels. She just had to test it in order to see, which she'd do with the help of her peerage in the future. She could only create a certain amount of antibodies, and from what she could tell, there was currently a limit of 3. Assimilating these new magics wasn't difficult for her, thankfully. It just caused a little flutter of magic around her and that was it. Her true trait being unlocked was a lot more noticeable than these new magics. Good, these will be very useful in the future, mostly, Morgan thought, deciding that demonic thunder magic will just be her new thunder magic. Not at all as good as most of her other magics, but it could still let out a good lot of destructive power. With the new powers assimilated, and her unlocking of her true trait completed, Morgan glanced at the time, and got up from her desk, one thought on her mind as she left. Time to become a super devil. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The next mini-arc shall be beginning soon, with its antagonist being shown sooner or later. Anyways, have a good day. 61, Chapter 61, Preparing. Third POV. While Morgan was now deciding to use her new trait to become a proper super devil, creating a new trait and getting her own true form, Cockabiel was having different thoughts. thoughts regarding Morgan, and the influence she was amassing in the underworld. Morgan didn't even realize it, but she was beginning to get a large following amongst the devils, especially the lower class. The common folk, if you will. Why? Because she treated everyone equally, especially within her own lands. Within her lands, all devils were classified as equal, all were punished equally, all were paid equally for the job, obviously the harder jobs paid more, as you'd assume, and all were given the same rights and privileges. Nobody was above another in her lands. Thanks to this, her people, her civilians, were very fond of her, to the point that it was almost to a degree akin to worship, with them spreading the word of Morgan and the action she takes within her community. Now this alone wouldn't make Zekram too worried, but it was the fact that Morgan's influence was extending beyond her own lands, with whispers of praise and adoration spreading around the underworld, within all the lands. The whispers were from low-class folk, to even the high class, and fellow lords who had been to make massive amounts of wealth thanks to her trade group that she had formed. None had profited more than those in her alliance, with the Citrais getting far richer than before thanks to her working with them in order to sell massive amounts of potions around the underworld. Even the Gremmaries were making more money, thanks to her betrothal to Rias. But the Baal clan? They were beginning to lose out on it. Slowly but surely, they were losing more and more money. Their influence beginning to dry up, as those that feared Zekram were beginning to realize that Morgan was stronger than him. As while he did have political connections, that could only do so much before a peerage as powerful as hers, and with the political connections that she too was beginning to amass. The four Satans, Azazel, Citrais, Agars, Leviathan, Lucifer, and so many others. All of these were working with her, or for her. And having a Leviathan and Lucifer in your peerage, it was practically screaming, I am powerful. I am not one to be messed with. And that is what truly worried Zekram. He couldn't touch her. Not personally. She was beloved by the underworld thanks to her potions, and the fertility potions, that pretty much everyone knew she had created. She was so important to the underworld, that not even those that hated her could go against her. What she was creating, what she was doing for the underworld, it was more than a mere conflict or a political plot. It was the future. A future that would not have Zekram Baal in mind. And it was for that reason, that he was currently in his office, staring at words on a piece of paper in front of him, a small grin on his face. A plan had been forming for weeks now, and that plan was finally going to come to fruition. Soon the Zagan clan shall end, for good. Back with Morgan, the woman was unaware of the plots of one of the oldest living devils. Instead, she was looking through her vault. She had been using her Akashic understanding in order to figure out the best ritual to use in tandem with her evolution, and from what she had found, it was a bit complicated. She needed a dragon heart of decent power, a phoenix's heart, and the heart of one of the four Satans. So yeah, not exactly something she could just casually do. Thankfully, after looking through the secrets of the Phoenix family, she had found out that the Phoenix family actually had a phoenix heart, the last known phoenix heart in existence. It was said in legends that if a phoenix was able to consume the heart, they would ascend into a higher form, bringing about a new golden age for the clan. But whenever someone tried to touch it, it would burn them to ash. Only the first phoenix had ever been able to touch a phoenix heart without burning, at least, when it comes to devils. After a bit of searching, Morgan had found it. The phoenix heart. It was a large flaming thing, immense heat that was capable of atomizing an ultimate-class devil, radiating from it. A powerful artifact, but one that was not enough to burn her, as her hand stretched out and she gripped it in her hands. The heat was nothing to her, thanks to her dragon and phoenix sides. Not as hot as I was expecting. But it'll do, Morgan said with a smile as she placed it into her storage bag. The next target, a dragon heart. And there was only one heart needed for the ritual, but why stick with only one, when there are two perfectly good hearts to claim? The hearts of the heavenly dragons. So as it turns out, Dragon Albion's hearts are still around, and fully functional for a ritual. Now, the problem with them was the fact that they were currently in the vault of the Greek gods. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem. Except, Morgan had access to the greatest source of knowledge in the world. And when you have a book on Olympus and its defenses as well as layouts, as well as a spell created to hide the user from gods, well, getting into the vault was a lot easier than you'd think. Standing within the gleaming vault filled with gold and artifacts, Morgan glanced around. She noticed there were a lot of items of legend used by heroes of Greek past, like the Club of Hercules, and the Bow of Atlanta. But it was a large crimson heart exuding bloody red energy, and a large white heart exuding silver energy that caught her eyes more than anything. They were warded with thousands of layers of energy, but getting around that wasn't difficult for someone like her. But once she did get around it, she had to be quick. And she was quick. Masterfully breaking through the wards around the hearts, it took her only a total of 5 seconds before the hearts were shoved into her storage bag, and she was teleporting off, just as Zeus shattered the door and ran in. Grinning, Morgan decided to have some fun, as she warped her form and voice. Thanks for the hearts, ya old coot. Rizevim sends his regards. Morgan disappeared a moment later, leaving a roaring Zeus, furious, and a frowning Athena, wondering what Rizevim wanted the hearts for. Morgan could only cackle after obtaining the 2 hearts, knowing that she had just made Rezevim's life much more difficult. Which is a good thing, as it would make the Greek gods focus on him, while she prepared for future events that would no doubt be going down. The last target that she needed to get was the heart of a Satan. Now this was a lot more complicated. As she did know where the heart was, and she even knew whose it was. The heart of Lucifer himself, the best possible heart she could get for this ritual. But it was where the heart was located that was a big problem. It was in the Vatican. Yeah, that was a complication, even for her. As thanks to the many protections layered around the place, specifically made to detect devils, she couldn't just walk in and grab the damn thing. So instead, she'd need to get the help of someone who was capable of walking in casually and wouldn't be stopped. And that was Jean. She was still a saint technically, and had a living shit load of holy power. Enough to be compared to an angel. And every time she broke through she would unlock another layer of holy power, to the point that she was beginning to catch up to the higher-powered members of the peerage. Something that Morgan kept a close eye on. Creating a portal into the area just outside of the vault was absolutely possible for Morgan, and was exactly what she was doing right now, as she had Jean standing next to her. You understand what you need to do, right? You need to get through this portal, and through the first door you see. In the center will be the heart. Just shove it into this bag and it'll be transported here. After that, I'll call you back with my mark, alright? Morgan said, as Jean nodded. And you're sure that this is safe, and that it won't harm anyone? Of course love, I made certain of that. And you've got an invisibility spell placed on you, so you won't be noticed no matter what, I promise, Morgan said, as Jean breathed out and nodded, as the portal opened in front of them, and Jean raced through moments later. Morgan waited for a little under a minute, before she watched a glow form next to her, a heart beating there, with unique golden and black lines traveling through it. Moments later, Jean appeared within, breathing heavily. Were you seen? Morgan asked, seeing her appearance as Jean shook her head. No, the room was just a lot bigger than you had said, and had a lot of weird traps inside. But nothing I couldn't handle, Master, Jean responded, as Morgan smiled, patting her head as Jean blushed. Good job, Jean, I'll make sure to thoroughly reward you for this later, Morgan said, a small smirk forming on her face as Jean squeaked, an obvious thought flashing through her head, and it was likely a lewd one, as Morgan just laughed, watching Jean give her a thank you and race off, leaving her alone with her ritual objects, and one thought on her mind. Let's do this ritual. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter will be an important one, and will be giving Morgan a large power-up. I plan for this FIC to go for another 50 chapters or so, if that. Anyways, have a good day. 62, Chapter 62, Ritual I. Third POV. With the objects for the ritual all gathered and prepared, Morgan knew that she now had to find a proper location to do the damn thing in. As the ritual was going to be loud, let out a shit ton of very noticeable energy, and was going to be quite painful for Morgan. The location she decided on was deep in Zagan territory, in one of the dozens of large forests that she now owned. A forest that was surrounded with dozens of wards that she had created around the place, in order to defend it against any intruders during the ritual itself. The ritual was a complicated one, and was one that she could not do when anyone was near, which is why she had made sure her entire peerage stayed clear of the forest until she had finished, with the ritual itself taking around a week in total to complete. During that time she would be completely unconscious, and unable to do anything, so it would be up to her peerage to keep her lands defended until she was awake and ready. Something that she was certain they could do, considering the strongest of them was in the very bottom of super class, while a lot of the others were in Satan class. If not, then she had already alerted the 4 Satans that she would be out and doing something very serious during this time. Meaning, she should hopefully be good, she hoped. At the moment, Morgan was outside of the forest, looking at her peerage who had all gathered to send her off, or at least, most of them had, knowing that the next time she showed up, she would be a proper super class being, one that would rival, or maybe even surpass the likes of Sertsk's Gremory himself. Are you sure this is safe? Valyana asked, worried for her master. She really didn't want Morgan to get injured when none of them could even do anything to help her, and she was worried that Morgan would do something stupid. Trust me, love, I am absolutely certain that this is safe. I am not one to do something foolish. I will not get myself killed over something like this, Morgan responded with a confident gleam in her eyes, knowing for certainty that this was going to work, that this was going to be safe. Alright, just, please don't die, will you? Valyana asked, as she leaned forward and pecked her master on her lips before stepping back. I won't, I swear it on my soul. I will come back. In 1 week, I will return, and when I do, I will be a super-class devil that will surpass even Sertsk's. Hell, I won't even be a devil anymore, I'll be something more, something Superior Morgan said, looking over her peerage with a proud gleam in her eyes, knowing that they were ready to do this without her, even if it was only a week. Now, I'll be off, Morgan said with a smile, as she waved goodbye to her peerage, before walking off and into the forest, ready to do this ritual, and become something more. Something akin to that of a god to the devils. Walking through the forest, Morgan stopped in front of the large ritual area. Ancient runes and markings littering the ground and trees in the surroundings. All sorts of wards and barriers blocking the area so that nobody could get in. Only a higher entity like one of the top 5 entities could get through. And she saw no reason as to why they would even bother to get through that barrier. As while she was powerful, she was nothing to them, so why would they need to step in and try to stop her? They'd be able to atomize her from miles away. Placing each of the ritual objects into their respective locations, Morgan made sure the barriers and wards were prepared, as she smiled. Good, it's all prepared and ready, Morgan thought, as she decided to go over her plan one more time before beginning the ritual. Once this is over within a week, I'll finally have the power to properly make some moves. The first and most important of them will be taking out Cockabiel for good. That man is not trustworthy, and I am certain that he is scheming in the background even now. He's preparing to take me out, or ruin my public image, Morgan thought, before continuing. My image isn't going to be something he can ruin, not when I have the backing of so many influential figures in the underworld and beyond. No, he'll try to kill me. Either through assassins, or some underhanded tactic, he will try. And now that I am here in this place, they won't be able to do anything until I am out, as Zekram sure as hell isn't that strong, Morgan thought, as she breathed out. The only other plan would be to cause chaos in my lands. Like working with a rather annoying faction like the old Satan faction. Which, that is certainly possible, but none of them are strong enough to fight against my peerage, so we should be fine, Morgan thought, knowing that it would take a superclass being to proper fight her peerage, and even that was, growing more and more unlikely. And since the 4 Satans were her allies, it would take a huge force of immensely powerful figures to do jack shit to her and her lands. Once I take out Cockabiel for good, Saraord can take over the Baal clan, which will make my entire life far easier, and will get rid of the annoying political problems that keep propping up, as he is naturally behind all of them, Morgan thought, sighing as she uncorked the top of a bottle, as she began to drink her beer. After Zekram will be Hades. He's becoming too big for his britches, and it's time someone shows him his place. Because there is no way in hell I am going to allow that God to continue looking down upon me and my people. That, and he has everything I want, Morgan thought, knowing that he was in possession of something very important. And if she could claim it, it would change everything. Not only for her, but for the entire devil species as a whole. It's just that claiming it would be pretty damn dangerous, and would have to be very carefully done. And then after Hades, it'll be time to take care of Rezevim and the Cows Brigade. And while I can't do shit against Offeyes, I sure as hell can give her a better option than killing Great Red, and I can get rid of the nasty little group before Rezevim does something really stupid, like summoning those EXE gods, Morgan thought, remembering the entities that he would summon canon. Entities that could slaughter Great Red like he was a bug. Entities that were gods of a higher order than even Offeyes and Great Red, and were a greater threat thanks to this. Entities that she could not allow to come into this universe, and in order to do that, she has to kill Rezevim the second she has the chance to. After that, it'll be time to grow her own power, and once she is strong enough, she'll take out the last problem, which is Trihexa. But that would have to come way down the line, as Trisa was way beyond her. Considering that thing is stronger than Great Red and Offeyes, both of which could kill the entire devil race, including her, within a few minutes if they really wanted. With her contemplation of the future over with, and her decision made, Morgan got to her feet and let out a sigh, as she walked towards the center of the ritual circle. Standing there, she closed her eyes, as she began to imbue her energy into the ground below, the ritual circle and objects beginning to glow brighter and brighter, the winds around them beginning to pick up, as the grounds below them shook and quivered underneath the ritual. And soon, her eyes began to close, one thought on her mind as the ritual began to work. Let's hope this works. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So the next few chapters are going to be from the POV of other characters and stuff like that. This also means that they are going to be a bit shorter, around 1.3k words, maybe 1.2k once or twice. It'll get back to normal soon though. Anyways, have a good day. 63, Chapter 63, Ritual 2. First POV, Graphia Lucifuge. My master was asleep, gone, unconscious, doing some ritual that she claimed would make her a superclass entity, a god amongst devils. She was doing something that had never been done before, ascending into something more. I had served as the maid of Sertzka's Lucifer for hundreds of years. I had watched his power, seen it in person, watched as he fought against gods and destroyed any who threatened the peace of the underworld. And yet, my master claims to be becoming something more, something superior, something ascended. And I was terrified. Terrified of what she was doing, of the consequences of this, of the fact that she might die. And yet at the same time, I was so very excited to see what would come of it, what my beloved would become. For she was confident in herself, in her ritual, and how could I, her queen and maid, dare to question her? My fellow servants were worried for her, even the new girl, Scathach. She had joined not that long ago, and was already caring for master. I suppose it was that impossible charm of hers, that made my heart beat faster than any battle, and made my cheeks flush like I was a teenager. I was in love. That much I knew for certain. I was jealous of Ria-sama, of the fact that she was to marry Morgan-sama, that she would marry her before I could. And yet, I knew from the words of master, that she would marry all her beloveds, all her servants that would gladly worship her. And that eliminated that jealousy, for the most part. At the moment, I am walking through the halls of the place in which the four Satans meet, given the order to keep into contact with them in case someone tries something. It was unspoken who, but everyone in the peerage knew she was speaking of Cockabiel. Master had always been, untrusting of the man, disliking him and everything he did. And initially, I didn't truly understand, as while he was a politician at heart, he never seemed that dangerous. But she eliminated that thought when she revealed that he was the one behind the fall of her family. That he was the reason the Zagans were all dead and dusted, and that he was the reason why Rainal Phoenix had done those horrid things to her mother. He was a dangerous man, and she understood why her master was so hesitant to fight him, as he had never truly shown how strong he was, and that was something to be concerned about. Even now, the four Satans were hesitant to do anything to the man, as nobody truly knew how strong he was. About just how deep his connections and manipulations go, about what he knew, what secrets he could share, what clans he could ruin with a few words. He was one of the oldest devils alive, so it was natural. Walking into the council room, I paused. The four Satans were already there, seemingly waiting for me. Ajuka was curious in what master was doing, as usual. As the more she revealed, the more Ajuka realized that she was an intellectual rival. If only he knew just how superior she was to him. That she had inventions and ideas that eclipsed anything he had ever accomplished. Falbium was seemingly uncaring, not showing much of a reaction to my presence. But anyone who knew the man knew that he was interested in hearing what she was here for. Sirsk was naturally interested in anything that involved his future sister-in-law. As he had become a good friend to master, as he was the one that she commonly worked with when it came to certain things she wished to sell and implement into Devil Society. But it was Seraphal that gave me pause. This woman was completely lovestruck by master, she had been for a long time now. The fact that she hadn't jumped master and begged for her to make her her woman, was something that confused myself and the rest of the peerage. But I suspect she was afraid. Afraid of what getting with the master would do to their relationship, and what it would do to the rest of the Devil Society. It was, strangely cowardly for a woman like her, but I suppose I cannot blame her, not truly. Graphia, how is Morgan doing? Has she begun the, you-know-what? Sirsk asked me. He made sure to be secretive in regards to what master was doing, as one wrong word, and it would be spread everywhere, and we cannot allow that to happen. Cockabiel cannot find out that the master is unconscious in a ritual that will make her a superclass entity, or perhaps even beyond that. She has. Her project will be complete within 1 week. During that time, I hope that you can keep your end of the deal. While the rest of us work to keep the master's project running, I spoke, as this ritual was simply going to be dubbed as a project until the time was right. Ah, excellent. And naturally we will keep up the end of our deal. Until the week is over, we'll be personally making sure that the project continues as planned. Nobody will be interrupting it, trust me. Sirsk responded with a confident smirk on his face. I trusted in him, but I also was hesitant to believe that nothing would happen. Cockabiel was smart, and even without him knowing of the project, master suspected that he would be planning something soon, and that was why we were being so very careful regarding the information on the ritual. Was all of this showing bias towards the master? Absolutely, but the four Satans also understood that master was the future. She personified the growth of the underworld, of our species. Without her, the underworld will not develop as it could with her, as she has brought forth inventions and changes that not even the great Ajuka Beelzebub can even hope to compete with. Her fertility potion alone would make the devil population rise at a rapid pace, even if it was sold within extreme limits due to the political issues it could bring up with Azazel and heaven. I truly hope that is the case, Sirsk-sama. But we both know that problems tend to arise in situations like this one. Even with all the planning and preparation that had been put into place, I responded. This was the truth. The world seemed to love to throw in curveballs whenever it was the worst possible time. And right now, it was that time. And the master knew that, so she had a lot prepared just in case. I just pray to Lucifer that it will not be needed, because if it was, this week will be very long, and full of difficulty. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. But, I won't be surprised if you're right, so we'll be on our toes. Sirsk-sama responded, nodding as he agreed. He had been around long enough to know my statement was the truth. Soon, I left the council room, walking back to teleport home, hoping to Lucifer that nothing would happen during this week. And Lucifer, was I wrong? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. As warned, this chapter was shorter, and the next 1 to 3 chapters will also be a bit shorter. Sorry about this. We'll be back to normal length after a maximum of 3 chapters. Hope you liked the first proper POV from another character. There will be a couple more during this little arc. Anyways, have a good day. 64, Chapter 64, Ritual 3. First POV, Rias Gremory. Finding out that your fiancé was going to be unconscious for an entire week would naturally be a shock, right? Because that is what I am right now. Shocked. My fiancé, the woman that I am, very in love with, is becoming a superclass devil, a true, proper, genuine superclass devil. A god amongst devils, an entity that could slaughter thousands and end wars. Just like my brother. I was marrying a superclass entity. Lucifer, when that woman returns, I am totally jumping her. Akeno has been teasing me since we were engaged, making fun of the fact that my beloved had a peerage of a ton of women, all of which were very much feeling similar feelings to me, for her. It was embarrassing, but, I had to admit it was very hot to think of Morgan fucking other woman in front of me. But, that was besides the point. My fiancé would be gone for an entire week for this ritual she was undergoing. A ritual that could absolutely never be revealed to anyone else in the world. Especially not Cockabiel, as well I never knew of how dangerous he was before. After a long conversation with Big Brother and Graphia, I knew that that man was behind all sorts of horrific events from throughout devil history, one of them more than likely being the event that Konako and her sister were involved with. That was a problem. He needed to die. Morgan made that pretty clear, and even Brother agreed with it. It was just the problem of actually killing him, as he was politically the most powerful devil in the underworld, even after Morgan had started her alliance. Which is why her becoming a superclass devil was so important. As once that happened, Zekram cannot hope to stand against her, and his political allies could not be foolish enough to stand with him. Not when Brother and the rest of the 4 Satans would naturally ally with her. It would be 3 superclass devils against none. At the moment I was in the ORC club room, Sona sitting across from me as we played chess against one another. As usual, I was getting completely and utterly crushed by the girl. She was smarter than me, that was something I naturally knew. But thanks to Morgan's help, I have gotten a lot better at it than I used to be. So, I hear that Morgan is going to be out for a week. Sona asked, as I nodded. Mum, she's doing a rather important project that's a week long. It's on the down low, so I can't really share details. But what I can say is that it's so important that my brother is making sure it happens, I responded, knowing that Sona likely had details from Seraphal. Interesting. Any ideas what the project entails? Sona asked. Something to do with stopping the forceful enslavement of others through evil pieces, I responded, as this was an actual project that Morgan had been working on, and an important one. It was also a project that was used as a cover for what was actually happening. Really? That's incredible. That could completely stop any and all slavery that is born thanks to the evil pieces. Not only that, but it would stop most conflicts with other species thanks to the forceful enslavement of their kind, like with the yokai and fallen angels, Sona responded, and that is exactly what I thought. It was a truly important project, just not as important as the ritual that she was undergoing. As her becoming a super devil would change the underworld far more than this other project ever would. After all, she'd be the youngest super devil in underworld history. Even younger than my brother had been when he became one. Much younger in fact. Yeah, it is. But it's also really difficult, so she's decided to hunker down and work on it for a week straight in order to finish it. As it also needs to work on the already existing evil pieces in order to free some of the enslaved members that should be freed by now, I responded, and yet again, this was the truth, at least, in regards to the capabilities of the project that Morgan had been working on. Incredible, she gets more and more impressive every time I hear about her, Sona said with a smile. She had a crush on Morgan, obviously. I wasn't blind. She was probably in love with her and not just crushing on her, and quite frankly, I could not blame her at all. Morgan was all the things you'd want in someone. Smart, funny, strong, kind, really hot, and really good at sex. At least, that's what I'm assuming considering the noises some of her peerage has made at night when I listen to their fun time. You have a crush on her, don't you? I asked, deciding to be blunt with my best friend, well, co-best friend alongside Akeno. And the second I asked this question, Sona's face lit up, a bright blush coating her cheeks, answering the question I had asked within an instant. What no? Oh of course no dash, Sona, I have known you for our entire lives. You are awful at lying, and I can see through them. And there's no reason to lie about this, as I don't mind I cut her off. Because really, I didn't. Seraphol was already in love with Morgan, and if I'm right, then she'll be getting Sona to join them too. Seraphol has always been very loving to her sister, so I wouldn't be shocked if she got off to the idea of Morgan fucking Sona in front of her. What? What, did you think I'd be mad? Sona, Morgan already has a harem of other girls lusting after her, and I know for a fact that she has had sex with a few of them. You joining that harem really isn't a problem, we'd all be sharing her. And I know for a fact that Morgan has enough stamina to go for days, I said, a smirk forming on my face as the blush on Sona's cheeks began to grow more and more. She was really bad at hiding how she felt. Is it really okay for me to get with her? Sona asked me, and once again, I nodded. The girl really wanted to be certain it seemed. Yes, Sona, it's alright. Hell, if I didn't tell you this, I'm sure your sister would. Seraphal's been in love with her longer than I have, I said, as Sona's eyes widened. It didn't seem she knew about that fact. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems between the two, but I doubt it. If anything, Seraphol would be more excited to know that her sister was guaranteed in love with Morgan. I didn't know about that, Sona whispered, surprised. Really, I don't see why she is trying so hard to try to hide that she was in love with Morgan, as Morgan is not dumb, and absolutely knows that she is in love with her. Coughing awkwardly, Sona moved her queen piece, causing me to let out a sigh, as she smirked, deciding to change the conversation. Checkmate. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Another intermission chapter before things really start to pick up. Around 2 more chapters that will be a bit shorter than normal, and then it will be back to normal. It won't guaranteed be the next chapter, but just 2 in general. As there is a couple of POVs I gotta do that will likely be shorter. Anyways, have a good day. 65, Chapter 65, Ritual 4. First POV, Valiana Lucifer. Being a servant of Morgan Zagan was both an incredible, fantastic, amazing thing, and also insanely stressful. Especially when your damn master is knocked out in some ritual, while you're handed the duty of keeping the security of the lands she runs. I've never run security for what was basically a small country. If I didn't have Graphia helping me, I'd be fucked right now, and not in the fun way with Morgan at my back. No, this was the annoying sort of fucked where I've got a nasty headache and the desire to go and pass out drunk. How in Lucifer's name does Morgan do this every day? I've got a stack of like 75 papers that need to be signed in the office waiting for me. I've got to fly around her territories, and I have to check up on all the wards in order to make sure that it was all safe and running properly. The latter of which is what I am doing right now, flying above the lands that Morgan owned, which is a shit ton thanks to her taking over the Fenix territory and that other guy's that I forgot the name of. Glad I'm not the only one who forgot his name, Albion's voice echoed in my head. The damn dragon liked to go to sleep for days and then scare me. Thankfully I didn't falter and fall out of the sky from being jump scared though. Satan, I hate when you do that. And yeah, he's some nobody anyways, so who gives a damn what his name was. The most important thing to know about him is that Morgan killed him and took his territory, I responded, as this was basically the truth. He was a weakling but had a lot of land, so that was the most important thing for Morgan. How do you feel knowing that Morgan is out of the count of a weak partner? Albion asked me. This was the question that had been asked to most of the peerage by those we interact with that knew of what Morgan was doing, and it tended to be the same answer. Uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Not having her around for so long is weird. I know it's only a week, but it feels wrong, like I'm missing a vital part of myself, I responded, and this was the truth. As corny as it sounded, Morgan had become vital to me, more important than just about anything or anyone else in the entire world. And I couldn't imagine myself without her. So for her to be gone for an entire week, doing a dangerous ritual that could potentially backfire, was terrifying. It makes it even worse knowing that we cannot go anywhere near her, as otherwise we could potentially disrupt the ritual and almost guaranteed threaten her life and the progress of the ritual. It's only natural that you'd be uncomfortable without your mate, partner. Mates are the most important things to us dragons, and even to you, who only is part dragon, they still are, Albion responded to me. Mate, that's actually a thing. I thought you were just messing with me because I was still trying to get Morgan's attention at the time. Before we officially got together, I responded, wide-eyed. What, you thought I lied? I have no reason to lie about that sort of thing, Valiana. So yes, mates are absolutely a thing. And in your case, Morgan is your mate. Just like she is the mate of Issei, of Yasaka, and of most of her peerage at this point. Really, that girl is a mate magnet at this point, Albion responded, sounding almost insulted. I didn't think that was actually a thing for us. Sure, I knew that Yasaka had marked Morgan as her mate, but I didn't think it was a thing for dragons too. Does that mean even someone like Aphies could have a mate? I asked, as Albion went silent, probably because I name-dropped the dragon god of infinity. It happened when anyone name-dropped her around Albion or Drake. They got really uncomfortable for some reason, but I'm assuming it's a natural fear for the strongest of their kind. Yes, I suppose she could, but I can't really see anyone having the means to become her mate. It'd only happen if she herself chose to get with someone weaker than her, as she sure as hell won't ever see Great Red as her mate, Albion responded as I snorted at the thought. It was well known that she despised Great Red, thanks to Morgan spreading the info to the peerage, about the Cows Brigade and the fact that it was made to kill Great Red by Aphies, but she was being manipulated by my prick grandfather. Honestly, I can't wait to watch Morgan rip his heart out and crush it, only for me to drain her dry later in return for killing the man that made my life a living hell. And if she didn't kill him, I hoped she would at least help me kill the bastard. Do you think the ritual will truly make her a superclass being? Albion asked me out of the blue, causing me to pause. I think that it will make her stronger than a superclass being, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think Morgan really realizes how strong she actually is, does she? Because I'm pretty damn certain that she is already in the superclass level of power, I asked Albion, knowing that he would have knowledge on this sort of thing. Yes, she is. She likely doesn't even realize it, but she's nearing the power of Ajuka Beelzebub, and is almost certainly stronger than that Rezevim brat. After she does this ritual of hers and ascends into a higher form of devil, I'm almost certain that she would be stronger than any other devil, and would likely be in the top 5 strongest in this world, Albion responded, causing me to let out a chuckle. She never fails to underestimate herself, doesn't she? Seriously, with all those impossible gears of her, she could probably beat the snot out of even someone like Hades. And she thinks she's not superclass. I said, laughing as Morgan was smart, incredible, and easily one of the greatest geniuses in the world. But Satan was she awful at understanding just how ridiculously powerful she actually was. She constantly underestimated herself, and overestimated others, which was both a good thing and a bad thing. It is both a boon and a curse for someone like her. But I have a feeling that she will realize the truth once she finishes the ritual. And considering the nature of the ritual and what she is using in it, I imagine she will be more than any normal devil at that point. What do you mean? She is using the heart of myself and Drake, the heart of an ancient phoenix that at its peak could rival a superclass being, and the heart of Lucifer himself. I don't think she realizes it, but she is going to gain far more than just some trait. She is going to ascend into something much stronger than a devil, and will almost certainly obtain more than just a singular trait. Explain. It's simple. She will become a sort of fusion. She will obtain a domain and power like myself and Drake in our divide and boost. From Lucifer she will almost certainly obtain his clan traits, and might even become an entity similar in nature to him, which would allow her to switch between demonic and angelic natures. And from the Phoenix, she will obtain the hottest flames in the world, and a form of immortality that will make her impossible to kill by anything, except for Aphies and Great Red themselves, Albion responded, as my eyes widened. But how did the original Phoenix die? It angered Aphies Sama after it made fun of her form at the time. Otherwise, not even I or Drake was able to get rid of its immortality. And those flames? Those are going to be absolutely monstrous in the hands of your mate, as they could burn even I, but because the Phoenix was only superclass in power, it could not do more. But with a being that is growing as fast as Morgan, she'll become more than you can possibly imagine, Albion responded to me once again, as I could only laugh at the ridiculousness at this piece of information. As finally, it really made one thing clear to me, and that is, that Rezevim is fucking screwed. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and $5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. There should be 1 or 2 more POV chapters and then Morgan shall return. More will be happening in those POVs though. The next 2 chapters will likely be shorter thanks to this. Around 1.2k words. Anyways, have a good day. 66, Chapter 66, Ritual V. First POV, Scathach. Life underneath my new master was a peculiar one. Morgan Zagan, my master, was a change. An interesting change, a huge one. For a being like myself, as old as I am, serving a woman so interesting was definitely a unique experience. I had met, fought, and killed entities and beings of all shapes, sizes, and levels of power. They were all unique in some form or another. From being arrogant little men and women, to being snakes in human skin. But Morgan Zagan, she was utterly unique. She was blunt, so blunt, that it didn't matter what she was talking about, she spoke of it truthfully. She didn't care if it would hurt your feelings, she told it to you how she felt it was. It was refreshing, so very refreshing. Not only was her personality interesting, her power was as well. The strength that she had, the way she would randomly grow in a burst of power, new traits and abilities seemingly just appearing, was very very unique. Also quite impossible at times. But I did not dare question it, not because I didn't want to, but because I did not need to. I liked serving underneath her, learning about her, about this world. My knowledge of my other world was lacking, severely so. And yet that mattered not to me. I enjoyed this place, and if my own intuition was correct, I liked it far more than my past life, than the other world in which I came from. Something about that world felt wrong. But this world, it felt so very right. Morgan Zagan felt so right for me. And it was because of this that I was currently patrolling one of the smaller cities within her territory, a minor city known as Alzaria, a city that to my knowledge, was experts at tailoring and creating incredible pieces of clothing. It was where my master had gotten me my casual clothes from, after all. Walking through the streets of this place was different than what I'd expected when I was reincarnated into a devil. I expected darker environments, sin and death, more noticeable demonic features and more noticeable acts of evil. But in actuality, quite a lot of them were just like humans. Kind, warm, and friendly. And just like humans they varied in personality, height, and character. But the devils within Master's territory were consistently kinder than any other I had seen when I went to other territories. But the closer I looked, the more I realized that it was because of Master herself that they were like this. They were kind, they were warm, all because they were happy. Master didn't treat any of them better than each other, they were all equal in her eyes, regardless of if they were noble or not. All were given equal chances, and none were mistreated. And it was thanks to this that not only are the people in these lands nicer than others and stronger than in others, they were also more loyal than in any other. Because they all adored Master more than any of the other noble devils that treated them as nothing more than slaves and workers. Those to be used and discarded as if they were nothing. It was an honor to work with a woman like that. A good woman. The streets today are just as beautiful and peaceful as usual. I have never seen conflict occur in this place before, likely because of a mixture of Master putting the greatest security measures of the entire underworld throughout her territories, and because the people here like living here enough to not cause that sort of foolish thing. I just hope that it will remain this way. Tiamat POV. Serving a devil like Morgan has been an interesting experience. She was kinder to me than any devil had ever been towards a dragon. She didn't treat me like some monster, like some disgusting creature, and not like some sort of pet. Instead, she gave me the respect and care that a being like myself deserved. I just wish I could reciprocate, but those damned girls keep jumping her before I get the chance. But the second I can, I'm going to drain her dry just as the brat bonded to Albion has, and just as that naughty maid had done recently. I was ordered to patrol the forests of Master's territory, besides the one that Master herself was currently in. And as usual, it was quite boring. The creatures here were weak and did not dare step anywhere near me, making this entire walk to be boring as hell. Master would be asleep for another 7 days, so I can only hope something interesting would happen by then. Well, at least something interesting that wouldn't be too dangerous. More so for the others, not me. After all, I'm a dragon. Kurika POV. Naya, I wish Master wouldn't take so long. A week is way too long to wait for her to pump me full of her kitten-making seed. But instead of making love to Master, I'm walking through the streets of another of her cities. It's a fun place, makes the best ramen in the entire underworld. But it's so boring. Master has made this place so incredibly safe that nothing ever happens. Besides a few drunk idiots that usually get control of themselves, nothing ever happens. And I can tell because even the guards say the same thing, and they're weaklings. Well, not that weak actually. They're all middle class to high class thanks to Master giving them a ton of materials and training to make them the best protective force in the underworld, but still weak in comparison to Master and her peerage. Master loved to protect her territory, to the point that she had left Valiana a stack of over 75 papers that she had to finish in order to make sure everything was running up to her standards. It was almost scary how fast Master was when it came to paperwork, and how she did it with a smile on her face like it was nothing. Whereas Seraphal and Sertz always grumble about it whenever they come over to see Master. But they probably have way more paperwork than Master. Either way, Valiana is throwing a fit because of all the work she has to do, being the one who is now in charge of security until Morgan comes back. I hope she can finish the ritual early, because all the grumbling, while funny, is kind of annoying at times. Wonder if I could go and see Chiron at all during this time. I know she wants to know more about the Master. Levinia POV. This city is amazing. I didn't realize Master had a city that was almost entirely dedicated to training magic users from both the underworld and Earth. It's way better than the other ones back on Earth. I guess Master might have started this in secret using the contracts we have all gathered during our time doing the requests of our contractors. There's more human magic users here than I ever saw in my time on Earth. Master really is incredible, it's no wonder that I am in love with her. But I guess that's kinda the entire peerage at this point, well, besides Asia and the boys. None of them have a chance, and they know that. And in the case of Asia, they see each other as a siblings and nothing more. Maybe it's time I join Valiana and get bred by Master. It sounds like a lot of fun. For now I should just focus on patrolling this awesome city, made by an awesome Master. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter is the last shorter one, and after that big stuff will start to go down, and Morgan should be returning. Anyways, have a good day. 67, Chapter 67, Ritual 6. First POV, Issei. Being the Red Dragon Empress is an interesting experience. Being gawked at, looked at like I'm some sort of incredible celebrity every time someone sees me. Being seen as if I am some sort of higher entity, like a god. When in reality I'm just a pervert who really enjoys playing with and sucking on her master's incredible oppi. Seriously, why did Master have to go into that ritual for an entire week? It would have been better if it was only a few days, but no, it has to be a week so she can integrate and assimilate all the new power and properly use the ritual objects. We both know it's a lot more complicated than that, partner. The objects have to bind with and assimilate to her own soul. Drake spoke in my head, the damned know-it-all who loves to make me look dumb. Sure, I love the guy, he's basically my best friend, but damn can he get a little annoying at times. I can hear that, you damned brat. Drake exclaimed, as I snorted. Please, that was on purpose, you damn lizard. And yeah, I know it has to assimilate with her soul, I just don't understand why the damn ritual has to take so long, I replied with a grumble, really just not wanting to wait so long for Master and her beautiful oppi. What, did you expect assimilating that sort of thing to be quick? Kid, she's assimilating 4 objects of immense power, power that others would quite literally kill for. That people have killed for. The hearts of myself and the White One are not just causally obtained. Those were fought over, a war was fought, and a war was won, Drake responded as I rolled my eyes. Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it should take a week. Morgan is already super strong, right? So why is it taking so long if she is already that strong? I asked, as Drake snorted in my mind space. Kid, she is absorbing hearts of 2 beings that were once considered in the top 3 strongest in the entire world. And she is not just absorbing our physical heart, but the power that is tied to them. She is quite literally going to have the blood of myself and Albion running through her veins. And through that, she is likely going to develop traits of both of us when she awakens, Drake responded, as I blinked. Really, this only made me come to one conclusion. So does that mean she will sorta be your guy's kid? I asked, as Drake went silent for a few moments, as I realized that what I said was probably true, causing me to laugh out loud. Because it is funny. The 2 rivals that hate each other, or at least did, now might have a genuine kid with one another, or at least someone who carries both of their blood. No, she'd be sorta like us sharing a grandchild. Still, not something I like, but it could be a lot worse than that. And it isn't just us that is going to influence her, but also the Phoenix heart of the first Phoenix, and the heart of Lucifer. She'll be influenced in similar ways by both of them as well, Drake responded. In what sort of ways? Better form of immortality, stronger fire, the ability to take an angelic form like Lucifer could, all sorts of things really. She'll likely also be boosted so much in power, that she'll be closer to the top 5 strongest in the world. Not only that, but she'll have more potential than any other living being on the planet, not that she didn't already have it. That kid's growth is truly ridiculous, Drake answered, as that was something that I sure as hell can agree on. Yeah, you're right about that, Morgan is insanely ridiculous. Seriously, one moment you think you might finally be catching up to her in power, and then, bam. She's a superclass being that could beat the shit out of you in a couple of movements, I said, and that was true. Neither Valiana or I were her opponent anymore. At one point Valiana could compare to her, we could battle it out with her and make her struggle and sweat, showing off her glistening abs and her oppi the nevermind. But now we couldn't even last more than a couple of minutes, and that is without her trying. If she went all out, we'd both be taken out within literally 30 seconds. But like most of the peerage knows by now, I already know that Morgan doesn't even realize how strong she was. Because otherwise she'd know that she is already a superclass being, and probably as strong as Xerxes at this point. Or at least very close to that level. Probably making her stronger than that Rezevim douche and Ajuka. Ajuka ain't really a fighter though, so I guess that isn't really saying all that much. It's Xerxes that is truly powerful. That power of destruction is genuinely a terrifying thing to even think of going against. And Morgan could easily block it, if her fights against Rias are any indicator. Have you or any of your peerage mates ever figured out how she is growing so quickly? Surely it's not just natural growth, right? Drake asked, and yeah, we did. We couldn't find jack shit. And quite frankly, we didn't really want to. As if it was anything truly bad, we'd know by now. Meaning that whatever it is probably better off not known. Just like the many other secrets that Master has. Like the fact that she knows about other universes casually, or the fact that she suddenly gets boosts in power or learns new magics that have never been seen before. We never questioned it, because we trust Morgan, and she trusts us. Yeah, never goes anywhere. Probably best it doesn't, I responded, as Drake inwardly agreed. Some secrets are better off never being known. 7 entire days had passed without Morgan, 7 very very long days. Nothing had really happened during those days, besides some small scuffles that naturally just happened at bars and stuff. But nothing serious. Morgan should be waking up within an hour, which was a good thing, because I'm pretty sure Valiana is literally pulling her hair out at all the paperwork she was having to do. And even Graphia, who had been put in charge of other pieces of paperwork, was going crazy having to do it all. Whereas I am just walking through the streets of the second largest city in the territory, where the newly made blacksmith factories have been created. These factories have been making some of the best weapons in the underworld and were making Morgan a shit ton of money. So, how much longer do you think it'll take until Morgan is awake? Because this is taking longer than I thought it would, Drake asked inwardly. Should be within an hour, if Morgan's estimation was correct. She said that it shouldn't be any later than that, so I hope she'll be up soon. Because I don't think Valiana can take much more of this, I responded, as Drake let out a laugh inwardly. You have to admit that it is amusing seeing her throw a fit over some paper. Oh, it is, but I also feel bad for her, so. I trailed off, as Drake just continued to laugh inwardly. I was cut off from continuing my conversation, as a little girl walked up to me. She was a cute little thing, probably 5 years old, and in her hand was a small teddy bear. Hi, see, could you sign my teddy? The child asked, as I smiled. Of course, who should I sign it to? I asked, as the child's smile grew, and my heart dropped when I heard the words of Drake echo in my head. Partner, look out. As those words echoed in my ears, an earth-shattering boom ripped out of the teddy bear, as the last words I heard before everything went dark was, Cockabiel sends his regards. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. And so it begins, and this also means things are going to start picking up drastically. Morgan will be returning the next chapter, but not until later into it. Chapters are going to be back to 1.4k words as usual. Anyways, have a good day. 68, Chapter 68, Ritual 7. Third POV, earlier. Sitting behind the desk of Morgan's office was Valiana. Surrounding her were large stacks of papers, hundreds of them surrounding her on all sides. She looked completely and utterly exhausted as she read the paper in front of her, grumbles echoing from her as Graphia, who was also in the room, watched her. Are you alright, Valiana? Graphia asked, genuinely concerned as the girl looked awful at the moment. Like she was going to pass out within a few minutes. Fine. This damn paperwork is starting to get to me, Valiana responded with a loud yawn, rubbing her eyes as she took another drink of her black coffee, strong coffee that was made to keep her up so she could finish the damn work in front of her. Are you certain? I can take over if you need it, Valiana. I've done paperwork with certs, and while it certainly is not as detailed as Morgan's, I'm certain that I can do it just fine, Graphia responded, as Valiana waved her off. Nah, not needed. How's the reports on the influx of orphans going? Valiana asked, waving off her concerns and moving on to something that she deemed as more important. They are strange, very strange. From what we have found, they are all coming from 3 different territories, and are all coming from the same groups of orphanages. But we haven't found any sort of signs of foul play, beyond the fact that the orphanages that they lived in have recently shut down, so they were directed here, Graphia responded, as Valiana nodded in understanding. Because we have the best orphanages in the underworld. Yeah, it makes sense. Any idea where these territories are? Valiana asked, sipping on her coffee and filling out another paper, as Graphia hummed. Bringing up her paper, she looked it over, before stopping, her eyes widening in alarm as Valiana noticed her look. What's wrong? The territories, they all border the same place, Graphia responded, growing increasingly worried as she began to contemplate what this information could mean. Where? Valiana asked, a sinking feeling settling in as Graphia breathed out. The territory of the Bale clan, Graphia responded, as Valiana breathed in a sharp breath, realizing that this was definitely not good. That something was happening, and they weren't even realizing. That Cockabiel was up to something. And before Valiana could utter a word, an earth-shattering explosion radiated from the distance, as more and more explosions began to rattle the building that was only just outside the nearest city, a momentary home as it was close to the forest. Shit. Alert the rest peerage. And send word to the 4 Satans, tell them that Cockabiel is attacking. Valiana yelled, as all forms of exhaustion was obliterated as she sprinted from the room. What the fuck is happening? Tiamat yelled as she began to follow Valiana. Cockabiel is. The damn bastard had some sort of plan involving sending orphans into our territory. Valiana yelled, as Tiamat's eyes widened. Orphans? That man used orphans to attack us. What sort of monster does that? Tiamat yelled, as more of the peerage that was home began to join them, as they took to the skies, their hearts dropping as they looked at the city. Smoke and flames rose from the city, as buildings were collapsed and screams echoed. Morgan, you need to wake up. In another city, the groans of a woman echoed through a street. This was the groans of Issei, who grit her teeth in pain, thanking Satan that Morgan made sure they all wore specialized gear that was made to absorb and protect against explosions. Partner, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but what the fuck was that Drake? No idea, but whatever it was, that kid was under control from some sort of mind control magic. But that doesn't matter. You need to get up, partner. Drake said, as Issei reached into her special bag, and gulped down a phoenix tear, her wounds healing instantly as she got to her feet and began to look around, only to stop as she looked forward. Her face went dark as she saw the half-burnt corpse of the little girl that had offered her the toy that had exploded. Zekram did this, Issei said darkly, understanding that this was undoubtedly the work of Zekram Bale. That he had finally decided to attack Morgan and her territories. No, we did, a voice echoed, as Issei dodged a blast of light energy that nearly slammed into her, before turning to the voice, her eyes widening as she recognized who it was. Morgan had given them photos and pictures of individuals that they needed to be wary of, or avoid outright. The man before her was one of the people that she was told to be incredibly careful around, due to the sacred gear he wielded. The man who used the strongest sacred gear, the true Longinus. A member of the Cow's Brigade. Chow. Glancing around, Issei noticed more and more people beginning to show up, ranging from middle class all the way to ultimate class. Man, all this for little ol' me. I feel honored. Issei said with a grin, the boosted gear glimmering on her hand as crimson-red energy began to swirl around her. Please, we do not need this much to kill devil scum like you. No, we need this for that master of yours, Morgan. Where is she? Or is she a coward who will not come out even after we kill her people? I suppose that is to be expected by devils, Chow said arrogantly, a scowl on his face. If she's a coward, what does that make the bastard that used a little girl to try and kill me? Issei replied with a scowl, as Chow snorted. Please, that was no little girl. That was a devil. Death was a gift to something like her, Chow responded, as Issei growled. So you're a piece of shit racist who hates all devils because you don't like how humans are treated, is that right? You do realize that my master is one of the kindest devils in the entire underworld when it comes to humans, right? Are you an idiot? Issei said, scowling at the man who just ignored her. Kill her. Better for the devils to not keep the boosted gear, Chow ordered, as the surrounding Cow's Brigade members began to launch attacks towards Issei, who masterfully blocked and dodged them. Seeing that his subordinates weren't doing anything, Chow decided to just do it himself, as the true Longinus glowed in his hands, as the purest and strongest holy energy began to invade the surroundings, causing Issei to grunt. As while she had grown resistant to holy energy, she was not immune to it. Beyond that, the holy energy of the true Longinus was from God himself, and was well beyond any other, making it far stronger than other holy artifacts, and thus, was able to kill her easier than any other holy artifact would be able to. Boost. You are more resistant to my spear than most, but, it's not enough, Chow said, as a light blast tore through the space in between them, causing her to barely dodge as the blast hit her arm, causing her to groan in pain, as she brought out another phoenix tear and downed it. But it didn't do much against the holy energy of the true Longinus, as she realized, this wasn't good. Well shit, partner, looks like we need to go all out, Issei said to Drake inwardly, as she realized that she would likely die if she didn't. Let's do this, partner, Drake responded, as they both opened their mouths and began to speak. Who shall awaken? Coughs echoed through the destroyed surroundings of a city, more than half the city obliterated, as in the middle was, Issei. Laying on her back, blood and sweat caking her form, as above her stood a bleeding Chow, who was missing his left arm, but besides that, was better off than the half-dead Issei. Why, you were a good battle, for a devil. But not even you can defeat the wielder of the true Longinus, Chow said coldly, as he lifted the spear, as Issei could only look up, no tears spilling, as she had one last thought on her mind, as everything soon went dark. I'm sorry, master. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So is Issei dead? Will Chow survive this? You'll see. So yeah, Zekram's got even more connections than you'd think, and has called in some pretty strong backup, the perfect counter to the girls, if you will. Anyways, have a good day. 69, Chapter 69, Ritual End. Third POV, a little earlier. Within the center of a large forest, a large crystal glowed. A crystal of red, white, golden, and fiery orange. Energy poured and trickled throughout the crystal, as the surroundings were overgrown and seemingly imbued with immense power. This was the crystal that held the currently unconscious Morgan Zagan. She had been within this crystal for an entire week, and finally, after an entire week, the crystal began to crack and shatter, as her figure began to be revealed to the world. Morgan looked different, and yet the same. Her hair was the same, her height was the same, but her beauty, her assets, it was all better. She was now beautiful to an entirely new realm, an entirely new level, to the point that she could be considered more beautiful than even the likes of Aphrodite, the literal god of beauty. It was like she was sculpted to be the most beautiful. Her assets had grown larger and more firm, and her member had grown ever so slightly. But it wasn't this that was truly eye-catching, but the large horns that curled out of her head, the 2 large wings that appeared behind her, and the draconic tail that coiled from just above her butt. Just 2 of them, and they are flaming with bright crimson flames. The tail. The horns. Opening her eyes, Morgan's eyes revealed 2 slitted silver eyes, glowing with power as she breathed out, clenching her fist as she felt the power within her. It was, well beyond anything she had before, so much so that she was pretty certain that she had overtaken Xerxes by quite a bit now. If she was right, then she was likely in the same level of power as Hades, making her tied for the 5th strongest being. As Aphies, Great Red, and Trihexa were all tied for first. Not only that, but she could instinctively understand what powers she had been granted, and Satan, they were incredible. But at the same time, she could feel her fan and maker try to activate, but stopped when she felt it. The wards around her lands all flaring and activating at all times, as her hearing and senses expanded, and her eyes widened. She could hear the screams and cries of her people, of the laughter and arrogance of the men and women who were attacking her people, of the barrier that was meticulously created in order to stop the 4 Satans from interfering. She could hear it all. She stopped her fan and maker from activating as she could not afford it, not at the moment. Instead, she focused on her connection to her peerage, her eyes constricting as she noticed that she was close to death. And so, she took off, disappearing from the forest in an instant, the earth shattering around her as she moved so fast that she didn't even have a blur. It was like she was in the forest one instant, and in the next, she was gripping the length of the true Longinus, a glare piercing into the form of Chow Chow, as she reached her hand out, and instinctively activated one of her new powers, the trait that Lucifer was so well known for, and the true version of the ability that Rezevim had. The trait known as Rebellion. A trait that allowed her to rebel and reject/deny just about anything. The more powerful the thing is, the more energy it took from her. And in this case, she rebelled against the concept of damage on Issei, as her energy was drained ever so slightly and Issei was instantly healed like it was nothing, Chow Chow's eyes widening in alarm as he finally was able to react to her. So you are Dash, shut the fuck up you little mutt. Morgan cut him off coldly, not even wanting to deal with the stupid villain bullshit, not at the moment. How to Dash? I said shut up, you little fucking idiot. You arrogant little man that thinks he's so strong because of some spear, a spear that means nothing, Morgan said, as she gripped the true Longinus, and casually ripped it from his grip, Chow Chow's eyes widening as she casually tossed it into her pocket space. What? Weren't expecting that? Did you truly believe that I would just allow you and Zekram's dogs to attack my home? Did you truly think you are going to live after this? That I will not come for Rezevim, for Loki, for all the others in that cow's brigade of yours? Morgan said, laughing as around him, every single one of the subordinates that were still living, had their heads explode with a casual movement. After I kill you, I am going to kill every single member of your little group, every member of every fucking faction that dared take part in this. The Cow's Brigade, the Hero faction, the Little Dogs of Zekram, and the Old Satan faction. All of you foolish worms are going to cease to exist after this, and you caused it. I hope you're happy, Chow Chow, Morgan said coldly, as the man attempted to fight back against her grip, only for her to rip his other arm off like it was nothing, screams leaving him. What? Is that pain you're feeling? I wonder how all those innocent children you used feel, how all the innocent men and women feel. Truly, I wonder how the fuck a man like you was ever allowed to wield the true Longinus, Morgan said with a scowl, as she reached her hand up, and a slap echoed out throughout the opening, and a head flew in the next moment. Within less than a minute, as if he was nothing, Chow Chow was dead. His Longinus now in her hands, even if she could not use it to its true capabilities. All his subordinates dead, and Issei was still alive, albeit unconscious. Looking to her, she softly smiled. Sleep well, darling, I'll be back, I've got bugs to deal with, Morgan said as she created a barrier around Issei, before teleporting off to deal with the rest. In another city, Graphia was busy battling it out with Cat Area Leviathan, who was boosted by one of Aphies' snakes. Alongside her was a group of 10 other Old Satan faction devils that were all high class in power. They were all working in tandem to defeat Graphia, who was struggling against the sheer number of them, as there was a hell of a lot more than 10 high-class devils at one point. But now she was beginning to get overwhelmed by the arrogant woman in front of her. Not so strong now, are you, traitor? Cat Area said with an arrogant grin, as Graphia began to pant, glancing around with a somber look on her face, realizing that she was going to lose. Only, to stop, as she gazed behind Cat Area, her eyes widening as a small laugh echoed from her. welcome back, Master. Kateria couldn't even react before her head also went flying, dead in an instant, just as easily as Chow Chow. Neither of them even being able to fight back against the woman that was now a god in all but name. Are you alright, Graphia? Morgan asked, as she stepped over the corpse of the woman and moved to Graphia, who nodded slowly. Why yes. But you have to go, there's more dash, I've taken care of them, love. Every single invader are corpses. And we now have 3 new Longinus class sacred gears to get in return. The Annihilation Maker, Dimension Lost, and the True Longinus, Morgan said with a small smile, as she reached into her bag and tossed a small bead to Graphia. That's Annihilation Maker, make sure to use it. I've already given Dimension Lost to Kurika. But I think it's about time you get a power boost, and I think the Annihilation Maker would suit you, Morgan said, as Graphia looked down at it in awe, before downing the bead, power flowing through her. Rest, Graphia, I'll be back. But I've got an annoying barrier to destroy, and the man that created it to kill, Morgan said, as she pecked Graphia on the lips before disappearing. Watching her master leave, Graphia let out a sigh of relief, one thought on her minds as a smirk formed, her thought being a rare one from someone like her, but an accurate one. Cockabiel, you fucked up. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how well this was made, but I am tired. And, Morgan is kinda just strong to the point that showing her teleport around would have been pointless, as it would have been all the same. Her literally slapping people to death and popping their heads like they're balloons. The next chapter will be a lot better. Anyways, have a good day. 70, Chapter 70, Beyond Superclass. Third POV. Leaving from Graphia, Morgan ended up teleporting a few miles away to the barrier that had been created around her territory, a barrier that was currently being held up by a man known as Shilba Beelzebub alongside Cruzari Asmoduz and over 300 members of Nilrem, the magician faction of the Cows Brigade. There was also a glowing stone that was powering the barrier, a stone made from a small portion of Aphiza's power, made after asking if she could give them a stone that would create a barrier strong enough to stop the 4 Satans, and they got exactly what they wanted. At least, the Cows Brigade asked for this, and then worked with the old Satan faction and Zekram to put a plan in motion that would allow them to finally wipe out Morgan, as she had been causing them a lot of issues in the past years. Sadly for them, they severely underestimated the power of Morgan, and just how resourceful she had been. Teleporting into the opening, Morgan looked over the large group of magicians and hummed, "You all are a lot weaker than I was expecting," she spoke out, as they all turned to her, wide-eyed. On the other side of the powerful barrier were the 4 Satans, looking at her with shock as they hadn't expected to see her there, not so quickly. More than that, they all noticed her new form, and the power that was passively radiating out of her new figure. "You, how did you get here?" Shilba yelled, as Morgan glanced at him. "What? Didn't think I'd get past the True Longinus Wielder, or Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost," Morgan said in amusement, as the man's eyes widened upon seeing her reach into her pocket dimension, pulling out the True Longinus. "Quite strong, isn't it?" The man that used it certainly wasn't. He was an arrogant little prick that slaughtered innocent devils all because he didn't like them. "Men, women, children," Morgan said with a disappointed sigh, before glancing back at the 2 men standing there. "If only you came a day earlier, then maybe you could have won. But now that I'm here, you're all going to die. And then once I am done killing you, I am going to find and kill the rest of the old Satan faction, the Cows Brigade, and nobody is going to stop me," Morgan said coldly, her aura flaring as the underworld began to quiver underneath her might. Sertx breathed out as he realized that she was a lot stronger than before, that she was superclass now, maybe even beyond that. "Zex, is she?" Seraphal asked, trailing off as Sertx nodded. "She is. I can tell just looking at her. She's broken through the barrier, and is now the 4th superclass devil," Sertx said, knowing that this would change everything. That her breaking through into this tier was going to permanently change the makeup of the underworld. "And you think you can stop us? We are stronger than ever before. There are 300 magicians that are going to help us stop you." "What magicians? I've rejected their presence here," Morgan said, cutting off Shilba as the second she said this, all 300 of the magicians were cut cleanly in half, top to bottom. I'm a superclass devil, you fool. Did you really think a bunch of bugs and slightly bigger bugs are going to be a problem for me?" Morgan asked with a raised eyebrow, as the man paled more and more as he realized that this was pointless. He was going to die. "Any last words before I kill the 2 of you?" Morgan asked, glancing at them as Cruzari spoke up. "Yeah, die." Cruzari roared, as he launched himself towards her at full speed, only for Morgan to deadpan as his upper body was obliterated the next second, a singular finger raising as she killed him. Glancing back at Shilba, she disappeared and reappeared in front of him, her hand gripping his throat as he attempted to use his demonic energy, only for her to reject the energy inside of him, causing it to break and shatter, not working as he screeched in pain and agony. "Goodbye Shulba, I hope all of this pointless bullshit was worth it, you worthless little man," Morgan said blandly, as she snapped his neck cleanly in half, his body burning to ashes as she walked towards the stone that was making the barrier. Reaching her hand out, she gripped it, as she crushed the stone with her strength. As while the stone did have the power of Aphize, it did not have infinite durability or anything, and thus, she was able to destroy it with little difficulty. And thanks to her destroying it, the barrier dissipated moments later, the 4 Satans marching through with the soldiers behind them. "Morgan, what the hell happened?" Seraphal asked, as Morgan sighed. Cockabiel decided he didn't like that I've been growing, so he decided to work with the old Satan faction and Cow's brigade to try and take me out before I got stronger. "Too bad for the old prick, I'm a lot stronger than he thought," Morgan replied. Before Seraphal could ask the question on her mind, Morgan tossed Sertz a stack of papers from her pocket dimension. "There's all the proof you'll need." He was good at hiding his movements, but when you can read the minds of others, and figure out where he's hiding papers he cannot get rid of, things get easy to track. "Doesn't help a lot of his allies keep the information much less hidden than he does," Morgan said as Sertz looked over the papers, as his eyes widened. There was information on his involvement in dozens of cases over the years, including the event involving Konako and Kurika. There was also information on people that he did not want alive, so he had them taken out not through killing, but through the disease known as sleep disease, a man-made disease used to take out certain individuals that may pose a threat to him and his plans. The papers were full of all sorts of information and proof of what he has done over his years of living, and was more than enough to give them a reason to take him out, for good. "I trust this is enough to give me a reason to slaughter the man, because we all know that he will not remain in prison if we try to put him in one, and it's better to kill him off than reveal the information," Morgan said, as Sertz sighed. Morgan "Look, Sertz, I am going to kill him regardless of what you're going to say. This is just me being kind, because I can very easily get around you and Ajuka now, so this is just a courtesy. Regardless of what you say, I am going to go heal my city and bring my people back, and then I am killing Cockabiel for good." Morgan cut him off, already knowing what he was preparing to say. Sertz stared at her, a sigh escaping him. "Do what you must, but don't be surprised if the other lords try to get you locked up. They won't be able to either way, so it matters not to me, Sertz. Now I'll be off, I should be back in a couple of hours at most, once I take care of Zekram," Morgan said simply, as she teleported off, leaving them alone. "She's not just a super devil, Sertz," Ajuka spoke up, as Sertz nodded. "Yeah, she's beyond us now. I can't tell how strong she is, but I can only guess that she is on par with Hades now, maybe even stronger," Sertz said, as the others in the area breathed out sharp breaths, understanding that Sertz was basically admitting that Morgan Zagan was now the most powerful devil in the world, that she was beyond even a super devil. With Morgan, she was floating above her territory, her new superclass power pouring out of her as her form glowed brilliantly, as she began to prepare to do something very dangerous, and potentially stupid. As she began to activate her rebellion ability, and began to rebel against the very deaths of her people. The energy drain was quite immense, but not nearly as much as she had anticipated, as rapidly people began to rise from the dead, the thousands of people that had been killed by the terrorist attack, began to gasp as they shot up, all their wounds healed. And once they looked up and saw her floating in the skies, demonic energy radiating out of her akin to that of some sort of devil god. Many of them did the only thing that felt right at that moment. They began to kneel. Unknown to Morgan at that moment, she had now received a new title by her people, and a title that would soon travel around the supernatural world, and that was the Devil God. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Yeah, Morgan is getting worship, and is now very very powerful. This is mostly because the threats coming our way stronger than a Satan-class devil. That, and this FIC is getting to its tail end, and should be ending within 50 chapters at most. Anyways, have a good day. 71, Chapter 71, Hunt. Third POV. Glancing down at her people who were all kneeling, Morgan frowned. She didn't want to be kneeled to and worshipped, and she didn't want her people to see her as some sort of god. All she wanted was to live in peace, and become strong enough to stop any future threats that may come her way. She was almost at that point by now, with her now being a god-class being with enough power to battle it out with entire factions, as long as they were weak enough, like the old Satan faction that had been a huge part of this invasion. Said faction was all but crippled at this point, with her wiping out their leaders, killing hundreds of their soldiers, and already knowing all their bases and future plans from said leaders. It wouldn't take her long to find them all and slaughter the remaining members of the faction, and then she would be able to hunt down the Cow's brigade. Within reason at least, she still wasn't even remotely at the level of Aphai's. That thing could still kill her in a single move, and she wouldn't be able to do jack shit against her. None of her abilities scaled higher than Aphai's, and thus would not affect her. But Morgan wasn't going to worry about her, not right now. She also had other ideas for how she could defeat Aphai's, or at the very least get her to leave her alone. I know I've gotten strong, but looking at me like I'm some sort of god, seems a bit much, Morgan thought, seeing all of them kneeling before her, looking up at her with awe and even tears in some cases. Looking at all the destroyed buildings, Morgan raised her hand, her magic flaring as she began to repair all the destroyed buildings. The rebellion trait that she had gotten from the Lucifer bloodline was proving to be immensely powerful in her hands. It was the same trait that Valiana should be awakening soon, and once she does, she'll also get a huge boost in power. But, the trait was reliant on the user's own power, so if the user is weaker than the one that they try using it on, or doesn't have the energy reserves to rebel against whatever it was they want to use the power on, then it won't work. Now with all the buildings fixed up and repaired, let's get to a safe location so that I can use the Fanon Maker and see what I can get. Then after that, it'll be time to take out Zekram Baal, for good, Morgan thought, as she gave her people a small smile and teleported off. Reappearing in the forest that she had done her ritual in, the Fanon Maker ability activated as power began to glow around her, as the ability activated not just one time, not two, not three, but a massive 7 times. All because of her becoming the 4th superclass being, first God-class devil, her defeat of the different Longinus users, and the defeat of the old Satan members. All of it combining to give her all these uses of the ability. And what she got from the uses was, quite good. Amino Habakari item, a holy sword that has been obscured by time and one of the 4 Tatsuka no Tsurugai, which attain divine powers and as such, are worshipped as gods. It is a blade that slew the great Yamato no Orokai before it was cast aside by its wielder in favor of the Kuzenaga no Tsurugai. It is said to be on par with the aforementioned blade. As a holy sword, it is capable of releasing tremendous amounts of holy power and can amplify Irina's granted miracle to a level where it is almost on par with Lucia's original version. Because it was used to slay Yamato no Orokai, the sword gained a powerful dragon-slaying attribute, making it lethal to serpents and dragons. As a sword once wielded by Susanoo, its ability is known as Inajima lit. Lightning, allowing its wielder to use a fragment of Susanoo's original authority to wield wind and thunder. The lightning and wind are said to be on par with that of a raging storm, boasting immense destructive powers. That lightning can be granted to its wielder to be used however they wish. Irina, in particular, has utilized vast aspects of this ability to her advantage, finding applications for it aside from its incredibly destructive power. Like other holy swords of Shinto myth, the sword is renowned for its incredible sharpness, which is powerful enough to slay a dragon that can devour a god. Its most unique ability is that it can alter its form into other weapons. Amino Habakari is said to have 7 different forms, with the katana being its most frequently used one. So far, its current wielder has utilized its form as a serrated, grafted greatsword, a dual-blade Naginata, an Otaki, and its base form as a tachi. Its ability to change shape rapidly in the middle of battle allows its wielder to be almost completely unpredictable and grants them an incredibly varied fighting style. Knight of Arm technique, Knight of Arm, Nato Obimu, the greatest CQC fighting style in the world, also known as Demon Emperor Fighting Spirit, Toki, and used both through bare hands or weapons such as swords and spears. Unlike Infusion, this ability has only been achieved by the first head Aznard Marshosias and the Super Devil Griffith Marshosias. Through unknown functions, it makes the user's body durable to the point the likes of a god-slaying spear or a Master of Destruction would be required to defeat them. At the same time, the user's strength and speed are increased to the point their body can be considered a living weapon, capable of defeating God and Satans if mastered by a particularly talented user. Due to these abilities, it is described as transforming the user's own body into the strongest sword and shield while consuming minimal amounts of demonic power. Despite its name, it is unknown if this ability carries any relation to the Toki resulting from overwhelming or mastered life force. Furnace Quirk. Furnace is a transformation-type quirk that allows Dante to light a fire within himself to produce heat and supply himself with thermal energy. This quirk allows Dante to increase his physical abilities with thermal energy. As the quirk activates, a fire begins to appear behind Dante's eye patch. Typical attacks lack the force to reach his skin through the invisible heat emanating from his body. Genius Quirk. Genius allows its user to have a genius level of strategy and tactics, able to see through all angles/information/patterns/perceptives of any subject, conflict, condition, environment, etc. This gives them the ability to come up with plans/actions that will guarantee victory and make the wisest/optimal strategic and tactical decisions for the short and long term. They can consider all effects and outcomes, anticipate all obstacles, seize all opportunities, adjust effectively to any situation, manipulate all circumstances to their optimal benefits, and making the most out of anything around him to achieve their goals. Enhanced perception. The user has advanced analytical and observational skills as well as a keen eye for details. They are quick to spot the most minuscule of details which others would overlook, and can assess people and situations alike and effectively turn them all into their own advantage and always see the optimal way to deal with anything properly. Enhanced preparedness. The user possesses the ability to be aware of how to prevent certain possibilities or scenarios that other people would not consider. This is useful in defeating enemies, since the user would be aware of the enemy's powers or abilities. Enhanced response. User can make the right response in any/all situations, whether in personal life, communication, relationships, work, war, fight, conflict, battle, wilderness, survival, etc. They know what to do and how to act regardless of the circumstances, and always be able to pick the most optimal response in any scenario, enabling them to achieve the best possible results in all fields of life and deal with events in the most efficient manner. They are able to seize all opportunities and make the most out of any situation. Hypercompetence. User possesses powerful/incredible skill in one, several, or in some cases every possible field or discipline, whether intellectual or practical, formal or mundane, mathematics, cooking, strategy, sports, games, politics, fighting, mechanics, psychology, economy, art, medicine, investigation, etc. Tactical analysis. The user is an extremely skilled strategic genius and apply this skill to several objectives, able to create strategies and plans several steps ahead of the opponent. They can elaborate complex plans/strategies and apply them not only in battle, but all activities that involve cunning intellect, e.g. strategic games. They can anticipate all of the possible obstacles/opportunities and know what the best actions to take in any situation, allowing them to adapt and prepared for future events in advance by considering a large number of scenarios/outcomes/options/paths, and plan ahead for them, to be ready for any situation that may occur and handle it effectively. Situational synchronicity. The user reaches a state of complete context with whatever situation they find themselves in other words being in the right place at exactly the right time. Psychological intuition. The user possesses an incredible and innate understanding/knowledge of psychology and can use it for various purposes, often by changing the perception or behavior of others through underhanded, deceptive, or even abusive tactics. More benevolent users may use it to help those with mental or emotional problems, while the more malevolent users may use it to manipulate others into doing their bidding, or even drive some to acts of murder or suicide. Snow Phoenix Slayer Magic. Like the name suggests, Snow Phoenix Slayer magic is magic focused around snow, and grants the user the ability to control the element snow, as well as consume the element to restore the user's energy. Like other Phoenix Slayers, they can absorb the element directly into their bodies instead of eating or consuming it. This can also strengthen the healing abilities that the user already has. The only weakness is that if the user is going up against a fire magic user, which can melt the user's spells. If enough training, the user can also absorb ice, resulting solid Snow Phoenix Slayer magic. Arc of Life magic. When initiated, the caster uses their Arc of Life to enchant any kind of object or creature with their own magic, effectively animating them into becoming more sentient, giving them some semblance of intelligence to act on their own in accordance to the user's wishes. This ability is typically activated by two means, touch or magic interaction. By using the first activation method, a wizard can animate objects and creatures with a simple touch coming from whatever part of their body that comes into contact with it, even done so with physical attacks via weapons, such as punches, slashes from a sword, or contact with whatever they are holding. The second method is much more violent by nature, achieved by the caster simply by aggressively inserting their magic inside objects through by casting offensive spells with sufficient strength to knock them into consciousness, awakening them into life as a sentient weapon or minion. It should be noted that depending on the amount of magic being used to animate something, as well as the caster's own personal choice, the amount of intellect they can bestow onto their creations can settle between that of a mindless drone following the simplest of orders to that of a being with the same reasoning capacity as a human, making them intricate fighters and combatants when sent off to fight on their behalf. When used, one should take into consideration on the scale of which they target something depending on how large the target is when attempting to animate it. A larger amount of magic is required to do so, making it more practical to aim towards smaller-sized targets such as weapons, swords, guns, armor, objects, furniture, clothes, food, and small aspects of the environment, trees, vines, plants, rocks. The casting method itself is separated into two variations, the first of which involves animating pre-existing items, tools, and weapons into living creatures, making them serve the whims of the caster. By following through with this style, whatever they affect with their magic develops the ability to resemble humans more closely in terms of movement and intellect. Interestingly enough, when targeting live animals or mindless beasts, it alters their very body in order to resemble a human, effectively imitating them in terms of shape and reasoning. Once affected, the user has absolute control over it, handing down a set of orders for them to follow accordingly as long as they remain active. The user can possess multiple targets with Arc of Life at the same time, fashioning dispensable soldiers. While active, these creatures can move and act on their own full independence on how they can go about fighting, as well as using any unique traits they have. Additionally, the range on the type of targets they can affect with Arc of Life doesn't simply limit itself on typical run-of-the-mill items one can find, anything that can be regarded as inanimate, including the dead and the recently deceased, enabling them to move once again under the command of the caster. This in turn gives some manner of power to the user in regards as to what they can possess, even affecting elements the moment they make contact with them, such as creating a sentient fireball capable of using fire magic and rock golems constructed from the earth capable of using earth magic, to name a few. The last and final use achievable with Arc of Life is using the creation aspect of its abilities in order to produce a myriad of weaponry and contraptions built with a preset level of sentience rather than have to rely on any nearby materials to infect. The most notable advantage is the capacity to produce entire allies wholly, manufacturing sentient or semi-sentient soldiers that consist of anything proportionate to the caster level of magic and skill, fabricating servants with the individuality built inside each one, as well as their own skills and abilities based on how they are constructed. When created, any tool they generate, aside from fulfilling their specific purpose, i.e. a sword to cut, a gun to shoot, develops a series of unique ways it can function beside working as it was intended for. These creations for the most part can sprout out limbs or move to more intricate positions to attack, even going so far as to utilize one another to attack. When taken far enough, they could go so far as to endow an inanimate object full qualities of an animate being, effectively humanizing them. Archive Eye's magic. Archive Eye is an eye magic which uses archive. It allows the user to visualize archive screens around an opponent at will, showing them weak points in their body as well as any information on magic or magic items the user may witness. It should be noted that displaying information such as the aforementioned examples is the only ability granted by this magic and does not allow the user the other benefits of archive magic such as telepathy or information transferring. The new magics were assimilated rapidly, and her mind began to expand as well, adapting to the new quirk that meshed well with her Akashic understanding ability. Her mind was growing and adapting to the new changes. She had the thought to use her evolution ability on the new quirk, but decided against it for now, as she had more important things to deal with. The new and powerful weapon was put into her storage space for the future. She found that Knight of the Arm was quite the powerful technique, and when meshed with Toki and her Haki ability, would massively boost her physical attributes by several times over. And such a boost could prove vital for her eventual battle against Hades. As once she took out Zekram and the rest of the old Satan faction, she was going to go for Hades and finally take care of that particular problem. She'd have to be careful about it of course, thanks to him being part of the Greek pantheon, but she believed that she could keep her true identity hidden when she did go and kill him. That and she needed to go for the other thing in the Greek underworld that was of great importance to her. But that would have to wait, as she has far more important things to do at the moment. Like hunting down and killing Zekram Baal. For good. At the same time, Zekram Baal was, currently panicking, more than he had in the past thousands of years. For he knew that Morgan Zagan had slaughtered all of his men. As he received various magical signals every time one of them had died, and, a lot of them did. Hundreds of his men that he had sent out to help the old Satan faction and Cow's brigade take out her and her peerage, well, at least most of them. They had planned on taking the two Satan descendants and use them as broodmares for future children, but that obviously had not happened. Instead, the entire army of over 2,000 was obliterated like they were bugs, wiped out within an hour of arriving. That meant that something bad had happened, something that had completely ruined their entire plan. That the four Satans had likely broken through, and might even know about his part in this plan. Meaning he needed to prepare immediately, and that meant calling in some favors, all the favors that he was owed over the thousands of years. Favors obtained by his own hard work and manipulations. Favors that would mean nothing if he did not use them to save his life right now. Sadly for Zekram Baal, he had done something wrong during all of this. Something that he had continued to do that was about to bite him in the ass. He had underestimated Morgan Zagan. Teleporting away from her own territories, Morgan soon reappeared outside of the castle of Zekram Baal. A large castle that was surrounded in all sorts of wards and barriers that had evidently been activated in order to stop her from entering. Too bad for Zekram, barriers like this one were completely and utterly useless before her now. Thanks to her rebellion trait, she could break through just about any barrier you can think of. And the one before her was completely and utterly useless. Seems he's trying to buy time so he can call in some favors. Wants to overwhelm me through political means and not brute force. Thinks that if he has enough devil lords on his side, then I won't be able to touch him. Too bad for him. I don't give a shit about them anymore, Morgan thought, as the barrier shattered and she walked through it. The guards that had been just on the other side of the barrier attempted to attack her, only to be knocked unconscious the second they tried getting closer. And in the case of the ones that deserved it, were instantly killed, dying like nothing more than a bug. Walking closer to the castle, Morgan knew that Zekram was likely going to try and flee. So, she rebelled against the concept of teleportation and put wards around the large castle, blocking any attempts at escaping as she grew closer to where the man was. She could literally feel his fear, and it was delicious. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fix, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just a chapter of her getting some new fan and maker uses, and getting to Zekram's castle. Next chapter shall be the end of him, and the beginning of something new. Anyways, have a good day. 72, Chapter 72, No More Zekram, The Blade. Third POV. Walking into the castle of Cockabiel, Morgan had ran into another few dozen guards, not a single one higher than ultimate class, and not a single one of them could even touch her, much less make her bleed. And every single one of them fell to the ground, either dead or unconscious, mattering on the person, as some of them deserved to live, but the most of them were better off dead. There had even been a few that were sent by other clans, which was just a further indication that Zekram was very desperate at the moment, and was using all the debts that he was owed to try and get out of the situation he was now in. Too bad for him, Morgan was now superclass and didn't give a single fuck about politics and the way the other clans would react to what she is doing right now. About the fact that she was about to tear Cockabiel to shreds, and do it with glee. Continuing her way through the Bale castle, Morgan soon found herself in front of the office of Cockabiel, where the man was likely currently at, and if not inside of the office, he was hiding underneath in one of the secret panic rooms he had built throughout the castle. Panic rooms that were made to defend against higher level entities so that he could survive. And while it wouldn't do jack shit against Morgan or someone of her level, it was able to defend against a normal superclass opponent like Xerxes, which was very impressive. It mattered not to Morgan though, as she had ripped through the door of the office and walked in, only to immediately notice that there wasn't anyone inside, causing her to chuckle in amusement, as she knew where he was. Stepping forwards, she stopped in front of the fireplace before raising her hand, the power of annihilation flaring as it slammed against the floor of the fireplace, obliterating it as a hole was revealed, with some sort of ladder there as well. Without hesitation, Morgan walked forwards and jumped down the hole, ignoring the ladder as she soared to the ground a moment later, landing with a soft thud as she glanced around, noticing that she was in some sort of underground tunnel system, and in front of her was a large vault door. Quite the defenses this thing has, Morgan thought, impressed with the wards on the door. It was also seemingly made of some very durable materials, ones that not even she could break through with pure power. But, sadly for Cockabiel and not so sadly for Morgan, the power of rebellion was insanely overpowered, so much so that the wards in front of her shattered as she rebelled against their very existence, obliterating them as the door weakened. The wards were the major thing that made the door next to impossible for her to open. But without the wards, it was basically just a big-ass door that she had to pull open through sheer strength. And she had a lot of it, now that she was a draconic entity, as her hand began to grip the door with all its might, and pulled. Creaking echoed through the dark room as she began to literally rip the vault door open, straining only the slightest bit underneath what was likely hundreds if not thousands of tons of metal. The door being made of immensely heavy materials that were also durable. But that didn't matter, as Morgan opened the door, and stepped in. Only the second she did, the power of destruction slammed against her, which caused her to raise an eyebrow as she looked at Cockabiel, who had a crimson aura flaring around him. So you really decided to go all out, huh? Even got a snake from off eyes and everything. Impressive. Morgan praised, noticing that the man in front of her was likely superclass, only a bit weaker than Xerxes if her estimations were correct. You think you can stop me, girl? I have been the great king for longer than you can possibly comprehend. And with the power that has been gifted to me, not even you can stop me. For I am now a are you done? Your yelling is getting annoying. Morgan cut him off, a cold look on her face as the man in front of her faltered. You what? Did you expect me to be afraid of you, Zekram? Sure, you've been manipulating and controlling people for thousands of years. Sure, you have superclass power now, and sure, you have the support of a lot of powerful men and women. But, there is one thing you do not have, Morgan said, as the man looked at her, only to gasp as she disappeared and reappeared in front of him, her hand gripping his heart as she coldly looked at him. You do not have the right to touch what is mine, Morgan growled, the surroundings shaking as she barely controlled her rage. The fact that one of her women nearly died was rage-inducing, as her curse made her very protective of her lovers, and while she had been controlling it decently enough, the recent incident with Issei nearly dying had brought it out in full force. How Zekram stumbled, as he tried to pull her hand out of his chest. I'm beyond you, Zekram, that is how. You have relied so much on manipulation and blackmail that you have forgotten the one thing that is supreme over everything else, and that is. Morgan trailed, as her hand began to squish his heart, and the last thing the old man heard before his heart was obliterated was power. Staring down at the corpse of the great king, Morgan used his corpse to wipe off the blood staining her hands, before looking around the room. It seems this is where he kept some of his more secretive artifacts, Morgan said, noticing that there were several demonic blades in the place, as well as all sorts of potions and books that seemed quite old. Morgan was about to turn to walk off, deciding that this would be Sereord's for when he took over the family, but she stopped when she noticed something out of the corner of her eye, causing her to pause and her head to snap to the side, recognizing what she was looking at. What is that doing here? Morgan muttered wide-eyed as she stood in front of a blade, one that, definitely did not belong in this universe. The blade known as Excalibur. Morgan. How the hell did Zekram even get his hands on this thing? Morgan said in genuine shock, as the blade in front of her, for all intents and purposes, was Excalibur. It is just as powerful as the normal Excalibur, just more evil. And while she could tell that it wasn't as powerful as its counterpart from the Fate universe, this thing, it was easily the strongest sword she had seen so far. Why did Zekram not use this against me? If he could have leveled the entire area. Hell, he might have even been able to kill me, Morgan said, as she stared at her, before realizing he couldn't wield it. It didn't believe him to be worthy, Morgan said to herself, wondering more and more how the Fate universe was connected to this DxD universe. Because the more she found Fate characters and items, the more she was beginning to believe that the two were deeply connected. That or a universe-traveling madman was fucking with her. Both were very likely. Staring at the blade, Morgan decided to slowly reach her hand out, as her right hand gripped the sword's grip, and began to pull it from the stone that it was currently wedged inside. And as she began to pull on it, she breathed out as it began to effortlessly slide free, before she took the blade out entirely. And as she did, she felt it. The connection snapping into place, the power rippling throughout the sword in her hand. The dark curse that was within, a curse that was trying to affect her, but wasn't even slightly touching her mind. She felt the power of the most powerful sword in this world. And as she gripped it in her hand, she had only one thought on her mind. I can't tell if this is a good thing, or a bad thing. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. And now she has gained her own blade. A proper one at that. More and more about the connection to Fate shall be revealed, and more Fate characters will begin to appear over the next couple of arcs. And trust me, one of those characters is very important. Anyways, have a good day. 73, Chapter 73, The Great King, 3rd POV. Now that she had killed Zekram Bale, and had claimed a weapon as powerful as Excalibur Morgan for herself, Morgan felt her fan and maker activate yet again, this time only twice. And what she got from the use was pretty damn good in her mind. /magic. This magic attribute allows the user to create mana blades all over the user's body or even on tools. The user can extend large blades from their body part like arms, which are good for close-range combat, while projected slashes can be released for mid to long-range combat. As the user fights, the nature and sharpness of the blades adapt to whatever the user is trying to slice, making it so the blades can cut through anything. For high-level user, the blades can even adapt to an enemy's magic, including non-physical ones, like space or soul. Some knights even learn this magic to enhance their swordsmanship by coating their blade with /magic. Death World Magic. Death World is continuously described as the power to kill the world, which supposedly means it holds the power to end all life on the planet, including the planet itself, if used correctly. It grants the wielder several abilities that can be considered appropriately associated with death and the Grim Reaper, causing it to also be mistaken for a subspecies of death magic, despite it being false. Most notably, upon receiving Death World, a user's aura and shadows begin to mimic the traits of a Grim Reaper, a Reaper's cloak and scythe prominently appearing when using Death World. Whenever the power of Death World is activated, the user summons a pitch-black scythe, constructed from their very soul, blackened appropriately to give the image of death and despair. Its length can be freely modified, becoming longer, thinner, thicker and shorter, allowing a wide array of options in how one can fight using it. Proficient users have even displayed the ability to extend the handle of the scythe and cause it to become like whip, mimicking a Kusarigama to a degree. The scythe itself is the very catalyst of Death World's power, allowing most if not all of its functions and abilities to be possible and ready for immediate use. The primary ability granted by Death World is the ability to reap souls, absorbing stray spirits and forcefully strip creatures of their souls, instantly killing them. This is done by the scythe only slashing the target's spirit, ignoring the physical body, appearing to be phasing through their body, while it is simply slicing their soul apart, and once enough damage is inflicted upon them, the user is capable of reaping their soul straight out of their bodies. In addition, absorbing the life force of living creatures, plants included, causes them to rot and decay, doing so through direct contact via touch rather than via the scythe. Interestingly, users of Death World utter a phrase, always beginning as, and then the world, Sashite, Sanago no Sekai, with each user completing it differently. Uttering the phrase allows a user to access what is known as the Ascension Body, Shtenmi, which causes the user's aura to flare up, at which point, their overall performance is augmented tenfold, allowing a user to change the tide of battle when overwhelmed. However, the true purpose of the Ascension body is to increase the metamorphosis process, done so by the user simply using Death World as much as possible while in this mode. The final condition that must be met in order to trigger the next level of the metamorphosis is for the user to undergo a strong feeling of grief and sorrow, in order to become in tune with death itself. The end result is a cocoon stage, taking the form of a large monstrous tree, known as the Death Tree, Shiki. The enormous tree forces its branches and vines into the area, beginning to act on its own, while the user is absorbed into it, becoming the heart of the Death Tree. The Death Tree's only purpose is to absorb as many stray souls as possible from the area, even force ones out of unsuspecting animals and beasts, and spawn golems empowered by souls as a defense mechanism. The tree itself can also fight by using its branches and vines against anyone attempting to attack it. At the peak, the Death Tree releases the user, fully metamorphosized into an appearance that perfectly mimics the original Shima, a pitch-black, shadowy figure, with red eyes and links on its body, its inside emitting a red glow when opening their mouths. In addition, the user gains several new abilities after the completion, a form they are stuck at until they master it. Most prominently, they gain the ability to sprout shadowy wings at a moment's notice, allowing flight with ease. Several abilities also extend from the concept of death, while others still relate to Death Tree, allowing the user to freely summon branches and vines of the Death Tree against their foes, as well as sprout new Death Trees that absorb stray souls as it normally would, and can be freely manipulated and shaped by the user. The full power of Death World is granted once the user reaches the final form, Shima, making the user league stronger than they were prior, enhancing their physical prowess as well while in this form. Fully mastering the new form allows the user to become the true successor to Shima, with the potential of surpassing the demon in power. With both of the new magics that Morgan had gotten, she was very pleased. Both of them were very strong, the former was incredible with the combination of her other powers that involved adaptation and evolution. Combine that with her own evolution trait she has, and it was even better. And she hadn't even used the trait properly just yet. The latter was very interesting, as it had the potential to grow into something truly incredible. But it would also require frequent use and a lot of training, so she'd need to wait. That, and she wanted to learn to utilize evolution first, so that she could use evolution on the ability and potentially grow it into something a lot stronger. But now that she had two new magics, and the blade that was glowing in her hand, Morgan decided it was time to do the next step in her quest to obliterate Cockabiel, the old Satan faction, and the other rats that were a part of the attack. So, with that decision in mind, she teleported off, ready to hunt down the rest of the old Satan faction. Chaos. That was the simplest way to describe the underworld at the moment. Complete and utter chaos. News had rapidly spread about the attack on the Zagan territory, and the subsequent slaughter of all the invaders, which included several high-ranking devils, old faction devils, and other rogue factions of power. It wasn't really this news that had caused most of the chaos. No, it was the news that Morgan Zagan had officially been recognized as a superclass devil by both Surtsk and Ajuka. And considering they were both also superclass, this was practically all the confirmation that they could ever need in regards to her power. And that terrified the high-ranking devils. The lords of the various clans were scared of what she could do with that power. She was officially the lord of one of the single most powerful clan in the underworld, had a peerage with several Satan-class beings and was the undisputed strongest peerage in the underworld. She had access to knowledge that one could only dream of, and she had connections and alliances that were rivaling that of the great king. So yeah, their terror was founded. But the lords of the clans also understood that they could do nothing, without taking political maneuvers. Which is why they were currently in a council meeting, yelling about what to do regarding her ascent in power, and how they should get her under control. She was too dangerous to let run wild, and they were trying to make the four Satans understand that. You must understand. She is too dangerous to run amok. We must limit her power, you must understand that, right my son? Zidicus asked, yelling as he looked at his son who glanced at him. No, father. I do not. She is powerful, perhaps even stronger than I. But she does not misuse her power, she has helped the underworld more than anyone else in all of its history. Healing and curing diseases, spreading teaching methods and training techniques for younger devils. Rapidly growing the economy as she gives more and more jobs to the low-class devils of our society. Making the scrolls and enchantments that most of the lords here now wear upon their person for their own safety. Surtsk began, before Ajuka continued. She has also contributed major scientific and magical findings to me as of recent. Such as a method to officially stop the corruption of devils that turns peerage members into stray devils. Not only that, but she has given me the means to identify several ways to improve upon the system, making it safer, and better for our people. Ajuka spoke, remembering her suggestion of making it impossible to force others into reincarnating into becoming a devil. A suggestion that he was already looking into producing, as it was simply the best way to go about things. As if he doesn't, then eventually it will start a war with the other factions, it was inevitable. But with her method, that would be stopped, and the ignorant and arrogant heirs of the underworld could no longer force others into their peerages. She's also improved our foreign relations more than any other devil in history. We have a better relationship with the yokai faction than ever before, thanks to her relations with Yasaka. Not to mention the yokai's patron gods. And thanks to her having Tiamat in her peerage, several dragons have moved into her territories, Seraphal added, as they all reeled at this piece of information. Yeah, Morgan had a population of dragons in her territory, with the weakest of them being high class, and the strongest being at the peak of ultimate class. But they were rapidly improving as she had actually sent them methods for becoming stronger. Not sure what you idiots even want us to do in the first place. She is the strongest person in the underworld, be it political, popularity, or strength. She's stronger than everyone in this room put together and then some, so it'd be a waste of time, Falbium said with a bored yawn, knowing that this wouldn't go anywhere. What of the Great King? Surely he'll do something about this. A lord said, speaking of Zekram like he could even stop her. Seraphal openly snorted at the ignorant man, but before she could reply and speak on how stupid he sounded, her eyes widened as she looked past him, at the open door of the council room. A figure that caught the attention of the rest of the room as she slowly walked in. Morgan Zagan had entered the room, and with her, was a large sack. You all speak of trying to control me, to try and kill me. Let me show you what has happened to those that have tried to hurt my peerage, and I, Morgan said, as she opened the sack and allowed its contents to spill over the ground, as gasps of horror ripped through the room. Inside were dozens of heads of notable devils, all of them being Old Satan faction or Chaos Brigade members. But the head that spilled out next caused many to shout in outrage, as the head of Zekram Baal spilled onto the ground, as if it was nothing more than trash. And it was. Zekram Baal is dead. He has conspired against my family for the last time, and he has paid the price for it. I have unearthed all his horrible little secrets, secrets that will not remain hidden, as you shall find in front of you, Morgan said, as papers appeared in front of each of the lords, with evidence of the man's crimes and treachery. The sort of crimes that would get him executed no matter who he was. They all began to read through the papers as their hearts dropped, realizing that the man that many of them had faithfully followed, was a monster. Not only that, but he had been using them and their families, manipulating them and the entire underworld behind the scenes. And anyone that dared to deny him, were either killed, or worse in the case of women. And with all that evidence in front of them, not a single one of them could say a word, as Morgan just chuckled and walked up the stairs, moving past her old chair, as it burnt to a crisp, and instead, she walked beyond the 4 Satan chairs, and stopped in front of the chair of the deceased Zekram, the throne of the Great King. A throne that soon was obliterated from existence, replaced by her own large chair with the symbol of her clan upon it, as she turned and sat down. The 4 Satans could only smirk at the woman's actions, as they each gave her a nod. Her allies and friends all laughed in delight, knowing that their alliance had been the right choice, while her enemies and those that feared her could only lower their gazes as they all realized what had just happened. As they all realized that Morgan Zagan has just become the new Great King. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 74, Chapter 74, Taking the Throne. Third POV. Sitting upon the throne of the Great King, Morgan knew from the reactions of the others that this would cause some huge changes in the underworld, both in good ways, and in some bad ways. The Great King was publicly known as the man that basically ran the underworld, and had practically been viewed as superior to the 4 Satans thanks to his political connections. But without them, he couldn't compare at all. But Morgan? She was vastly superior in every facet. Strength, wealth, political power, peerage, everything. She was so vastly superior that she wasn't going to just seen as a political head, but the head. The king of the underworld. That is what she had just knowingly become. And the 4 Satans? They all just nodded in acceptance, and the allies of hers all did too. For they all knew that she was going to do this regardless of if they wanted her to or not, and they knew that none of them could stop her. Not that they wanted to. They had been severely lacking a proper leader, a proper figurehead that could properly and safely run the underworld, similar to God had with heaven. Now that they had that person, the 4 Satans were confident that they were going to face unprecedented growth, never seen before. And it would be because of the new Great King, Morgan Zagan. So, are there any complaints regarding me taking over the position of the now deceased Zekram Baal? If so, do bring them up now. I'd hate to waste my time later on, Morgan asked bluntly, looking over the other lords in the room. All of her allies had kept silent or just smirked at her, pleased that she of all people had been chosen. While other lords glanced at one another, wondering if anyone would actually have the gall to speak up against the most powerful woman in the underworld. None did. Seeing that nobody had spoken up, Morgan smiled. Good. With that in mind, you'll find papers in front of you. These are new inventions that my stores shall be selling. including greater healing potions, stronger scrolls, several demonic blades superior to any other on the market besides the ancient ones, as well as teachings on how to increase the demonic energy of the user. Morgan informed, as they all began to look over the paper. The explanations and descriptions of the new inventions were very in-depth, and showed just how incredible some of them truly were. Most notably the demonic weapons, and the better potions. Both could be a huge boon to their people. There were also pages filled with information on new infrastructure, tax changes, improvements that can be made to cities, potential rule changes for the making of peerages and raiding games. All in all, there were quite a lot of changes, but they had to admit that a lot of them truly were excellent ideas. Ones that some of them couldn't help but kick themselves for not thinking of sooner. These ideas would genuinely improve the underworld, and even if they didn't, they doubted they could do much about it. She was basically their ruler now, even if it wasn't truly put that way. "I'm glad to see that all of you are liking my ideas," Morgan said in amusement, noticing the genuine excitement on many of their faces, as it would not only make them a shit ton of money, but it would also massively strengthen most of the underworld, making them even stronger than they are now. Basically, everything they could want. I must admit that these ideas are incredible, my lord. I apologize for reaction before, one of the lords said, genuinely apologetic as he realized the boons that she might actually bring them. Boons surpassing even that of the previous great king, and by a vast margin if these ideas truly came to fruition. Apology accepted. I won't hold it to any of you, as I know for a fact that none of those in this room were involved in the actions of Cockabiel, and most of you were actually blackmailed by the man. I just ask that you do not cause too much trouble for me, and trust the process, Morgan said, as they all nodded in acceptance, causing her to smile. Excellent. Now, let's begin with the next topic of the meeting today. Later, Morgan had finally returned home after a long meeting, which included the talks regarding the slaughter and defeat of the old Satan faction, the fact that the Baal family would now be passing on to Seraorg, due to him being the heir and his father being killed by her when he attempted to stop her. She had to call in Seraorg and explain what had happened, but the man was not at all angry. His father was a monster of a person, and deserved to die. So he felt absolutely no sadness for the man, no, instead he was happy that the one who made his mother suffer was finally dead, alongside Zekram. She also had to speak with several other heirs who would now be taking over their family. Some of them were not pleased, but most of them were actually quite happy. As it turns out that most of the men that worked with the old Satan faction or Zekram, were fucked up devils that nobody really liked. Not at all shocking. Walking into her mansion, she was greeted by a bone-crushing hug, as Tiamat wrapped her in a tight hug. "What the hell were you doing going off without us?" Tiamat yelled, genuinely fearing what could have happened to her beloved master, her mate, the one she cared for more than anything else in the entire world. "I was thinking that Cockabiel needed to die, and I could not wait any longer. I am sorry for making all of you worry, but I could not afford to push it off. If I had, the man would have gotten away and would have been next to impossible for me to find," Morgan responded calmly. She understood their worry and anger, but she also knew that her decision had been the right one, the only one that would have worked at that moment. Because the man had a lot of connections, and if he attempted to flee, she was absolutely certain that Rezevim would have picked him up, which would have made things a lot more dangerous for the future. "I understand that, but we can't help but worry about you," Morgan, Graphia said on the side, an equally as concerned look on her face. She understood the action, but she still didn't like it. "I'm sorry for worrying all of you, truly. But you don't need to worry any longer, seriously. Nobody in the underworld is a threat to me any longer, both politically and in terms of power," Morgan responded with a smile, as Graphia breathed out. "So you did it? You became the great king? You took over that monstrous old man's place?" Graphia asked, as Morgan smirked. "I did. From now on nobody in this family will ever have to worry about any of the other clans ever again. For I am now the most powerful person in the underworld. Hell, I am basically its king at this point. If I wanted, I could make it official, but I won't, at least not yet," Morgan responded, as Graphia and the rest of the peerage beamed, happy to hear that their master's goal had been accomplished, that she was now the ruler of the underworld. With her explanation of her actions finished, and the reveal that she was now the great king done, Morgan was ready to hang out with her peerage after a long and hard day. But that was cut off, as she heard a knock on her door, a soft one. Blinking at the knock, she looked behind her in confusion. Her mansion was out of the way, and had all sorts of wards around it. Wards so strong that it would take someone notably more powerful than her to break through. And someone had. Glancing at her confused peerage, she slowly walked forward and opened the door, only to slowly look down, her eyes widening as she stared at the shorter figure in front of her. "You are strong. You will help me defeat Bakared," the monotone voice of the petite figure in front of her spoke. That figure belonging to the second most powerful being in this universe, the being known as Aphi's Ouroboros. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. And now she is not only officially the Great King, but has met one of the last harem members she will be getting in this universe, Aphais. Aphais will be obtaining a mature form of course, but she'll be remaining in her petite one most of the time. Hopefully that's not a problem. Anyways, have a good day. 75, Chapter 75, Aphais. Third POV. Staring at the second strongest being in the entire world, Morgan was, confused, incredibly confused. She hadn't expected to see Aphais anytime soon. Not until she was stronger than the current her at least. She knew that Aphais would come eventually, she was absolutely certain she would. The entity before her wanted to kill Great Red, and Morgan was truly one of the few that could actually help with that wish. Hell, give her enough time and she could actually do it herself. But she did not think she'd come to her when she hasn't even surpassed the likes of Hades, yet. The man was on par with her in power, and she was pretty certain that she could beat him, but again, she was not entirely certain. But as she stared at the infinite dragon god, Morgan understood why she was so feared. She couldn't even sense her. Not because she was impossible to detect, no, it was because she was so much stronger that she truly couldn't even sense her power, she couldn't even comprehend it. That was how strong Aphais was. An entity that could literally flick her and she'd die. An entity that could kill her without her even being able to fight back. An entity that was currently standing in front of her, looking up at her with emotionless eyes. Help me defeat Baccared, Aphais said again, as the others looked at Aphais in confusion, as none of them had ever met her before. The only one that looked at Aphais any differently was Tiamat, who was pale-faced as she knew who this was. That is quite the ask, Aphais-sama. Would you like to come in and have something to eat while we can speak of this request? Morgan asked, as the others paled upon hearing the name of the being before Morgan. While Morgan just gave the short creature a smile, already having a few ideas on how she can help Aphais without having to fight against the most powerful entity in this universe, Great Red. Fine, Aphais said simply, as she walked into the house, ignoring the others as Morgan calmly led her to the living room. The short deity sat down onto a couch, watching as Morgan walked into the kitchen for a few moments, before returning with a cup of milk and chocolate chip cookies. Morgan knew that the girl had a huge weakness for sweets, even if she had never had them before. Morgan knew that the second she tried them for the first time, she would become addicted. Aphais glanced down at the cookies before lifting one and looking at it, before taking a small bite of it. Her eyes widened ever so slightly as she began to absent-mindedly munch on the delicious cookies while Morgan began. So, may I ask why you have come to me of all people? Morgan asked, as Aphais looked at her. You're strong, different, strange powers not of this world. Perfect to fight against Baccared, Aphais said, her cheeks cutely puffing as she stuffed the cookies into her mouth, before taking a sip of the milk. Cookies continued to appear in front of her, so she wasn't going to complain. I am honored that you think I am so strong, Aphais. But I am not capable of fighting Great Red, not yet at least, Morgan responded, knowing that he would crush her even easier than Aphais would. Aphais frowned at her response, which looked kind of cute considering the food stuffed in her mouth. However, I am quite certain that I can become strong enough to fight against him in the future. So how about while we wait for me to become strong enough, you stay here with us? You can have all the cookies and milk you want, and all sorts of other delicious meals, Morgan asked, as Aphais shook her head. Too loud, Aphais responded, causing Morgan to smile as she brought out noise-canceling headphones, which were made by her to completely and utterly wipe out any trace of sound. So no matter how loud the outside world was, Aphais wouldn't be able to hear a single thing. Try wearing these, Morgan said, as she also made sure they were incredibly comfortable and perfect for Aphais. She had prepared for the eventual arrival of Aphais, hence why she had all this already. Aphais looked down at the headphones that were placed into her hands, before lifting them and putting them over her ears, blinking when she realized that she couldn't hear a single thing. Not only were the headphones made to wipe out any sound, but they were also specially made to limit Aphais's senses, which was another thing that had been bugging the entity and was the major reason she wanted to return to her home. The dimensional gap. Morgan was very interested in the dimensional gap, thanks to its name, as she was rather certain that it was related to the fate characters and items that were appearing in this place. That the dimensional gap might be a sort of gateway to other universes, the key to understanding why they were there, and if the world was truly connected to the Fate universe. And more importantly to her, if she could travel to Fate in person. Because if she could, then she might just have to do that. Either way, Morgan smiled as she saw the look on Aphais's face, the almost serene expression as she closed her eyes as she felt something similar to what she did in her home. Tapping Aphais, Morgan watched as the girl opened her eyes and frowned, taking her headphones off. Would you like to stay here with us, Aphais? I have a nice and comfy bedroom with your name on it. And there's all sorts of fun things you can do here with us. On top of the silence those headphones will give you, you can join us when we watch movies, do game nights, and all sorts of other things. Are you interested? Morgan asked, as Aphais stared into her eyes, before nodding slowly. I'll stay, Aphais said simply, as she put her headphones back on, and decided to get into a more comfy position, which she decided was Morgan's lap, as she plopped down and let out a low yawn. Watching the infinite dragon god flop onto her lap and seemingly fall asleep, Morgan blinked while her peerage all looked at the dragon god, completely and utterly baffled with what had just gone down. What just happened? Graphia asked, knowing that Aphais couldn't hear them now. It would seem that we just got a new resident for the mansion, Morgan responded, looking down at the girl who was actually quite warm surprisingly enough, and seemingly was enjoying Morgan's warm embrace as she moved a little and nuzzled into the taller woman. How did you know what to do to get her to live here? Tiamat asked, staring at the apex of her species. All dragons besides Great Red were naturally terrified of her, as she was the strongest of all dragons, and it was only natural they'd have an instinctive fear of her. I have some abilities that give me insight into certain things. And while understanding the true nature of Aphais is completely and utterly out of my power, learning what she might like and what her intentions are completely possible for me, Morgan responded, as this was the truth. She could have done all this even without her already having knowledge about it. But it was a lot easier thanks to the knowledge she did hold. What are you going to do now that she is staying here? Lint asked, knowing that Aphais was a huge threat. And if any of the other devils of the underworld found out that she was there, it might cause some problems. She didn't even want to think of the reactions of other factions. Simple. I'll make sure she is as comfortable as possible while living here, and that's that. With her no longer working with the Cows Brigade, at least I assume, it's likely that they'll begin to fall apart. I'll have to speak with her about the Cows Brigade, but I suspect she'll be willing to stop working with them in return for living here, Morgan answered, as the others looked at Aphais again. And as they all gazed at Aphais sleeping against Morgan's chest, they couldn't help but all have the same thought, and that was, she's kind of cute. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just a simple chapter of bringing in Aphais. Anyways, have a good day. 76, Chapter 76, The Reactions of 4 Satans. Third POV. Turns out Aphais was a pretty good guest. She had adapted to her new room very quickly, and had taken to her bed, sleeping for quite some time whenever she entered the room, and loved her new headphones. She also really liked cookies. Like, way too much. Morgan had also found herself as the entity's favorite seat, with her sitting on her lap whenever she was in the living room, and according to Aphais, it was because she feels like home. Morgan wondered what that meant, but decided that it was best not to question it. That, and she had to admit that Aphais was kind of warm, so it was a big comfy having the girl sitting on her lap. That, and the dragon god was admittedly adorable. Especially once they had found her some proper clothes that didn't have her half nude. Because seriously, she used to wear barely anything, and literally had tape over her breasts, not exactly the most coverage. Besides cookies, Aphais had come to very much enjoy Morgan's cooking, as she hadn't really eaten before Morgan bribed her with food, and she had come to really love it. Almost too much, considering Morgan had to literally buy mass amounts of ingredients because the dragon god refused to eat anything if it wasn't made by her. But thankfully she had also managed to get the girl to calm down a bit after explaining that she couldn't just make food constantly. But now she had a curious little dragon god that followed her with her headphones on, seemingly finding Morgan more interesting than the idea of sleeping in her silent room. And it was because of this that she was in her current situation. Sitting in the Satan's office, Aphais on her lap munching on a cookie while the 4 Satans were gazing at her in absolute confusion. Morgan, who is the girl on your lap, and why is she wearing headphones? Sertz asked, noticing the girl. He could also tell that she was definitely not normal, and was likely similar to other devils, where she is a lot older than she looks. And that is the case, considering Aphais is literally billions of years old, born when the very universe itself had been brought into creation. Hell, she is older than Great Red himself, and according to the DxD lore that she knew, was the oldest being in this universe. So definitely not a petite girl like she looked. Well, that is a very interesting story. And one that I am not entirely sure if I want to explain, to be honest, Morgan responded, already having an idea how the devils of the underworld would react to her. Morgan, Seraphal said with narrowed eyes, causing Morgan to sigh. Alright, I'll tell you who she is, as long as you keep this between us, alright? She's not someone we can just tell others about, and you'll understand once I tell you, Morgan responded. They raised their eyebrows before nodding in acceptance. Seeing that they accepted, Morgan sighed. Alright everyone, this is Aphais Ouroboros, also known as the Infinite Dragon God, Morgan said, deciding to be straight to the point, and blunt. As sugar-coating it was pointless and wouldn't help anyone in this case. And she got the exact reaction that she was expecting from them. They all looked at her with wide eyes, and their faces paled dramatically. They all stepped back in fear, as they looked at the comfortable dragon god, knowing that this entity could wipe out the entire underworld with casual ease. Not a single one of them would even be able to fight back against her. None of them would be able to stop her. Not even Morgan. What is she doing here? Seraphal stuttered slightly, genuinely worried that Morgan might be in danger. And that's not even thinking about the rest of the underworld. Initially, she wanted me to help her kill Great Red Dash. What? They all yelled. Even Ajuka looked at her with wide eyes, a rare look of shock on his face. She wanted me to help her kill Great Red. She wanted to return to the dimensional gap, and he wasn't letting her. So, she came to me in hopes that I could help her get rid of him. Obviously, I cannot, so I gave her another option, Morgan said as they all listened. I gave her a new form of silence that she wanted, with those neat little headphones on her head, and a comfy new room for her to sleep in. That, and I bribed her with milk and cookies, Morgan said, as they all blinked several times before, deadpanning. You bribed a dragon god with milk and cookies, Ajuka said slowly, staring at her as if she was crazy. And, she probably was, to be honest. Yep. She's scary, yeah, but she's not too difficult to handle once you understand what she likes, Morgan responded with a shrug, as she had already gotten used to the dragon god and her unique personality. Afai's was different, but it wasn't really that bad of a thing for her, as she could deal with it. She did live with someone like Issei after all, and that girl is like a walking embodiment of different. And why is she sitting on your lap? Seraphal asked, slightly jealous as she wanted to be the one sitting on that lap at the moment. She finds me comfortable, I guess. Something about me feeling similar to her home, I'm not really sure what it means. I'd ask her, but I have a feeling she won't know the answer to it, or won't tell me, Morgan answered, as Ajuka frowned. You feel like home, but her home is the dimensional gap. Which makes that a little concerning, Ajuka muttered, wondering if Morgan was even more unique than he thought. Maybe this connection to the dimensional gap is the reason why she is so unique and grows so fast. Either way, he'd have to research into it, as it might be a problem, or a good thing. And what are you going to do with her now? Are you just going to let her live with you from now on? Falbium asked, looking at the dragon god that was sitting on her lap playing on her phone. Afais had also found a liking for video games, playing all sorts of phone games. She particularly liked Angry Birds for some reason. Yep. It's not like I can do anything else, Falbium. She's a dragon god, the second strongest being in the entire universe, with only Great Red surpassing her, and only barely. She is also the head of Cow's Brigade, and now that she won't be working with them anymore, it'll make our lives a lot easier, Morgan responded, knowing that Afai's living with her was for the best. Now I see why you didn't want anyone to know. If those old coots found out about this, who knows what they'd try. Even with you being overwhelmingly powerful compared to them, Afai's is, well, Afai's, Sertsk said, nodding as he agreed with her decision to only tell them. And what about the Cow's Brigade? You wiped out most of their forces when they invaded your territory, and killed their sacred gear wielders. Are you going to hunt down the rest of them? Seraphal asked, as Morgan nodded. I will if possible. But first I need to deal with a couple of other, problematic individuals. After that I'll be hunting down the Cow's Brigade and their members, which of course means I'll need to find that psychopath, Morgan said, causing them to sigh. They all knew about Rezevim, and knew how dangerous he was. He wasn't stronger than Ajuka or Sertsk, but he was absolutely unpredictable, and intelligent. So finding out his plans was next to impossible. But now that they had Afais with Morgan, and Morgan herself as the ruler of the underworld, it was likely that the man would be pushed into a corner soon. Or at the very least, he would get desperate soon, as nothing he is doing is going to work. But that desperation might make him do something really stupid, which is the reason why Morgan needs to hunt him down as soon as possible, before he does anything too crazy. Alright, just keep us updated, okay? Seraphal said, as Morgan smiled and replied. Of course. Now, I'll be off. I've got a dragon god to feed, Morgan said, before teleporting off, one thought on her mind as she returned home with Afais, and that was, time to finally take care of Hades. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will finally be the hunting of Hades, which should last a couple of chapters, and will introduce another important character. Anyways, have a good day. 77, Chapter 77, Realm of the Dead. Third POV. The Realm of the Dead was a curious place. A large wasteland that was devoid of life, that couldn't handle life. Smaller than the underworld, which is as connected to, but also still massive by normal standards. It was a dark place that was absolutely caked in dark energies, even more so than the normal underworld that the devils lived in. Which made sense considering this place was near Cocytus, and was one of the deepest places within the underworld. Walking through the fields of the place, Morgan could feel the corruptive energies wafting throughout the large plain. She could also feel the souls of those claimed by Hades, and the grim reapers that were nearby. None of them could see or even sense her, thanks to her using various wards and spells to block the sight of Hades and his people, which was quite easy thanks to her many spells that were made specifically to counter gods and their ability to see quite far. This place is a lot worse than I thought, Morgan thought, noticing that this place was way darker than the underworld that most of the devils lived in. It was exactly what you'd imagine when looking at a hell, a place no soul would want to ever visit. And it still wasn't as bad as Cockabiel. She didn't even want to think about how bad that prison might be, considering it was made to hold all sorts of criminals of incredible power. She wasn't even sure how the prison was made in the first place, only that Cockabiel had existed before the prison was built within it. She imagined that Lucifer and Leviathan had a hand in it, but she wasn't entirely certain. Either way, her walk through the realm of the dead was not particularly enjoyable. The place was a shithole, and was not somewhere she wanted to be for much longer. But she sadly had to be, as the thing she was looking for was in this realm, and she couldn't afford to tip Hades off before she got it back to her mansion where it would be safe. Only after she got it out, would she be able to take care of Hades. And even then, she had to be careful to not catch the attention of anyone, as she'd rather not reel with the entirety of the Greek pantheon. She could handle Hades, but the entire Greek pantheon was still well beyond her. Should be around here somewhere, Morgan thought, as she leapt onto the top of a large hill, only to stop as she stared forwards, a large black castle in the distance, huge, and surrounded by grim reapers and all sorts of guards. The souls of the underworld screeched around it, as this was, the castle of Hades himself, and where she needed to go in order to find the person she was looking for. Someone who had been captive underneath Hades and Rezevim for a long time now. Gods and their love of going over the top with their buildings, Morgan thought with a deadpan, as the castle was larger than any in the devil part of the underworld, and was large to an almost over-the-top point. Walking towards the castle, Morgan passed by the screaming souls and the grim reapers, heading towards the castle as her eyes glowed, gazing at the wards and various defenses around the large building. Impressive. The wards around his castle are the strongest I've seen in person. But I suspect that heaven has far superior wards, and the Hindu pantheon no doubt does as well, Morgan thought, slightly impressed with how advanced the wards were. They were advanced, but not enough to be a problem for her, as she walked through the wards like they weren't even there. Said wards not even reacting as she began to walk through the halls of the castle, knowing exactly where she needed to go. She could literally sense the place she wanted to go, as it had some of the most powerful wards she had ever seen around it, even stronger than the ones around the castle itself. It was also hidden behind a rather well-hidden mechanism, one that was also being watched closely by grim reapers and other methods. Too bad for Hades, none of them mattered as she just walked through the wall into the stairwell that would lead to the lab she was heading towards, phasing through the wall and any other barriers as she began to walk down to where her target was. She had made sure that nobody was inside the lab, as she knew it was a frequent stop for Hades, and would be problematic if he was there. As while she could certainly kill him, she wanted to do it after she got her target out of here. Eventually Morgan had reached the door entrance to where her target was being held, as she glanced over the advanced wards blocking the door, and simply walked through them, rebelling against their natures of confining and blocking her, allowing her to walk in, only to stop when she saw her target floating in a large tube in the middle of the room. Her target was an incredibly beautiful woman with long white hair and a busty figure. She had partially rotted skin, and almost seemed to be feeling apart, likely because of the actions of Rezevim. She also looked exactly like her counterpart from Fate, and this woman was Lilith, mother of devils. Staring at the unconscious Lilith, Morgan sighed. I expected this, but it is still a shock that more and more characters I am running into are similar to their Fate counterparts, Morgan thought, looking at the woman that was the great-grandmother of Valiana, and the mother of all devils. She was also an incredibly important part of the plans of both Hades and Rezevim, so she was here to take her away. Lilith was better off with her, where she could heal and then do what she wants on her own. So, with that in mind, Morgan walked forward, her magic flaring as all the books in the room were teleported off, the tube disappearing at the same time. She found that some of the books were quite rare, so she wasn't just going to leave them. With the woman teleported off, Morgan glanced around. She found that without the books and the woman in the room, it was quite bare, which meant that Hades had probably only recently truly begun to experiment on her. The fact that Lilith had even been able to live after so long, after untold millennia of being tortured and experimented on, was truly incredible. Not only that, but she was completely and utterly conscious during it all, so she could feel everything that has happened to her. She wondered how the woman would react considering the man that had done most of it to her, was literally her son. She was also curious about her past regarding Lucifer and that drama, and how she would react knowing that the Satans are dead and a completely new set of rulers are in charge. That she was in charge. Honestly, Morgan was a bit underwhelmed with Lilith's power, as she had been fully expecting her to be Satan class at the least, only to find that she was actually an ultimate class being. But she expected that might be because of her nature and lack of proper training. She was even more interested in her clan trait that she most likely had, similar to her ex that was now long dead. She imagined that Valiana would be very interested in meeting her great-grandmother. She'd need to get into contact with the ancestor of the Gremory clan, considering she is one of the only devils alive from the first generation, making the ancestor of that clan a sort of child of Lilith, albeit not directly through blood like Rosetham. Instead they were made through her flesh and other means that Morgan didn't really know much about. With Lilith gone and back in a safe location, Morgan began to walk off, deciding that it was finally time to take care of the problem at hand. And as she walked off, Morgan had only one thought on her mind: time to kill Hades. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Yes, Lilith is in her harem. And yes, she is a very important addition to this story. Anyways, have a good day. 78, Chapter 78, The Battle Against Hades. Third POV. Walking through the halls of the castle of Hades, Morgan could sense where the god was. He was strong, very strong. His very presence exuded death and darkness, a curse amongst the lands. A dark god that she knew would be a genuine threat to her being. Something that she couldn't help but grin slightly at, realizing that she might have a genuine fight for once, something she hadn't had in a long time. Her draconic instincts reveling at the thought of a proper battle. She wondered how long the battle would actually last though, as she had several powers that countered his abilities. Not only that, but she was going to go out of her way to sneak attack him, as she could not afford to let the battle last too long. If she did, then the other gods of the Greek pantheon would come down to the underworld, and would almost certainly come after her. Especially considering Hades was the strongest member of their pantheon, and they could not handle the loss of him. So instead she needed to end the battle within 3 minutes, then she could get out of there and return home. What happened afterwards she didn't know, but from what she had researched about, the aftereffects wouldn't be nearly as big as you'd expect. Most of the problems would be for the Greek themselves to handle, as the souls that would normally go to the Greek, would actually flood to the other pantheons, most likely the Hindu and Japanese ones more than any of the others. This would therefore strengthen the death gods of those pantheons, increasing the power of those pantheons as a whole, which would probably cause a fuss, but there wasn't much the Greek would be able to do once Hades is dead. Morgan didn't really feel bad about that, so instead she was focused on getting to the entity to kill him. She knew that there weren't any other gods in the castle too, which she had found out after looking into it. She found that Hades didn't actually have a wife or anything in this world, which was certainly a curious change, but not entirely a shocking one. Walking through the halls, Morgan had found the room that the god was standing in, likely doing something regarding his godly duties, or even sleeping, as gods do sleep. She had no idea which one, but in her hands the Excalibur glimmered into form, blocked and hidden with various wards specially made so that Hades wouldn't sense her bringing it out. Stepping through the door and phasing into the room, Morgan's guess was correct. As the man was sat at his desk, seemingly writing some sort of letter. Seeing him sat there, she walked up behind him silently, his senses not able to detect her, as she gripped her blade and breathed in deeply, her eyes glowing as she pierces the sword directly through his heart, and without hesitation, pulled it to the side as the god let out a screech of pain, his power reacting as she was blown back as he growled in anger. His skeleton form turned to her, wounded as he clutched his chest. "You, who are you?" Hades roared in anger, as the castle groaned and shook underneath his power as it began to flare around him. The castle only withstood his power thanks to the durability of the castle itself. Hearing the question, Morgan's own power boomed around her, shaking the castle just as much as Hades was, if not more. The god in front of her looked at her wide-eyed, realizing that he was standing in front of someone who was just as strong as him. Not only that, but she was uninjured. "I'm the one who is about to kill you," Morgan said coldly, as her form was still underneath a cloaking spell, which covered her form and made her look like nothing more than a shadow to the god. As if he knew who she was, it could cause some issues for her. "I don't know who you are, but you will not get away with this." Hades roared as his staff appeared in his hands, the area around them being completely obliterated as Morgan blurred and her blade clashed against his staff, shaking the dimension around them. Another strike echoed from her as the god was thrown through several walls of the castle, as they both fought at speeds that surpassed the speed of sound, no normal being able to see as they fought. The grim reapers that attempted to interfere were obliterated from existence as they were caught in the crossfire, as Hades roared in anger, his power growing as the dimension warped and shook even more. Seeing the glowing form around him, Morgan grinned, her eyes glowing as her own true form was revealed to the dimension. Her large horns and draconic and demonic features, her godlike power shaking the dimension as the surroundings were being disintegrated underneath her might. You are strong, but not strong enough," Hades yelled, as their energies clashed, destroying the rest of the castle around them as they began to warp and teleport around the realm of dead, the realm as a whole unraveling underneath her power. The effects of their battle wasn't just felt in the realm of the dead at this point, but throughout the entire underworld. Those in the devil's side of the underworld were fearful, besides those in the know, primarily the 4 Satans and her peerage. They were instead nervous about what the outcome would be. As if Morgan won that battle and slays the god Hades, it would change everything. Back in the realm of the dead, Morgan knew she had to end this fight soon. If she did not end it, then this would bring ruin to the rest of the underworld as they fought throughout the dimension, their battle extending further and further. And once the Greek gods appeared, then she would have a hard time battling with them before getting the change to escape. So instead, she was focusing all her power in killing the god in front of her within the next minute, otherwise killing him would be next to impossible. And with him alive, things would get truly dangerous for the rest of the Devil Society. This is foolishness, you worm. You cannot kill a god. Hades screamed, his power slamming against where she stood only a moment ago. Morgan in response only growled, gripping Excalibur in her hands as she gazed down at it, feeling something in it activating. It was as if the blade was reacting to the words of the arrogant god, as if it wanted to prove him wrong. And as she gripped it, Morgan grinned widely in understanding. What are you grinning at, you upstart mortal? Hades yelled, enraged that he was being ignored by a mortal in the middle of battle. In response, Morgan just looked at the god with a smirk on her face, as she gripped the blade that began to glow more and more as she began to pump power into it. You said that I couldn't kill you, right? Well, I think I'm about to prove you wrong, Hades, Morgan responded, as she began to lift the blade as if she was preparing to swing it downwards. Hades in response began to prepare his own attack of immense power, as he felt the power she was gathering within the blade. The dark blade of power and might glowed brighter and brighter as the dimension began to crack around them, their god-class power unraveling their surroundings. Far off in the distance, Off's eyes perked up as she looked into the distance from her comfy bed where she was busy watching an amusing show about a man known as Goku while munching on some tasty cookies. She could feel the power of Morgan flaring, and she could feel the power of that little god too. Sensing the two powers, Off's eyes couldn't stop the small smirk that formed on her face, as she had a thought on her mind, keep getting stronger, outsider. And soon you can become what I desire. Unknowing to the thoughts of Off's back in the main underworld, Morgan was lifting Excalibur Morgan over her head, and as a beam of pure demonic energy shattered the skies of the dimension, and Hades' massive ball of dark power began to glow brilliantly, they both roared out their own lines, as their strikes began to slam against one another. Die! Hades roared, launching his ball of energies at Morgan, while Morgan only said one powerful line. A line that activated the ancient blade within her hands, as the beam of light shattered space around them, and that line was Excalibur. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and $5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. And so she says the words. Anyways, have a good day. 79, Chapter 79, The Death of Hades. Third POV. As the word echoed from her throat and she swung, the dimension around her unraveled, as the entire area for thousands of miles was completely and utterly destroyed, akin to the size of a country. All of it completely barren from the clash of 2 god-class attacks. After the attacks clashed, and the world turned white, it slowly began to cease. The area that Morgan and Hades stood in was completely and utterly covered in dust, covering the forms of Morgan and Hades. But slowly, the dust began to dissipate, revealing Morgan, who let out a grin of pain, holding her injured shoulder that was bleeding. Said injury was already healed, but the pain was still there, as she rolled her shoulder with a sigh, before looking over and stopped as she gazed at Hades. Or what remained of him. It truly is a pity that you decided to attack me, Hades. Had you left me alone, you might have survived this, Morgan said, as she looked at the god that was missing half his body, his eyes dull as he was well and truly dying. Not just momentarily, but true death thanks to the nature of her blade. Fool. MIB brothers will come for you, Hades coughed out, as he began to collapse to the ground, his form beginning to turn to dust, as Hades, god of the underworld, died. And what remained caused Morgan to pause in surprise. As glowing there was a dark orb of energy, her eyes widening as she realized what it was. It was his divinity. Walking towards it, she reached her hand out, the crystal holding his divinity was soon in her hand, as she realized that she might have gotten even more out of this than she was ever expecting, feeling all of Hades' power held within it. Glancing to the side, she also noticed his staff, which she summoned to her hand, deciding to steal it. Gripping the staff in her hand, Morgan looked up as she felt the Greek gods beginning to arrive, and smiled. I'm sure their reactions will be fun, Morgan thought with a chuckle, as she teleported off, her blood obliterated from the surroundings alongside any other evidence of her existence. All the Grim Reapers that were there were deceased, with less than half of them remaining. Reappearing back in the devil part of the underworld, Morgan was immediately greeted by her peerage, who all shot to their feet in worry. Master, are you okay? Kurika asked, not using her Naya or anything, as the others gasped when they saw that Morgan was genuinely injured for once. Even with her wounds healed, her blood was still on her clothes that were tattered and half destroyed thanks to the battle. I'm fine, Kurika. The fight was a bit more difficult than I was expecting, Morgan responded with a calming smile, her clothes repairing as she fixed them up. What the hell happened down there, Morgan-sama? We could feel the fight from up here. Saraorg asked, remembering the way the entire underworld was shaking from their battle. So much so that it was causing genuine destruction to the cities. I fought Hades, truly fought him. We were both forced to use our true forms, and using my blade, I might have caused a bit more damage than I initially wanted to, Morgan responded awkwardly, as her lovers glared at her, more out of worry than anger. And you won? Graphia asked seriously, as Morgan smirked, reaching into her pocket and lifting the crystal. Those who could sense what it was gasped in shock, realizing what it was. That is Hades' divinity? Yes it is. Morgan cut them off with a shit-eating grin, knowing that once she absorbed this, she would be catapulted even higher. She would ascend into an actual god. You're going to absorb that, aren't you? A voice echoed from behind her, as she saw the 4 Satans standing there. Having arrived during the battle earlier, wishing to speak with Morgan once she got home. I am. Why, do you not want me to? Morgan asked, looking at Seraphol, who looked at her with a pout. Of course I want you to absorb it, but, you gotta stop scaring us so much. Seraphol responded as Morgan smirked at her. Oh, are you worried about me? Morgan teased, as Seraphol sputtered, a blush forming as the others giggled at her reaction, while her fellow Satans just snorted, knowing that Seraphol loved to tease others, but the second Morgan teased her, she melted into a puddle. It was cute. Why yes, Seraphol responded with a blush, causing Morgan to softly smile. Well, don't be, Sarah. I'm fine. It'll take a lot more than Hades to kill me. Hell, at this point I'm pretty sure there's only 2 beings that can kill me, and one of them lives with me, Morgan said, as a voice echoed from behind them. That is true. Only Baccarat or I can kill you now, Aphais spoke up, as she walked in munching on cookies. Your fight was interesting, Aphais said, biting into her cookie. Oh, why is that? Morgan asked, looking at the dragon god. The weapon you were using isn't from here. And all your abilities are unlike anything else in this world, Aphais responded bluntly, as Morgan raised an eyebrow. So she can sense that sort of thing. Guess I shouldn't be shocked when she is a dragon god of infinity, Morgan thought, not entirely surprised. Well, I am glad you enjoyed watching me, Morgan responded, causing Aphais to nod. Yes. It was an excellent showing for my future mate, Aphais said, as Morgan blinked once, then twice, and then a third time. As everyone else paused when they heard what Aphais said, and everyone, even Morgan, had the exact same reaction. So let me get this straight, Seraphol began, looking at Aphais, who was sitting on Morgan's lap without a care in the world. You have chosen Morgan to be your, what, wife? No, my mate. She will be my one and only, my other half, Aphais responded simply. Why her? Sertx asked, a little confused. She didn't think that Aphais of all people would want Morgan as her mate. She is going to be stronger than Baccarat or I, it is certain. She feels like home. And she gave me cookies, Aphais responded like it was obvious, as the others looked even more shocked at the words that Morgan was going to be stronger than her or Great Red. Stronger than Great Red? Truly? Adjuka asked. Mum. Once she absorbs the divinity of that god, she will be stronger than the heavenly dragons, and stronger than Yahweh. This would place her just under Baccarat and I, Aphais responded without a care for the reactions it was causing. But how? Even if she were to absorb Hades' power, he is nothing compared to you know who. Hell, it wouldn't even compare to Shiva, Falbium questioned. Because the divinity is particularly in tune with Morgan. She chose the perfect divinity to obtain as a starting point. And once she absorbs that divinity, she will naturally obtain other domains, and her species will ascend even higher. I suppose to your standards, she would become the god of devils, Aphais answered, as the others looked at Morgan in awe. Wait. Why would Morgan want to get with you? You're tiny. Seraphol said with a frown, not sure if she was willing to share Morgan with yet another woman. Only, her complaint caused Aphais to tilt her head, before her form began to glow and change. Morgan blinked as Aphais grew larger, as the others watched as Aphais grew into someone far more mature looking, and now had some impressive assets. Is this good enough, Morgan? I have noticed that many of your other mates have large chests, Aphais asked, turning in Morgan's lap, unknowingly shoving her impressive assets into Morgan's face as Seraphol pouted. Damn dragon god and her ability to grow big tits, Seraphol whispered, knowing that her argument was useless now. It's fine, Aphais, but could you turn away? You're making it hard to breath, Morgan asked, as Aphais tilted her head but did as she was told, allowing Morgan to let out a breath. How does one absorb divinity? Adjuka questioned, deciding to get back on track. I actually know that one. I just have to crush the crystal and it will naturally flow to me. Usually the divinity would have just flowed into me either way, as I am the one who conquered it, but due to the situation, I couldn't. Not with the entire Greek pantheon coming, Morgan responded, as the man nodded in understanding. With the conversation pretty much over, Morgan looked over the room, before asking a question that caused everyone, besides Aphais, to deadpan, and that question was, so, who wants to watch me become a god? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So Azazel's other form is revealed, which is what she will use quite often. Some information was revealed and information bombs were also dropped. Anyways, have a good day. 80, Chapter 80, Becoming a God. Third POV. As it turns out, none of them wanted to watch Morgan become a god, which Morgan was a little insulted by, to be honest. But after finding out their reasonings, it made a lot more sense. Yeah, I would watch you, but I don't want to be in the blast zone of whatever power you let leak when you're becoming one, Falbium said, as the other Satans nodded. I will also have to decline, as interesting as it sounds. I am afraid that the power of Hades coursing through you will likely kill anything in the radius of you, so I'd rather not be anywhere close when it happens, Ajuka added with a nod of agreement. Yeah, as awesome as it sounds, I'd rather not get the life drained from me, Seraphal said, a little apologetic seeing that Morgan was full-blown pouting now that nobody wanted to watch. I will accompany you, Afai spoke from her lap, causing Morgan to look down at her. Really? Why do you want to watch? Morgan asked, curious to hear the reason. She didn't think someone who liked silence so much would want to watch her ascend, which would likely be a very loud experience. It would be interesting to watch the birth of a new god, one that is of a different kind to any other being in this universe, Afai responded simply, as if watching the birth of a god was watching the birth of an animal or something. Morgan just raised an eyebrow at the response, before shrugging. Alright then, come with me. I've got a place where I can safely ascend without worrying about harming anyone in the direct vicinity, Morgan said, as the dragon god got up from her lap, following after her as Morgan gave them all a wave. She knew that they would be fine, and unlike the ritual, this wouldn't take longer than a few hours at most. Not only that, but she had Afai next to her, and if anyone did dare to approach her, they would just get obliterated from existence the second they did. That is how strong the power she was gaining was, and how strong the ripples of power would be. Now after she teleported off with Afai, she reappeared back in a forest deep in the underworld, far away from any of the nearby cities, so that nobody would get harmed by her power. Don't worry about harming anyone, I've put up a barrier, Afai spoke as Morgan was preparing to put up wards to block the power from leaking. Hearing her, Morgan smiled. Thanks Afai, Morgan said, as she moved to the center of the opening she was in. The surroundings were lined with trees, meaning nobody would be able to see what she was doing, as she stopped in the middle. Bringing out the core that held the divine power of Hades, Morgan looked down at it before looking at Afai, who nodded. And with that confirmation in mind, Morgan breathed out a deep breath, and crushed the stone. And the moment she did, a gasp echoed from her throat as she felt the divine power within it begin to flood into her. The area shaking underneath the power as all life began to wither and fall apart, dying as Morgan shut her eyes and began to glow brightly. She felt the power flowing through her every pore, her being beginning to glow brighter and brighter by the second as she began to feel new things. It felt as if another sense had been unlocked, as if something was fundamentally different than before, as if she was different than before. Her very soul was undergoing an evolution, as her power began to rise and warp and grow more and more. The surroundings shook underneath her power as she let out pleasured groans, feeling the surge of strength fill her. At the same time, she instinctively could feel the domains that she was connecting to, and found that it wasn't just the ones that Hades was, as it seemed she had her own. And her domains from Hades were the underworld, riches, necromancy, ghosts, and the dead, all from Hades. And her own domains that she was connected to were evolution, annihilation, knowledge, rebellion, ruling, understanding, demonic energy, and death. Each of these domains basically just boosted her various powers related to them by a drastic margin, and boosted her overall power. Those were her main domains, but she found that like other gods, she also had minor domains that she had a bit of power in, which were dragons, devils, swordsmanship, immortality, fire, magic, travel, and love. The amount of domains didn't really matter in this case, as it didn't give her any more powers, but instead boosted what was already there, and would allow her to learn new powers, and obtain new ones through training and practice. Divinity in this universe worked differently. Had she gotten the divinity of a god from a universe like Percy Jackson, then she would have a lot more she could do with it. So, she was quite limited at the moment. At the same time, she also felt her ability activate twice. Ice Dragon Slayer Magic, a magic which allows the user to incorporate the element of ice into their body, gaining exclusive characteristics that are commonly associated with ice dragons such as immunity to cold and the power to freeze anything they come in contact with. The user can create numerous constructs from ice in a similar way to Ice Make but much faster and without any complex stance, while anything and anyone their constructs and spells hit or even touch in some occasions, will be rapidly frozen until they are fully encased in ice. However, an expert user can freeze things and people with a mere touch or release of magic energy. The user can consume natural ice along with the one produced by ice make an ice magic in order to power up themselves, while cold climates relieve to a lesser extent their sense of fatigue, and expert users can draw power from them in order to boost the power of their spells. And at the height of their power and emotional state, a user can influence the weather, turning it into cold and cloudy. This magic has a weakness to Slayer magic of the fire element, with them being able to melt the ice he generates. Sapphire Phoenix Slayer magic. This form of Phoenix Slayer magic allows the user to be able to manipulate, create and become the well-known blue jewel known as Sapphire. The user is able to cover their body in Sapphire as a form of defense and can use a range of techniques in order to attack, e.g. morphing it into different weapons, throwing it at enemies, etc. One property that sets it apart from a Diamond Dragon Slayer is that the Sapphire that is created has an optional special effect. It can heal allies and even further strengthen them. On the other hand, it can also sap the magical energy of foes. In order to replenish the user's energy, the user must either somehow find solid sapphire or eat something made of aluminium oxide, though it won't be as effective. In order to make up for this setback, the user can absorb mage's magical energy through the sapphires created. Sapphires are resistant to most elements, the only exception being diamond. The new magics weren't really all that helpful to her, but she would still be able to find some use for them. The Ice Dragon Slayer magic would be especially helpful against certain threats that would be coming in the future. Clenching her fist at the new power in her hands, Morgan looked up to Aphais, who had a small smirk on her face, seemingly pleased that the woman she wanted to help her had risen in power once again. "Thanks for the help, Aphais," Morgan said with a smile, as she walked over to her, a lot more confident as she did so. She felt the new power within her, and the connection to immortality she had. A connection that would make it even harder to kill her, to the point that even Aphais would have to try a bit harder to take her out. She was still far from the woman in front of her, but she was getting closer and closer every time she grew in power. And it was only a matter of time before she ascended again and became a proper dragon god. "I should be thanking you. You are becoming powerful, soon it'll be enough to be my mate, and I shall finally have my other half," Aphais responded, walking up to her as she felt the new strength that her future mate was giving off. And it excited her. To know that the woman in front of her was on the road to becoming the third dragon god, someone equal to her and Great Red, and eventually surpassing them. Morgan just smiled at the god, and reached her hand out as she gripped it, as they once more teleported off, returning back home. Once back home, she walked in to find the Satan still there, looking at her in surprise. "You're already back. That was so quick." Seraphol exclaimed in surprise, having accepted to not see her for a few hours. "Yeah, well, it turns out assimilating divinity was a lot easier than I thought," Morgan responded with a smile, as she walked over and plopped down onto her couch. "So what domains did you get?" Valiana asked, curious. "Well, I got all of Hades's domains. But on top of that, I got the domains of evolution, annihilation, knowledge, rebellion, ruling, understanding, demonic energy, and death, as well as the minor domains of dragons, devils, swordsmanship, immortality, fire, magic, travel, and love," Morgan answered. Their eyes shot wide at the sheer amount of domains she had, but not only at that, but at the fact that she was now the god of devils, basically making her their god. She was also the god of demonic energy, meaning she was undoubtedly the peak of their species, stronger than what any other devil has ever reached, and likely ever could reach. "So you're truly the god of devils now?" Roygun asked on the side, as she spoke for the first time during one of these meetings. Usually her peerage tended to be quiet when talking about stuff like this, as it was usually pretty serious and not really their place. "I am. I'm also the god of all dragons besides Great Red and Aphais," Morgan responded, a smile on her face as she pat Aphais's head who was sat on her lap, her other girls pouting in jealousy at Aphais who just glanced at them, showing a small smug grin. They decided to get her back for that later, and they already had an idea how. An idea that Seraphol inwardly decided to join in on, upon seeing the smugness of the dragon god in front of them. "I see," Sertsk muttered, as Morgan leaned back in her chair, as Falbium asked the next question, the one that was on all their minds, and that question was, "So, what next?" "Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 81, Chapter 81, After Becoming a God. Third POV. "Well, for now I think it's best I get used to my new power. And then we'll have to deal with the meeting with the other factions for the peace conference. Which is still happening, right?" Morgan asked, looking at Sertsk and Seraphol, both of them nodding. "As far as I know it is. I don't see why you becoming this strong should change it. And I doubt they even know anything beyond the fact that you have become the 4th superclass devil." Seraphol responded, pretty certain that Azazel wouldn't care too much. It was more so Michael and the angels that were going to be really annoying to deal with. They were naturally very cautious when it came to devils, and the second they found out that Morgan became a godlike being stronger than their father, they'll throw a fit. I imagine that they'll be annoying once they find out, Falbium said with a grumble of irritation. Already knowing that Michael and the other angels would be annoying as hell. They didn't know how to control themselves when it came to things they didn't like. They'd want her dead the second they found out. Only Gabriel and Michael would be able to control themselves, the others, they'd try to kill her if given the chance. After all, she was stronger than their father, and that couldn't be allowed in their eyes. They almost certainly will be. But I can deal with them easily enough, Morgan responded, nodding that was the most likely thing to happen. Even Gabriel would be annoying, only because she was Gabriel. She wondered how they would react if they knew that she had the power of Lucifer, rebellion. Not only that, but she had the ability to change between a devil form and an angel form. Both of them are incredibly powerful, with the latter now being on par with the likes of Yahweh himself. If she went into that form and entered heaven, Morgan was pretty sure she could actually gain control over the heaven system, which would give her pretty much absolute control over the sacred gear system, granting her even more power. And what about the Cows Brigade? Now that they no longer have Afais, and you have slaughtered the majority of their forces, they're pretty much crippled. But at the same time, they still have that prick Rezevim, Falbium asked, as Morgan stopped and glanced at Afais. They're crippled, yes. But I still have to deal with Rezevim. Finding him won't be too difficult at this point, it'll more so be killing him and his followers that is going to be a pain in the ass, Morgan responded, before continuing. Followers? He has more followers. Seraphal asked, surprised. Mum, he has his own little faction that is loyal to him. They're not particularly strong or anything, but they're scattered all around the world, and are very good at remaining hidden. But thankfully once I kill one of their leaders, I can find the location of the rest of them, Morgan responded with a nod, not too worried about them. And this faction, how are we going to find it? Adjuka questioned, very interested in learning more about this secret faction run by the major enemy of the factions. I will take care of that. I have a few ideas on how to find them, but they're all specific to me, so it's best I do it, Morgan responded, waving them off. As it was best she did it herself. Alright then, when do you plan on telling the rest of the Devil Society about you becoming a literal god of devils? Seraphal asked, as Morgan shrugged in response. She wasn't really interested in telling them just yet, as they would be even more annoying than the heavenly faction. Honestly, I wasn't going to tell them until I literally had to. The older devils are annoying as shit and will almost certainly bug the hell out of me once they realize just how powerful I have become, Morgan responded, shaking her head at the thought. True that. Those old coots are surprisingly persistent, Falbium responded with a nod of agreement that the older devils tend to be really annoying to deal with. So none of them blamed Morgan for that decision. Well then, I guess that's that. We'll be in contact for the meeting, which should be taking place in the next week, Sertsk said, as he got to his feet, deciding that it was time to go, as they had been there for quite some time now, and had been overextending their stay. That, and Afai seemed to be getting annoyed with all the talking, and was actively glaring at them at this point. And a glare from Afai's was, quite terrifying. The power of a being like her not even needing to be flexed to scare someone. A simple stare was more than enough. I'll make sure to keep in touch, Morgan responded with a nod as they left one by one, but not before Seraphal pecked her on the cheek. After pecking her on the cheek, she walked out of the house, shutting the door behind her, leaving Morgan and her peerage alone once again. Well, that was a long conversation, Issei said bluntly, having been sitting in silence the entire time. Yeah, it was. But it was needed. With the situation with Hades, the other factions that are going to find out sooner or later, and me becoming a god, I'm sure we'll be having more conversations of similar length and equally as boring, Morgan responded, knowing that she was going to need to deal with a lot of really uninteresting conversations in the coming days. She just hoped they would go by fast. Otherwise she'll have a lot of very annoying days. And what are you going to do about the Greek gods? 'Cause we all know that they'll find out what you've done the second they catch sight of you, Valiana questioned. I'll deal with them when the time comes. But considering who I am to the devils, there isn't much they can do anymore. I am too strong and too important now for them to be able to kill me or anything. And thanks to the strength I now hold, they can't even do anything to me either way. I could single-handedly wipe out their entire faction by myself now, Morgan responded, shrugging at the question. She wasn't afraid of them. The only faction she was even remotely hesitant about was the Hindu pantheon and Rezevim's faction. And that was only because the Hindu had a few very powerful gods that could cause her problems. And Rezevim was really damn dangerous because of his chaotic nature that makes it impossible to guess what he is going to do next. I can also help if they do anything. I won't allow them to harm my mate, Afais added, not opposed to wiping out the Greek pantheon if they try anything. She doubted she would need to help, but just in case she could. Morgan just chuckled. I appreciate the offer, Afais, but I highly doubt it will ever come to that. And even if they do try anything, I'll just take care of them myself, Morgan responded, as she waved off the dragon god's concern. And what about the other factions? I know for a fact that the Hindu pantheon isn't going to like someone being stronger than their chief gods, Indra and Shiva. Even if those two themselves won't care, Roygun asked, causing Morgan to look at her. That, I'll deal with that when the time comes, but again, I doubt they'd do anything. And if they do, I am confident in beating them just like the Greek pantheon, even if it'll take a lot more difficulty. Morgan responded again after a few moments of thought. Well, I hope it won't come to that. As I know you are strong, but the Hindu pantheon is known as the strongest for a reason. And even you might not be able to defeat them, Roygun replied after hearing what Morgan had said. Morgan just chuckled at her peerage member's worry, not finding it to be founded. After a few more moments of talking with one another, Morgan glanced at the time before humming, and asking a question that got deadpans from everyone in the room, and that question was, "So, you guys wanna play some Mario Kart? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Sorry if it was long and sort of run on, but I was struggling with it. I did my best to get it to 1,400 words though, and I managed it in the end. Anyways, have a good day. 82, Chapter 82, Fun with 3, R18, Third POV. As it turns out, Morgan was not very good at games. Like, she was completely awful. Mario Kart, Mario Party, Smash Brothers, Mortal Kombat. She got completely demolished in every single game. The only game she won was Connect 4. Damn Connect 4. Yeah, she was a bit embarrassed with that realization. That she was pretty awful at most games she has played over the years. She was not exactly pleased with this fact, but decided that the best way to go about it was to just practice over the years. To get over her embarrassment, she decided to have some fun that same night after most of the peerage had left. At least, the ones that weren't her lovers. Which led to her current situation, as she laid back into her large bed, a pleased sigh leaving her lips as she looked down with a smirk on her face. "You know, you all were so teasing earlier, and yet now you're whimpering like cute little things," Morgan teased with a grin, as she looked at the 3 girls in between her legs, pressing kisses to the sides of her cock, as well as the tip. These 3 girls were Jean, Ingvild, and Kurika. Shut up, Jean squeaked as she took her lips off the right side of her cock, while Ingvild was on the left and Kurika was sucking on the tip greedily, wanting to drain some spunk out of her master's cock. "It's not our fault your cock is the best, master," Kurika mewed submissively, as she pressed another kiss to the tip, her tongue flicking over her cock, licking away at it as if it was ice cream, and she was trying to get some cream from her, just not ice cream. Ingvild just moaned as she continued to suck on the sides of her cock, her mouth moving up and down as she pressed kisses against the balls, the taste of her master's cock filling her mouth. Giggling, Kurika looked at Ingvild. "Seems like someone likes master's cock just as much as I do," Kurika purred with a teasing grin, as Ingvild continued to ignore her in favor of the hung member in front of her. Her entire focus was completely put onto her master's cock. The girl was addicted at this point. "Seems like she's just as addicted as my slutty little kitten is," Morgan said with a grin, her hand reaching out to pat Ingvild's head as she worshipped the side of her cock. "Anybody would be, master," Jean said with a blush, as she leaned in to kiss the side of her member. The 3 of them beginning to get back to it, kissing and licking and sucking every inch of her cock. Soon Jean and Ingvild moved down to her balls, each of them beginning to suckle on them while Kurika sloppily bobbed her head up and down on her member, spit and saliva trickling down her cock, soaking it in her spit. And it felt incredible, as Morgan just leaned back, letting out groans of pleasure as she was being absolutely worshipped by her girls. 3 different mouths working together to drain her balls, coaxing a load out of her. It was certainly working at that, as the 3 swapped. Jean moved in and began to bob her head up and down the tip, swirling her tongue around her cock as she tried her best to give her a blowjob just as good as Kurika's. She wasn't able to take as much of her cock as Kurika, but her mouth was tighter and felt incredible around her. "Good girls," Morgan groaned out, as Kurika began to slurp and kiss her nipples, worshipping her upper body as she sucked on her breasts like a baby. And again, they swapped as Ingvild took the tip into her mouth, both the other girls going wide-eyed alongside Morgan as she took every inch into her throat, bobbing her head at speed surpassing any of her girls, spit and saliva bubbles forming as she was giving Morgan the best head of her life. "Holy fuck." Morgan gasped, her balls pressing against Ingvild's chin as she took advantage of the girl's incredible throat, thrusting into her mouth as if it was her personal own hole. "Oh wow, I didn't realize someone could take her cock like that," Jean whispered in awe, as they began to brightly blush, watching as Morgan slammed into Ingvild's throat, the sounds of her balls slapping against Ingvild's chin filling the room. Ingvild just sluttily moaned in pleasure, enjoying her master's cock fucking her mouth. I haven't seen anyone do that either." Kurika whispered in response, her hands trailing down as she began to play with herself, Jean doing the same as they both whimpered in desire, wanting their master to fuck them like that. Thankfully for them, they'd be getting that soon, as Morgan grunted. "Fuck. I'm coming. Take this load you freaky little slut." Morgan growled, as she pulled back and slammed full force into her mouth. Her balls clenched as her cock pulsed and throbbed, thick ropes of cum beginning to splatter into Ingvild's mouth. The woman just gulped down the cum as she quivered, squirting all over the bed as she swallowed the thick ropes of cum, her eyes rolling slightly at the taste as she fondled Morgan's balls to coax the last droplets from her. That was so hot, Jean said as they watched Morgan begin to pull the cock from Ingvild's mouth. The girl's mouth opened as cum was splattered on her tongue, only to show her thickly gulp and swallow the load, giving her mouth a delicious sight. Did I do good, master? Ingvild sensually asked, smirking up at her master who was only staring at her in genuine awe. Absolutely darling, Morgan responded instantly, wondering what her pussy would feel like if her mouth felt that incredible. She doubted it would be as incredible as her blowjob was, but she wasn't going to complain either way. Turning, her cock still rock hard, Morgan smirked at Jean. You ready, darling? Morgan asked, looking at Jean who blushed brightly and nodded. She began to slowly turn, her plump ass jiggling as she began to sway it side to side for her master. Kurika and Ingvild joined her at her left and right, as Morgan happily took in the sight. Without wasting any more time, she lined up her cock against Jean's entrance, and thrusted powerfully. A deep clap echoing as Morgan breathed out a pleased sigh, while Jean shook in pleasure. Fuck. Ingvild has the best mouth I've ever had, and Jean has the best pussy. Morgan thought in awe, as the tight cunt gripped her cock perfectly, warm and tight around her. Oh. Jean mewed sluttily, as Morgan thrusted into her and began to slowly and sensually fuck her. Her ass clapped softly as Morgan's hands reached to both her sides, her fingers slamming into Ingvild and Kurika at the same time. Their pussies gripped her fingers as she fucked Jean at the same time, clapping and moaning echoing throughout the room. Fuck you're tight, Morgan said, complimenting Jean as she thrusted into her, Jean just mewling in response. She wasn't even able to form a proper sentence as her pussy clenched and milked Morgan's cock just like Ingvild's mouth had. Shoo good. Jean squealed, her eyes rolling as she began to bounce back against her master's cock. The pleasure of a hung futa cock railing into her pussy was incredible, and the occasional slap to her ass was incredible. Glad you like it, cause you are definitely getting more tonight, Morgan grinned, the others whining in jealously before squealing as she imbued some power into her fingers, making them even more pleasurable as Morgan laughed as the others came to her finger fucking. But for now all you're getting is a thick fucking cream pie, you naughty little saint. Morgan growled, as she pulled back and slammed full force into Jean who came again on her cock, as thick ropes of cum began to fill her wound completely full. Morgan sighed happily as she cream pied her saint, the other two whimpered as they watched Jean's face warp into what was basically an HAO, her tongue sticking out stupidly as her eyes rolled back. The sensation of her master's cum filling her being too much for her to handle. And as Morgan pulled out of her causing her to collapse onto the bed with a whimper, Kurika and Ingvild both moved in and kissed and licked alongside her cock, cleaning it from any leftover drops of her cum, greedily gulping it down happily. All the while, Morgan grinned happily, having only one thought on her mind. I've thought about it before, and I'll think about it again. My life fucking rocks. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just a smut chapter with 3 of her girls, which includes Jean and Ingvild. Anyways, have a good day. 83, Chapter 83, A Casual Morning. First POV. After the enjoyable night I had with my girls, the days had passed by cleanly without much of a fuss. The Devil Society got over the strange events that happened during my ascension and everything else, and my control over my new domains settled as I practiced them a lot. Turns out learning and mastering domains isn't nearly as difficult as you'd expect. You'd think it would take years upon years of mastering it, but I guess with the talent I have and with enough practice, it's only natural I'd master it rapidly. My domains were incredibly powerful, and their reach had expanded well beyond what I had been expecting. I basically had absolute control over both the devil part of the underworld and the Greek underworld. The Greek pantheon was trying their best to find out who had killed Hades, but none of their tracking would ever lead back to me no matter how hard they tried. I made sure that nothing would be leading to me. It would take the power of someone stronger than me to find me. And there were only 3 beings in this universe capable of that. One of them was my future mate, one of them likely couldn't care less and is in the dimensional gap. And the final one is locked up in a seal that not just anyone could break. Only Rezevim would be capable of it at this point, and he didn't have the means to do it just yet either way. Trihexa was a future threat that I do genuinely need to think of a way to deal with, as it was pretty much inevitable for it to be released in the future. Even if I stop Rezevim, that thing will get out sooner or later either way, and once it is, the world itself will be under serious threat. And I need to be ready to deal with that threat, which means I need to continue to rise in power and eventually surpass the dragon gods. Both in order to deal with Trihexa and in order to figure out what the hell happened for the Fate universe to be so connected to this one. Not matter how I think about it, I can't figure out a reasonable way for the two to be so connected. Meaning that the scheming multiverse-traveling magic user is likely up to this. That man was a threat that I cannot deal with, not until I am far stronger. And he was likely pranking the hell out of me right now. That or the dimensional gap is more literal, and our universe is actually connected to a fate universe. At least one of them. Either way, I needed to get stronger. Which meant I needed to finish this season and, maybe just kill more gods and other entities in the future. As I found that by killing gods, I should be able to absorb their divinities like with Hades. And if I was to find a primordial to kill, then I'll get a lot of power in that way too. As primordials conceptually have more control over their domains than even gods. But gods can actually have more firepower than they do. It was a weird gray area for why gods like Shiva and Indra could be stronger than any primordial, even though primordials literally are the personification of certain concepts. None of it really made sense, but this universe was basically powered by big titties, so I guess that's not too surprising. I definitely needed to visit Percy Jackson in the future if that universe was a possible visit. The gods there were far stronger than the ones here, and the primordials are on an entirely different tier. Even the simplest gods there are stronger than most of the ones here, with only the likes of Shiva and Indra being stronger. And the primordials in that universe are almost certainly stronger than the dragon gods. But again, this universe worked strangely and the concepts of the universes are evidently different from one another. I imagine that if I can travel there, my divinity will be massively strengthened, and Aphais would likely catapult to a higher being, likely on the same level as Chaos itself in that universe, making her a universal level being at the very least. At the moment I'm sitting at my desk, reading through the papers that had been sent to me over the day. It was mostly old farts complaining about reforms I am putting through, nothing too serious. None of their complaints were going to amount to anything, as the reforms I am putting through are actually helping them in the end. They just need to wait a few weeks to start to see the changes and why they are a good thing for the underworld. As if I kept the old laws, it would eventually lead to another great war, and one far worse than the last. Because it would involve humans, and would involve sacred gears of immense power on each side. It would be a bloodbath that we would likely win in the end, but not without a lot of loss. Well, at least that was the case before I come into the picture. I could single-handedly stop any war that might happen, so it doesn't even matter. Besides the complaints from the old coots, there was also papers with information about my potions business and its increasingly large production. I was producing tens of thousands of potions a week that was being used by pretty much every devil in the underworld. And said potions were saving thousands of lives. I would just make a clone or something to do this, but I found that most of my clones find it as utterly boring as I do. It's not like it is hard or anything, just really boring. I did like to put on a TV show in the background while I am doing my work. At the moment I'm binge-watching Modern Family. Fantastic little sitcom show that I have been truly enjoying. I'm only on season 3 though, so there is still a lot left to watch. Anyways, my enjoyment of the show and the boring atmosphere from the work was cut off when the door to my office opened. And in walked my favorite maid, who had a serious look on her face, like usual. "Graphia, what can I do for you?" I asked, looking at the woman. Usually she would come in to talk with me later on, not so early into the day at 10 in the morning. "Master, it would seem that the peace conference date has officially been decided, as well as its location," Graphia responded to me, causing me to raise an eyebrow before nodding. I already knew where it would happen, but after looking over the paper, it seems that it is happening in 3 days. A bit soon, but I can't complain. They had been moving around the date a lot now that the Chaos Brigade had been attacking and falling apart and becoming an issue again. It was all combined to be pretty damn annoying. Alright, make sure the team is prepared for this in the next couple of days. I'd rather not embarrass myself in front of the entire supernatural world, I ordered, as the woman nodded in confirmation before walking up, giving me a perfect view of her long legs. I wonder who they'll actually bring for this damn thing. My side is pretty obvious and guaranteed at this point, but what about the angels and the fallen? It's not like they can bring what they had in the show, meaning they'll probably be bringing a lot more powerful characters than originally. Might even see a Longinus user or two that I didn't already have working with, and for me, I'd love to recruit the final ones that I don't have in my peerage, but they were already working with the other supernatural factions, so that wasn't going to be happening. Unless I managed to rip them from the hands of the other factions, but that was definitely possible actually. Although taking away the heavy hitter from the angel faction might actually start a war over it, so it's probably best we just avoid that for now. As I set the paper down onto the table, I let out a low sigh, and spoke to myself. 3 days until the next step. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 84, Chapter 84, Before the Meeting. 3rd POV. The next 3 days had passed by in a blur for Morgan. As she focused on cementing her influence and power over the underworld, and regaining control over her powers that may have started to go a bit chaotic. She had also spent this time strengthening her peerage through new training methods, and helping them unlock new powers that they previously couldn't properly utilize, strengthening them by a decent bit, enough to make a difference. Although she was now strong enough to handle the threats by herself, so it likely didn't really matter all that much in the end. It'd take Yahweh himself to harm her when it came to heaven's side, and that man was dead, so they didn't have anything that could harm her any longer. Even with their strongest weapons and strongest fighters all working together, they wouldn't even scratch her at her level of power. Besides cementing her power in the underworld and strengthening her peerage enough to keep them prepared for the future that was coming, Morgan had also used a few new wards that were now surrounding her territory, keeping it safer than ever before. Her new wards would soon be placed around the entire underworld, that way nobody could invade the lands of the devils without her knowing. The angels and other combatants wouldn't be able to do jack shit to break through them. Wards that would be superior to even that of heavens by the time she was done with them. But again, that would take time. And right now, she was far more focused on the events that were coming up very shortly. As in today's short. The meeting was today. Morgan was prepared for it, already knowing that nobody was going to attack. That nobody reasonably could attack. Afais no longer backed the remains of the Cow's brigade. Most of the forces of both the brigade and of Rezevim's faction were not capable of amassing a force to do anything during it. It would take someone incredibly powerful to even remotely threaten her and the rest of the people that would be taking part in the meeting. People like the 4 Satans, Gabriel, Michael, Azazel, and Morgan herself. All of them were at least Satan class in power, and Morgan was literally the 3rd strongest being on the planet, at least if excluding Trihexa. That thing was an entirely different deal. Currently Morgan was standing in front of her large mansion. The Satans and her peerage were all gathered with her, as they were all the devils that were going to be traveling there with her, alongside Rias and her peerage as well. Speaking of Rias, it had been a while since she had last seen her because she was so busy. She hoped to meet up with her soon, as she felt bad for not meeting up with her for so long. She already had an idea how to make it up for her though. How much longer until the meeting is supposed to start? Rias asked, as she glanced up at Morgan. She was a little hurt with their lack of talking in the past days, but she understood that her girlfriend was very busy, so she didn't really blame her. She just hoped that Morgan would make it up to her somehow. How that was she didn't know. Should be starting in a couple of minutes. I imagine the angels will be the first to arrive there, with the fallen being the last group to arrive later on, Morgan responded. With how Azazel is, that's only natural. That guy is late to literally everything. He'd be late to his own funeral if he ever has 1-inch Seraphal added, as the other Satans nodded agreeing with her words. Azazel very rarely did anything on time or according to plan, so this wasn't even remotely surprising. Dude had a record for this sort of behavior. He was a pervert who didn't like to follow the rules, and certainly didn't like to follow the plans unless he literally had to. He's also very likely to flirt with you, so be prepared for that, Falbium also added, knowing for sure that the man would at least flirt with Morgan. He'd likely flirt with members of her peerage too, so he hoped that the man didn't take it too far before Morgan really made him pay for it. Beating the leader of the fallen angels wouldn't be that difficult for her at this point, and it wasn't likely anyone could stop her if she decided to. Yeah, I already warned them about that, and if he pushes it too far I'll personally take care of it, so don't worry about that, Morgan responded, already knowing all about his personality and what he was likely going to do. Won't that start some sort of incident though? Rias asked, wondering if the man was really that bad. Oh definitely, but I can take care of that. And I honestly doubt anyone will blame me if I slap the shit out of the pervert, Morgan responded with a shrug, knowing that it would cause an incident, but nothing she can't handle. Not only that, but nobody there would blame her. They all knew his personality, so it wasn't like slapping him would be the wrong thing to do in that situation. Honestly, he'd be lucky to only get slapped and not something more than that. What is this meeting even for? It's not like the Cow's Brigade or the old Satan faction even exists anymore, Lint asked, wondering what the point was anymore. It's not like there was some big threat to gather over, and the last big event that they'd really know about is Cockabiel, and he wasn't much of a threat in the end. To finally end the thousands of years of rivalry between our factions, and hopefully work together to bring down the last remaining fraction of Rezevim's forces and whatever remains of the Cow's Brigade. We don't truly need their help now that we have Morgan on our side, but it will certainly go a long way. It'll also stop any future conflicts from arising due to Morgan's recent rise to power, Adjuka explained, as those in the group that didn't understand the point of this were now understanding why this was happening. It made sense, and was basically just a big peace talk meeting, and that was it. Not for anything more than that, not yet at least. Huh, that makes a lot of sense actually. What's the likelihood that this meeting actually works and the conflicts stop? Lint asked, as Morgan was the one who responded to this question. Oh, the conflicts won't be stopping, not completely at least. The Church of the Heavenly Faction is basically its own entity and is insanely racist. Michael is too much of a wimp to stop them, so they're going to continue to cause problems. But this is going to be a start at the very least, Morgan responded. You know, now that you have that other form, can't you personally get involved in taking care of that problem? Tiamat asked, as Morgan looked at her with a hum. Not the worst idea, but the archangels will be really damn annoying if they find out that I can take an angelic form. Especially once they realize that in that form I am akin to their father in terms of power. Morgan responded, as the four Satans agreed that hiding that was probably for the best, at least for now. If you're akin to their father in terms of power while in that form, can't you take over heaven with that form? You could rule both heaven and hell, stopping any future conflicts that can arise between the two factions, Issei said. I could, but again, it's not that easy. I don't know if the throne of God in heaven would even accept me. I'd also have to receive acceptance of the heavenly system, and then I'd need to deal with the actual angels and how they would react to someone who was born as a devil taking over heaven. Not to mention the many other factions that would probably be annoying as piss. Morgan responded, having already thought of the idea plenty of times in the past couple of days. It would just be too annoying for her to deal with right now. Glancing at her watch, Morgan smiled, as a crack in space began to form in front of them, for it was time to get to Cockabiel Academy where the meeting would take place. And as they began to walk towards the portal to the academy, Morgan had only one thought on her mind, and that was, this'll be an interesting meeting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 85, Chapter 85, Start of the Meeting. Third POV. Walking into the crack of space, the group of people soon reappeared on the other side, finding themselves in a large open room which had been set up in the Cockabiel Academy Student Council room. A large room with more than enough space for the groups that were there. And said groups had already arrived it seems. Morgan immediately saw Michael, Gabriel, Uriel and Raphael, the 4 great seraphs. The strongest members of the heavenly faction at the moment, with Michael being the strongest of them all, a Satan class being in his own right. There was also Azazel, the leader of Grigori and the annoying man she had met once already. He smirked when he saw her, but his smirk widened when he saw her peerage and how beautiful most of her members were. But one sharp glare from Morgan and her entire peerage, and the man flinched and awkwardly smiled as he looked away. He knew better than to test his luck against a peerage like hers. Ah, you're finally here. I'm so glad you've made it. Gabriel said with a bright smile. And as Morgan looked at her, she stopped. Damn, Morgan thought, admitting inwardly that Gabriel was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her entire life. She also had an impressive pair of breasts, and seemed incredibly cheery as she ran up to their group. Oh, it's you, Seraphal said with a strained look on her face. She was, not exactly fond of the woman in front of her. Mainly because she was always a problem for Seraphal, and Seraphal had faced her in the war a number of times. She had never defeated her, not even once. She was also jealous of the beauty of Gabriel, and the look that Morgan gave her did not help. Hi, you must be Morgan, right? It's an honor to meet you. Gabriel said with a bright smile, shaking Morgan's hand rapidly as the woman wondered what was even happening. She had never met someone so cheery in her entire life, not even Asia was like this. The woman in front of her was completely uncaring for the atmosphere as she brightly smiled up at Morgan. Nice to meet you as well, Gabriel, Morgan said, shaking Gabriel's hand back with a nod of her own. She wasn't really sure how she was supposed to react to this, so she decided to just be respectful, and that's that. Apologies for my sister. She is quite over the top sometimes, Michael said as he walked forwards with an awkward smile on his face. He knew his sister was being quite overbearing at the moment, and was inwardly hoping she'd tone it down a little bit, or this entire meeting was about to be very, very awkward. But he was beginning to think it was going to be like that either way, if the looks Uriel and Raphael were giving the devils and Azazel were any indicator. His brothers despises the fallen angels and devils, he was just hoping that they didn't take it too far and cause an incident at the meeting that was supposed to finally sow peace between their factions after thousands of years. It's no problem, Morgan said, waving off his apology as it didn't matter to her much. The woman was over the top, but not enough for it to make her mad or anything. So you are Morgan Zagan? You're shorter than I was expecting, Uriel said gruffly, causing Morgan to glance at the man with a raised eyebrow. You know, for someone that is here to sow peace, you aren't talking like you want much of it, Morgan said, as Michael and Gabriel both looked at their sibling with a sharp glare, which was making it pretty clear that they were not pleased with his attitude towards Morgan and the devils. Not a good way to make peace by pissing off the people that you want to make peace with. For someone who is a mere lord in the underworld, you sure speak as if you are an equal to anyone in this room, Uriel said with a scoff, as her peerage began to frown in anger, while the 4 Satans all sighed. Glancing at them, she saw the expressions on their faces and chuckled, nodding. Seeing the nod of acceptance, Sertx walked forwards. I am afraid you are mistaken, Uriel. Morgan is not our equal, she is our superior, Sertx spoke, as the angels and fallen angel all stilled and looked at him. What do you mean she is your superior? You're a Satan, there can't be someone superior to you, Azazel said, confused. Cockabiel has been taken care of. Morgan here has risen to become the new great king, and is now ruling over the underworld, Ajuka informed, as the angels and fallen angel looked surprised. But that surprise was soon increased to shock and even horror upon the words that came from Seraphal. Not only that, but she has risen to surpass Zex here, and is now the fourth super devil. Seraphal said with a bright smile, happy to see the reactions it was causing when they realized that Morgan was the strongest person in the room. And Uriel had just insulted her. Super devil? Damn kid, didn't think you would rise in power that quickly, Azazel said with a whistle, getting over his shock after a few moments. He had expected that Morgan was going to become powerful, but not that quickly. The angels of heaven all began to get a little worried though, as now the devils had a total of 3 super devils, one that was seemingly stronger than both Ajuka and Xerxes. Not only that, but she had far more political reach, and she had a shit ton of knowledge that far surpassed that of any other faction's libraries besides the library of heaven itself. And now that she had all that power, she could potentially begin to increase the size of the library, and make it even more valuable to the Devil Society, which is going to become more and more of a problem considering Morgan can live for thousands of years. Yeah well, I didn't want to stay weak for much longer, Morgan responded with a shrug of her shoulders as she moved to sit at the table with a sigh, the Satans and angels soon sitting down too. So, what exactly are we doing this meeting for besides peace? Cause peace sounds really good right now, Azazel asked, wanting nothing more than to stop all these stupid-ass conflicts that had been affecting their factions for way too long at this point. Rizevim, Morgan said simply, sipping on some tea as she conjured it in front of her. Hearing the name, the other factions' leaders stilled. That old coot is still around. He is. And he's being a pain in the ass. I've taken care of most of his forces, but he's trying to do something really stupid, Morgan said, as the leaders leaned forwards. And that is? Michael asked. He's trying to release Trihexa, Morgan said, casually dropping the bomb as their eyes shot wide in alarm. The Satans looked at her in alarm too, as she hadn't said anything about that to them, not in full at least. What? Yeah, I know. He's trying to release the beast. Which thankfully he does not have the means to do so just yet, he is trying to get said means. I thought it was just a legend, a myth that's never been confirmed, Azazel whispered, not expecting it to actually be a real thing, as nobody had really seen the thing, except for their father himself. And he was long dead. Well, it's real, and Rizevim wants to bring it back. Because he's a psychopath moron that thinks he can actually control an entity that is as strong as Great Red and Eyes, perhaps even stronger, Morgan said with a grumble, still annoyed that this was something she had to deal with. She'd much rather find out more about this universe's connection to fate, but no, she has to focus on stopping Rizevim and Trihexa, which would be coming back. It was pretty much inevitable. It was also very annoying. That's not good, Michael said with a sigh, realizing that this meeting was going to be a lot longer than he was expecting, and far more important than any of them could have ever expected. And as they all began to realize that, the leaders of the factions had only one thought on their minds, and that was, Rizevim, you suck. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just an initial meeting between the angels and Morgan, and that's about it. The next chapter will be the rest of the meeting. Anyways, have a good day. 86, Chapter 86, Revelations at the Meeting. Third POV. So how the hell are we supposed to stop Trihexa if he is able to release it? Azazel asked, wondering what they could even do against something like that. Trihexa was far stronger than their father, and their father could crush them all like they were bugs. The only one that could fight and kill him is of course Morgan, who at this point is stronger than him, or very close to being stronger. Should Morgan take over heaven and ascend and take that throne as well, she will absolutely be stronger. As all the worship that is Yahweh will then be going to her, and since she was now a god, that worship would actively strengthen her. And it would strengthen her massively at that. But taking the throne was an entirely different ordeal. While she could do it without too much difficulty, it was the fallout afterwards that would be a huge pain in the ass. Mostly the other pantheons would be really problematic to deal with, as Morgan wasn't exactly at the same scale of power as Eyes, so she couldn't just casually take on the entire world at the same time. Not yet at least. We need to stop him from releasing it altogether, Morgan responded. What does he even need to release the thing in the first place? Seraphal was the one to ask this question, as while her and the other Satans were covering it up, she was slightly irritated that Morgan hadn't told anyone about this. It's more so finding it that will be his biggest hurdle. And the only way to really find it is to either find someone who knows where it is, or get your hands on the Sephiroth Graal, and he can't do either of them. As I am the only one who knows where that creature is, and the Sephiroth Grawl is far out of his reach, Morgan responded, causing Azazel to speak up. You have the Grawl, don't you? Azazel asked, staring at Morgan as the woman returned the stare before nodding slowly. I do. Which means the chances of Rezevim getting his hands on it is pretty slim, Morgan replied with a nod. Are there any other methods he could possibly use to find it? We need to be absolutely certain that he cannot bring that creature back in the coming future, Michael questioned, as Morgan hummed. Well, I suppose if he was to get into the general area of the seal then he could potentially find it. But it is at the end of the world, so that is less likely. So the only other option he has is to create something that can find it. But even that would require a shitload of power and a lot of other artifacts of immense power, Morgan responded after contemplating it for a few moments. Knowing Rezevim, he'll be able to do that. What would we do if it was to somehow escape? Is there any possibility of defeating it? Raphael asked, as Morgan nodded. I know of a few methods. And if we get the aid of the dragon gods it is certainly possible. Quite frankly, killing that thing will be the best option in the long run. As no matter what we do, it will escape eventually. The seal isn't meant to keep it held for eternity after all, Morgan responded, knowing that she would need to claim the throne of heaven if she wanted to be able to truly battle against the beast of apocalypse. How in the world would we even go about killing something that not even God could kill? That sounds like something that is beyond us, Azazel asked. He knew enough that his father was well beyond anyone in the room, to his knowledge. So the mere idea that they can somehow kill that thing is laughable. I've got a few ideas. Most of them will rely on obtaining more personal power, and me claiming some places that I am technically owed. But if we can get the help of Aphais at the least, then killing that creature will be far easier, Morgan answered. She had a lot of different forms of poison, so she was confident that if she was to sue that in tandem with everything else she has, as well as the power she could get from becoming the new biblical god, she could kill Trihexa with the aid of Aphais. If she got the help of Great Red at the same time, then it would be even more certain. But at the moment by herself? Yeah, not gonna happen. What do you mean by places? Gabriel questioned with a cute tilt of her head, confused on what she was talking about. Morgan stilled at the question, as she wondered if she should just go out and show it off. But at the same time she wasn't sure if revealing this was a good idea. As if she did reveal it, it would likely cause them to either revere her or they'd be absolutely terrified of her. There wasn't really an in-between in this situation. Glancing at the Satans and her peerage, she saw them lock eyes with her one by one. And with a few moments of staring at them, they all slowly nodded with acceptance on their faces, understanding that this was simply the best way to do this. And with that, Morgan looked back to the angels. Alright, try not to freak out too much, okay? It'd be annoying to have to calm you down, Morgan said. As she rose to her feet, the angels and fallen angels all looked at her in confusion, only for that confusion to slowly warp into shock and then awe, as her devil wings sprouted from her back. They noticed the odd appearance of them, the power rippling from them. But before they could question why they looked like that, their eyes widened in shock as a gasp echoed from Gabriel. For Morgan's form began to glow a brilliant golden color, her wings turning a bright white and gold color, as a large halo slowly formed above her head. Immense holy power shaking the room as the angels all stared at her in awe, while the devils just sighed. She was protecting them from the holy power, but they could still somewhat feel it. But it was not that made them sigh, but the reactions her reveal was causing. The holy power she was exuding was almost the exact same as one being, and that being was Yahweh. It wasn't exactly the same of course, as his was pure golden and even purer than hers, but, the second she claimed that throne of heaven, she'd have holy power even purer than his. Father. Gabriel whispered, tears streaking out of her eyes as she stared at Morgan reverently. Not exactly, Gabriel. I'm not him, I just have some holy power that is close to his. I obtained this form after some events that had occurred, which has given me this other form. Now giving me a holy form and a devil form, Morgan responded with a soft smile on her face. But you feel close to him. I know, I'm not entirely sure why. I think it might be because I've touched upon some holy artifacts that have been touched by him. But either way, I am not your father, and I want to make sure you all understand that before you start to view me differently. Morgan cut Michael off as softly as she could. So this place you wanted to take, are you speaking of the throne of heaven? Yes. I won't act like what I am saying is a lot. But if I were to take the throne, it would give me the power needed to overcome the difference between what I have now, and a dragon god. It would also mean that heaven and hell are truly united, and will no longer be capable of conflict between one another, Morgan began, before continuing. But, it will also mean changes, a lot of changes. And more than that, the rest of the factions of the supernatural world will likely not be the most accepting of this unity, Morgan explained, as the angels all glanced at one another. Perhaps it is best you take the throne. If you truly have the power of my father, then you will be able to utilize the heavenly system that I cannot use myself. And with that, maybe we will have an even greater chance against Trihexa, Michael began, as Morgan stared at them, realizing that they were accepting of the idea of her taking the throne. Why are you so accepting of the chance that I take the throne? Because you have the power of our father. That means you have to at least be a good person. And that's all that is needed for us to accept you as the leader of heaven, even if it means that you will rule over the underworld too. Gabriel cheerfully said, as Morgan just stared at the three angels that all nodded along with Gabriel's words. Hearing her response, Morgan just let out a small chuckle, one thought on her mind. This is going far better than I was expecting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 87, Chapter 87, Final Explanations at the Meeting. Third POV. So, Morgan is taking the throne of heaven? Azazel asked, glancing between his angelic siblings and the woman that exuded power similar to that of his father's. It made him nervous, seeing that much power in person after so long, but it also made him understand that they, the Grigori, were no longer even remotely comparable to what the devils had become. They had 2 super-class beings, at least 5 Satan-class beings, and then they had Morgan, who was comparable to his father at the least. That made her the 3rd strongest being in the world if not including Trihexa. Even stronger than Shiva, who had been holding on to that title for thousands of years, since his father had died to Lucifer. He imagined that Shiva and the Hindu faction would likely throw a fit about the fact that Morgan was now stronger than him. Especially Indra, who was not exactly known for having good self-control, and was notorious for having horrible anger management. The dude is kind of a douche. He's arrogant, narcissistic, and just has an awful personality that makes it hard to want to be anywhere near him. The only reason the Hindu pantheon even lets him stay around is because he is simply too powerful to get rid of. Hearing the question, the 4 seraphs all looked at one another, before each of them nodded, as Michael turned back to his fallen brother. Yes, we cannot pass up a chance like this one. It will permanently end the conflicts between our factions, so that no war could ever arise between heaven and hell again. She has the power that rivals that of our father, and is the only one who can utilize the heavenly system. It is simply the only option, Michael responded, knowing that she was the only choice they had. The angels were dying out slowly but surely, and without Morgan taking the throne and obtaining absolute control over the heavenly system, they wouldn't be able to bring more into the world. And eventually, they would be brought into extinction. And that simply could not be allowed to happen. So, they must allow Morgan to ascend the throne and rule over the heavens and the underworld. To be fair, it is fitting for Morgan, Seraphol said with a shrug, not really against the idea of the woman she is in love with becoming what is basically the new god. How so? Gabriel asked, tilting her head rather cutely. 'Cause she's the strongest. And it sorta fits her, with her being both holy and demonic now. Not to mention her draconic side that she developed, and even her phoenix side she got too. Seraphol responded with a shrug, as if it was obvious. That only confused the angels. Draconic side? Phoenix? How is Morgan connected with them? I thought she was simply a devil. Uriel asked, confused on how that was even possible. Well, after a series of rituals, Morgan absorbed some traits from the remains of a phoenix as well as the 2 heavenly dragons. Thanks to this, she is basically a sort of pseudo-heavenly dragon, and a phoenix that is next to impossible to kill, Seraphol explained as they all turned to her wide-eyed. You're the one that made the Greek pantheon go apeshit. Azazel said with a laugh, knowing now why Zeus was causing such a fuss. Well, that and because she killed Hades, Falbium added absent-mindedly, as the other Satans looked at him with glares, as the man blinked, only to sigh when he realized what he just said. She what? Michael exclaimed as he jumped up wide-eyed. Hades was one of the strongest in the world for a reason. He was also the ruler of the realm of the dead, and the primary reason why the Greek pantheon was still considered so strong. But now that he was dead, they'd begin to weaken massively over the coming months. I killed Hades. He was working with Rezevim, or had been at one point. He also had something very important in his hands that I simply could now allow for him to keep any longer than he already had. Morgan responded, not really minding that she had gotten outed. They would have found out sooner or later anyways, so it made no difference. What is it that he had that was so important? Azazel asked, questioning inwardly what could possibly have led to such a thing. The mother of all devils, Lilith. As Morgan said these words, the others in the room looked at her in shock, at least most of them had. The Satans had already been told about this, and the fact that Lilith was in Morgan's basement currently being healed slowly but surely. But to hear that she had found the Lilith, was an absolute shocker. The angels had assumed she died a long time ago, but to hear she was alive, was insane. She had supposedly died during the Great War, or even before it. But now she was alive, the mother of devils was alive. She was the one that all the original devils spawned from, and was incredibly important to the devil society as a whole. How is she alive? Gabriel asked with wide eyes. Rezevim decided that his mother was of more use to him as a test subject than anything. He's been using her to create weapons, and Hades took her from him. Hades wanted to make super devils, an army of them. But that obviously won't be happening anymore. She's currently being healed and is in a medical coma until the time is right, Morgan responded, not minding the questions. They were going to be her loyal subjects soon anyways, so there was no harm in telling them about this information. What a monster, Michael whispered, not liking Rezevim the more he heard about him. He hadn't personally met him before, so this information was the only way he would get a picture of the type of person he is. A monster. He is. But he's also a smart monster. I'm sure he's already found out about this meeting, and about the fact that Hades is gone and dusted. He'll most likely be working to find a way around the changes I have made that are getting in his way. Which is why it is incredibly important that I take the throne of heaven, Morgan responded, nodding in agreement with his words. What about the throne of heaven gives you so much power? Brother has sat on it plenty of times and it hasn't made him any stronger, Raphael asked, confused on what she would get from it. It's not the throne itself that would grant me power, but the worship that would. As once I take control of heaven and the throne, I will for all intents and purposes, become the new biblical god, or goddess in my case. I am already a goddess thanks to my killing of Hades and absorbing his divinity, Morgan began, as they looked surprised before letting her continue. But by taking the throne, all of that worship from the hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions that worship him and all the other various religions that are offshoots of his original, will come to me. Therefore massively boosting my divinity and the power I have from being a god, so much so that I should reach a level close to that of the dragon gods, Morgan explained, as they all began to realize what she was after. I see, the worship is what matters, not the throne itself, Azazel whispered, knowing that worship when it came to gods was a tangible force, an incredibly important one for many of them, as it was what gave a lot of them power, or at least a lot of their power. Exactly. And once I take the throne I will have all that worship, not just from them, but from the devils and angels. And that will boost not just the holy power I have, but the power of my various domains, Morgan nodded, as they all breathed out and leaned back. It was a lot to learn about all at one time, but it was important for them to find this out. And now was the best point to do it, before Rezevim found out more about Morgan and what she is up to. After the long explanation, Michael looked to Morgan before speaking. Well, what are we waiting for? There's no point in waiting any longer, so you should just claim the throne now, Michael said, as Morgan blinked, watching him open a portal to heaven. Seeing this, Morgan glanced at the devils in the room who all nodded, as she got to her feet and began to follow the seraphim that began to walk into the portal, Gabriel barely hiding her excitement. And as she followed them through the portal in her holy form, Morgan had only one thought on her mind. Time to become the new biblical god. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just more of the meeting and that is it. This is the last chapter of the meeting as things will begin to happen again very soon, with her next main foe showing up very soon. Anyways, have a good day. 88, Chapter 88, Heaven. Third POV. Stepping into the heavens was an interesting experience. It was bright. So incredibly bright. It was also far different than the underworld in just about every single way. It wasn't seemingly as large, but she could tell it was even more ancient. Just gazing at the home of the angels made Morgan understand why it was so hard to break into the place. Why it was that nobody had ever broken through the barriers around the home of the angels, at least, besides Lucifer himself. The place was protected with wards that even she had to admit were incredible. Sure, she could now make wards well beyond them thanks to her power surpassing that of the biblical god. And the biblical god was the creator of the wards that surround this place. But she could also tell that the wards were seemingly weakening, probably because nobody had reclaimed control over the heavenly system. And without someone controlling the heavenly system, the heavens cannot be properly managed in their full capacity. Michael was trying his best, that much was obvious. But sometimes your best is simply not enough. And when you are talking about heaven itself, his best was far from enough. It had to be absolutely perfect in order to properly run the place, and he was not properly running it. He simply couldn't. Walking through the gates of heaven, Morgan almost immediately noticed the large population of angels that were all staring at her. Most of them in awe, wide-eyed as they saw her large halo and her wings that were glowing brilliantly. They also all noticed the power that was passively rolling out of her, power that was similar to that of their father. Her holy power wasn't as pure as his, but she had arguably as much as he did. She felt like their father. Some of the angels looked like they wished to move forward, to ask questions of their older siblings. But one look from the seraphim and they all stayed silent, understanding that something about her was important. That they were doing something important that could not wait any longer. They wondered what it could be, but decided against asking, and just watched as Morgan walked past them with the seraphim around her. They're quite the curious folk, aren't they? Morgan asked, feeling the gazes of thousands of angels all on her. Some looking at her in fear, some in awe, and some of them were in confusion. None of them knew who she was, only that she had power similar to their father. And that interested them more than anything had in a long time. Ah, yes. Sorry about them. They can feel father's power on you, Michael said with a small chuckle, inwardly hoping this didn't make Morgan uncomfortable or anything. It would be a bad way to start out her ruling over the heavens. It's fine. I've been stared at by thousands before. I run the underworld already, Morgan responded, a little amused with the man's worry. The man looked away slightly in embarrassment, realizing that she was right. His worry was unfounded. Are you sure you're not our father? You feel so much like him. Gabriel asked with her pouty lips sticking out. Morgan shook her head in response. Nope. Like I said before, Gabriel, I simply have incredibly pure holy power that is similar to your father's, Morgan responded. She found the woman's expression to be funny enough, but she wasn't going to lie to her or anything. Humph, I don't believe you, Gabriel responded with a pout on her lips, glancing to the side like a child. Morgan just chuckled at her words, as she was acting like a child. It was cute. Gabriel, stop bugging Morgan, she has more important things to do, Raphael said, cutting his sister off from continuing to speak. It's not a problem, Raphael. It's more cute than anything, Morgan said, as the four seraphim looked at her in slight surprise, with Gabriel flushing slightly at her words, inwardly confident that this woman was related to her father in some form. It didn't matter either way, as she was eventually led to the seventh heaven, the place in which the throne of heaven presides. Not only that, but it is this place that the sacred gear system was placed, as well as God's system, the place in which the biblical God lived during his life. When Morgan stepped into this area of the heavens, she could feel the changes within it. The power that passively exuded from this area was incredible. The defenses around it were even stronger, the strongest wards she had ever seen. They were truly impressive, insanely impressive. On par with her own wards, even surpassing them in some areas. Meaning his wards likely took years to create properly, and a shit ton of work that hers didn't. While hers only took a few days and were just put together out of necessity more than anything. It was the throne itself that caught Morgan's attention more than anything. The power that was passively rippling from it. The way it was almost calling to her, the power that was pulling at her, power so very similar to the holy power that she had within her. And it was the throne that she began to walk to. The seraphim only watched as she silently walked up to it, the simple glowing white throne that looked like it was made of marble or something. But it glowed slightly with a divine light, golden in color. Placing her hand onto the armrest of the throne, she felt the power running over her hand, as if it was testing her if she was worthy. And seeing as it didn't do anything to stop her, it would seem she was. What will you all do if I sit upon this throne? Morgan asked, still gazing at the throne and the power riddled throughout it. We will follow you until the end of days. Just as we followed our father for millennia, Michael responded instantly, the others nodding in agreement. You will become our God, and in all forms that matter, you will become our father, or at least a new version of him. And with that will come eternal loyalty, Raphael added. We will become your blades against evil, your shields against the selfish and envious, Uriel spoke. And we will be your messengers to all those that worship you. We will spread your message as those who follow our father's words, will now follow yours, Gabriel finished, a smile on her face as she gazed at Morgan, who only stared down at the throne for even longer. And you all are certain that you are okay with following me? You know that I was born as a devil, right? Morgan responded, glancing back at them, looking away from the throne for the first time in the last few moments. We know, but like we've said before, we don't care. You wouldn't have even been able to enter heaven if you weren't worthy enough to be here. And the fact that Father's throne reacts to your touch is the only indicator we need to allow you to become the new ruler of the heavens, Michael said simply, a confident smile on his face. As if he knew that she would be their new ruler. As if he knew that she was going to be the best ruler for them. Even though she had been a devil before, it didn't seem he truly cared about that. Not anymore. Not when the heavens can regain a proper ruler, one that can sit upon the throne of heaven and lead them to a new dawn, a greater dawn alongside those that dwell in the underworld. A dawn that would bring about peace and unity between the two species that used to hate one another so very much. These angels are way too trusting of people. It's almost impressive, but it's also a bit worrying, Morgan thought, deciding that she would need to teach these people how to properly tell if someone is lying in the future. Because she could easily be lying to them and they wouldn't even be able to tell. Alright, I guess I'll just have to accept your faith in me. As well as the faith of so many humans on Earth, Morgan said with a soft smile on her face as she looked back at them, their eyes lightening with bright smiles forming on their faces, as they all watched silently as Morgan breathed in deeply. Moving, she turned towards them, and slowly began to lower herself on the throne of heaven, one thought on her mind as she did so. Let's see how this goes. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 89, Chapter 89, Sending Higher. Third POV. When she lowered herself onto the throne, Morgan felt it. She felt all of it, the incredible, immense, beautiful power that began to flow through her. The holy power that was purer than anything she had before, holy power that was so immense that it was capable of strengthening just about anyone, or anything. A holy power that could wipe out legions of devils just by them being in its mere presence. A holy power so absolute, so powerful, that not even gods would be safe from its majestic might. The might that would bring forth something new within Morgan. Something incredible. The angels watched with tears in their eyes as Morgan began to glow brighter and brighter, her angelic wings sprouting from her back, as she shut her eyes and let the power flow through her. As she did, her wings began to glow brilliantly, a golden glimmer beginning to shine throughout them. The golden color became brighter and brighter, glowing with more and more holy power than before. As Morgan kept her eyes shut, she felt the worship begin to flow towards her, she felt her power begin to rise faster and faster as she felt something else begin. The prayers. The prayers for hope, for mercy, for help and aid in dark times. Prayers from over 4 billion people. As long as one followed God, all those prayers were flowing towards her. Whether or not they were Christians, it did not matter to these prayers. And it showed, as she felt her power begin to rise, the more and more the prayers flowed into her being. Her holy power was becoming purer and purer, superior to that of even the biblical God himself. For back when he was alive, he didn't have even 75% of the total followers there were now, and it was for that reason that Morgan felt so powerful. And the angels felt it too. As the sacred gear system and the God system began to snap into place, connecting to Morgan, the previous bugs and glitches that were born after the death of the biblical God began to fix themselves now that there was a new power in place, one that could properly control these systems. At the same time, Morgan felt the next part begin, for she had technically just finished Season 2, as the meeting was basically over, and there was not going to be an invasion or anything, meaning, she was about to get a new universe to pull from. And that universe was Naruto. Thanks to this, Morgan could feel another energy begin to form within her, her body beginning to adapt and change as the Fan and Maker ability activated several times over. A total of 5 times. Forest Release Kekii Genkai, simply put, Forest Release is the result of infusing Wood Release with Yang Release, granting the user all traits of Wood Release as a benefit, only to be amplified and given a new physical form thanks to the addition of Yang Release. This addition exponentially increases the versatility of the Wood, seeing as they are now truly given their own life, no longer bound to the user's chakra like other false creations. What truly differentiates Wood Release and Forest Release is the ability to control the vitality of the techniques. With this ability, users able to cause the most basic wooden constructs to change its physical form into something nearly as complex as a dungeon filled with hundreds of mazes is one of the many unique abilities granted by Forest Release that seems preposterous and completely perplexing to Wood Release wielders. Another interesting factor demonstrated by Forest Release, secret technique, Birth of the Quivering Centipede, is the ability to turn chakra into a life form with the ability to utilize Forest Release to not only amplify the user's mobility but in extension restrict the opponent's mobility. These constructs have a short but meaningful life after they have fulfilled their duty. These animals return to the holy tree to continue their eternal slumber. Those who wield Forest Release has also been shown to have a unique healing factor, able to absorb natural wooden constructs to heal minor injuries and cure fatigue. The most prominent of Forest Release is its ability to create forests. These forests range from jungles, taigas, rainforests, woodlands, etc. This innate ability often causes users of Forest Release to be highly contracted for building lands from the ground up to create a beautiful landscape, filled with all types of vegetation and trees. These forests are inhabitable and capable of feeding an entire ecosystem of its own, often resulting in foreign creatures and plants finding a home in places they are not normally native to. These forests are not only a great place of shelter, but it can also prove to be extremely deadly as the user has complete and utter control over these forests via the aforementioned ability. When comforted by the home of a forest, users of Forest Release are proven to be nigh impossible to defeat. The forest is their territory. All who wishes to fight someone who wields the Forest Release in their own territory is either extremely brave or awfully arrogant. Destructive Release Kekii Genkai. This destructive release, literally meaning destructive release, viz. Destructive style, is an advanced nature composed of 3 natures, lightning release, earth release and yang release. This advanced nature grants the user the ability to manipulate all aspects of an explosion, such as the shock wave, core temperature, the detonation, to the actual explosion. Solar Release Kekii Genkai, ninjutsu formed by the aptly named Solar Release epitomizes all that the sun is capable of and what it represents. Primarily, they revolve around the creation of flames, and other constructs, that are characterized by intense temperatures said to be as hot as the sun. Furthermore, these techniques each have the capacity to radiate waves of heat, whose temperatures are moderated by the user's skill and preferences. Lastly, the Solar Release has demonstrated the capacity to be utilized as a form of medical ninjutsu. This is due to the life-granting properties of the yang release, which can easily turn the element's harsh, excessively deadly heat waves into soothing rays with regenerative capabilities. It is noted that the solar release shares a unique relationship with certain beings and techniques characterized by a prominent presence of natural or vital energies. Due to the nature of the rays the element produces, ninjutsu of the solar release can, inadvertently, grant life to those mentioned above, resulting in the terrifying transfiguration of the beings into trees or other flora, and the techniques going haywire beyond the conjurer's control. Luna Release Kekii Genkai. In the same manner as its counterpart, the Luna Release epitomizes everything that the moon represents and is capable of. To begin, the ninjutsu produced by this nature transformation appear in one of two forms. The first are techniques which revolve around turning the body against itself. Due to the fact that, anatomically speaking, most sentient lifeforms are composed primarily of fluids, these techniques aim to use said fluids as a catalyst for creating unique, and often painful, effects within the body. These effects can range anywhere from the production of hallucinations, accomplished through the yin release's ability to create form, in this case, a chemical imbalance, infections or illness, accomplished by halting or disrupting natural, bodily processes, spasms, death, and anything in between. The second form of Luna release techniques revolves around an unprecedented level of control over water in comparison to the traditional release. While this control does not include the fluctuation of water's state of matter, as this process is exclusive to other Kekii Genkai, it does permit the user to dictate the viscosity of the element, thereby resulting in a thick, gel-like substance. When applied correctly, this form can be applied as a capable defense against various types of weaponry. Lastly, due to the yin release's aforementioned ability to create form, the Luna release has demonstrated the capability to create water where there is absolutely no pre-existing moisture to draw from. While upper-level techniques of the traditional water release may accomplish this effect, the element at large revolves around the manipulation of pre-existing sources of water. Luna release permits the user to circumvent this trend and allows them full access to the water release, whether or not there are pre-existing conditions available. Typhoon Release Kekii Genkai. Typhoon Release, Titan, is a Kekii Genkai unique to some shinobi from Kirigakure. This unique Kekii Genkai combines wind and yang chakra, allowing the manipulation of air currents intense enough to create typhoons. In the formation of typhoons at different scales, the typhoon chakra makes possible the manipulation of weather, being capable to precipitate air currents to cause storms. She felt the power of the Kekii Genkai flowing through her, as a chakra network was formed inside of her from the ground up. And boy, did she have a lot of chakra. As in, more chakra than most beings in the Naruto universe. With only the likes of Kaguya, the Nine Tails, and other Atsutsuki being on par with her in terms of chakra reserves. But the downside of such incredible reserves was that she would need to train them extensively in order to learn control over the chakra. The angels could feel this new and unique energy that was beginning to flow through Morgan, but none of them dared to intervene or say anything, more focused on watching as their new ruler absorbed the powerful remnants of the biblical god, and finally taking his throne for herself. They watched as she became the one who sits upon the throne of heaven and hell, ruler of both of them, ascending into a being that surpassed that of any other beings, and was beginning to grow closer and closer to the dragon gods in power. At the same time, Morgan felt new major and minor divinities form within her. These being major divinities, life, hope, light, justice, holy energy, and creation. Minor divinities, angels, purity, healing, and heroes. The new divinities cemented within her moments later, as she felt her new powers stabilize. The powers themselves were going to be a great boon to her, a boon that could give her the means to counter Trihexa once it comes into the world. Whenever that happens. As the power finally began to stop flooding into her, Morgan began to answer some of the prayers that were sent her way. Prayers that she could reasonably answer, like bringing health to those that were sickly, helping those that were in hard times, and things like that. But only to those that were not evil, good, innocent men, women, and children. That is who she helped, a small smile forming on her face as she saw what their reactions would be like in the coming days, pleased with the results. She found that when in this form, she liked helping people a lot more than before. She wasn't a goody two-shoe or anything, but when angelic she felt the desire to help the humans out a bit more, especially with them being used like toys for so very long. Father. Gabriel whispered, staring at Morgan's form as it finished glowing. The power that came from Morgan was simply too powerful, too similar to her father's. And she was insistent in her belief that Morgan was some sort of reincarnation of her father. Looking into Gabriel's eyes, Morgan chuckled. I've already told you, haven't I? I am not your father, Gabriel. I may have powers similar to him, but I am not him, Morgan responded, as she rose to her feet slowly, her golden wings retracting back into her a few moments later. Stepping down from the throne, Morgan looked at the four angels with a hum. Now, how about we go look into this sacred gear system and see if we can't fix it up? After that I'll go into my predecessor's system and change it around, Morgan said, as she began to walk away with the angels following after her in confusion. What sort of changes do you plan on making, ma'am? Michael asked, stopping himself from calling her father. He could also feel the power from her, and couldn't help but agree with his sister that Morgan felt like she was similar to their father in power. I'm going to make it so that angels can have children without fear of falling, as the previous laws are simply far too strict for my taste. At the same time, I'll be making it so that they will not fall for falling in love, so long as that love is pure and genuine, and not born of negative and selfish desires. I'll also be making it possible for old fallen angels to become true angels again, to seek redemption and rise again. But that will only be possible for the very few, Morgan explained, as their eyes widened in shock. I'll also be learning the methods in which all of you were created. As if I can, I'll be making a new generation of angels, bringing you all new siblings. Morgan finished with a smile, their eyes widening at this, to hear that they could have new siblings. There hadn't been a new angel brought into life since the biblical God had passed away. So to hear that Morgan was just going to bring forth an entirely new generation of them was incredible. A dream come true in their eyes. You can do that? Uriel asked with wide eyes. Of course. When I absorbed the power left behind by your father, and the power brought forth from the worship of billions, I also obtained new domains in which I am a god of. And among those domains is creation, life, holy energy, and even a minor domain in angels themselves. So creating more siblings for all of you should be easy enough. Morgan responded with a nod, the others just watching her in awe as they stopped in front of the door that led to the sacred gear system. The barriers around the system were incredibly powerful, but now that she was God, opening the door was no difficulty for Morgan. You all can come with me you want, Morgan said, glancing back at the 4 angels that seemed hesitant to follow after her, but after hearing her words, the 4 of them began to step forward, prepared to follow her into the room. And as she opened the door and they stepped in, Morgan had only one thought on her mind. Let's see what this sacred gear system looks like. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 90, Chapter 90, The Sacred Gear System, 3rd POV. Stepping into the room in which the sacred gear system is held, Morgan paused as she looked up at the device. It was far less interesting than she was expecting, to be frank. It looked like nothing more than a large glowing ball of light, like a miniature sun or something. Like a star that was radiating some truly impressive power. Power that was now Morgan's to bend, warp, and control in whatever way she could possibly want to. It is different than I was expecting, Morgan said blandly, as the other angels could only glance away awkwardly. They knew that when one thinks of the sacred gear system, they think of something far more grandiose and impressive, not a ball of light. A strong ball of light, but a mere ball of night nonetheless. Yes, it certainly is. When my father first showed me this place, I thought it would be more as well. But I suppose the simplicity of this ball of light is its own form of beauty. And the power it has speaks for itself, far more than anything else ever could, Michael said with a nod, agreeing with her words. I guess its makeup and how it works is incredible in its own right, Morgan said, giving them that. Just gazing at it she could tell that it was easily the most complex system she had ever seen. She understood how it worked after some gazing, but that was only thanks to her increase in power, and her now sitting on the throne of God. If she hadn't ascended and become the next biblical God, she would not have understood a single thing about the system in front of her. But now that she could very clearly see how it worked, why it worked, and more importantly, how to rework it so that many of the fatal errors that were causing so many issues would be fixed. Errors like the Juggernaut overdrive that would kill its user, or drastically weaken their lifespan by decades at a time. She could allow them to still exist, but instead of literally killing the user slowly but surely through them, she could warp and change them instead, making it so that they will instead dramatically drain the user's stamina and weaken them for a time afterwards, and even block their ability to use the sacred gear for a few days. That way it will not kill them, but instead just be a pain in the ass to deal with afterwards. This would take some time to put into place though, and would require her to expend a lot of power, as well as learn how to properly use the sacred gear system, something she could not afford to mess up, so it would take time and very precise practice. But it would be worth it in the end. Do you understand how it works? Uriel asked, wondering if his new god understood what their father had created. I do. It is easily the most complex system that I have ever seen in my life, but I have a few ideas on how to use it. Ideas like fixing certain bugs that are in the system, and making the lives of the humans with a sacred gear far easier. That way they will not continue to be utilized as nothing more than slaves, Morgan responded with a nod. That would be amazing. 'Cause no offense to the devils, but they really don't treat the humans right at all, Gabriel said with a beam. It is fair. Just as the strict changes I will be putting into place with the church shall be fair. They are racist and horribly backwards at this point, and I understand that you could not do much to change their ways, Michael, but I can, and I will, Morgan said seriously, her new follower staring at her before nodding in understanding. I understand, Mother, wait what? Mother. Morgan cut him off, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Well, you are now the new biblical god, taking our father's place. You are going to be the creator of the next generation of the angels, thus, you will effectively be their mother. Thus, I believe it is only right that we call you mother, for it is essentially the truth. Michael responded simply, a smile on his face as his siblings all looked at her with new gleams in their eyes. Ooh, yeah, that's perfect. You're our mother now, fits you perfectly. Gabriel said excitedly, deciding that that would be Morgan's new title. Morgan just looked over them rapidly, wondering how she should go about getting them to stop calling her that. Too bad for her, there was very little chance they would be stopping that anytime soon. As expected, they absolutely refused to stop calling her that. They were fine with not calling her father, but they decided that her new title would be mother. For she would be the mother of the next generation of angels, even if she was not related to their father in the least. Something they would have to make very clear in the coming future, so as to stop any unbecoming rumors from propping up. After Morgan had looked over the sacred gear system for some time, looking deeper into it to make sure that it was even reparable in the first place, Morgan decided it was time to look into the god system. The sacred gear system was indeed reparable. The god system wasn't particularly needed for her anymore. As before, it was what all the prayers flowed through and then into the biblical god. But due to her unique nature, she was able to feel and react to these prayers without it. But, she could rework it so that it would instead make answering these prayers easier, as well as keeping an eye on her worshippers for easier as well. Something that would be needed if she wanted to keep her power base in the future. The prayers she received were giving her so much power that she couldn't afford to lose that. It would be next to impossible to actually lose them, but she needed to be absolutely certain. And answering some prayers would certainly help that in the long run. So she would need to work on that system as well. But this would all take some time. Thankfully she now had chakra. So all she had to do is learn and practice her chakra, and then once she learns it enough, she can use shadow clone jutsu and get past any of the problems she could have had before. Allowing her to work on both the sacred gear system and God system at the same time, making her life far easier, and giving her more than enough time to work on other projects of more importance. Mostly ones in the underworld regarding the strengthening of it, just as she is going to be massively strengthening heaven as well, providing them with new archangels, strengthening the seraphs, and more. At the moment she was touring the various sectors of heaven, looking at the Tree of Life and the other important places. She found that most of them were kind of boring in comparison to the first sector she had gone to with the Throne of Heaven. She did still enjoy it. Although the gazes she got on the first level with all the angels living there wasn't really something she enjoyed very much. But, she knew that she would need to get used to it, especially once her ascension onto the Throne of Heaven was revealed. But that wouldn't be for a while, as she needed to get back to the meeting place and finish up the stuff there. Which is exactly where she was now, stepping back through the portal to find the members that were part of the meeting sitting there boredly, waiting for her. Took you long enough, Azazel said with a yawn, almost like he just woke up from a long nap or something. Sorry, taking the Throne of Heaven took longer than I was anticipating, Morgan responded blandly, the man looking at her with wide eyes once he really looked at her. The power she was radiating and the golden gleam of her wings made him breath out, knowing she had truly ascended. While the devils just looked at her in awe, especially Seraphal, who noticed that she had gotten even more attractive, which caused her to mentally decide that it was time to stop holding back. She would be showing Morgan just how much she was into her very soon. But for now it was time to go their separate ways, and begin to prepare for Rizevim and Trihexa. And with that, the meeting officially ended, everyone returning back to their individual homes. And as Morgan returned back to the underworld in her demonic form, she had only one thought on her mind. Time to prepare for Trihexa. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 91, Chapter 91, Apologies. Third POV. The preparations for Trihexa were a bit more complicated than a simple ritual. The entity was stronger than Aphi's, and was too much for Morgan to currently battle. So, she decided that the best way to prepare for Trihexa besides the obvious, was to train. She decided it was time to train the living hell out of her peerage. They had all long since fallen behind her, and the strongest of them was barely superclass. She needed them all to be far stronger than that if they were to have a chance against Trihexa. On top of training the hell out of her peerage, she decided it was best that she starts to develop weaponry that could actually harm the thing, beyond the Excalibur that she had, and Scathach's spear, as those were the two things that she knew for certain could harm it. The other plan she had was to develop another faction that was closely in line with her own, the yokai. She had been neglecting Yasaka pretty badly as of recent, and understood that the woman was probably not very pleased with her right now. If not her, then Kunu was almost certainly pissed with her right now. Well, as pissed as a young child could be in this situation. Which is why at the moment Morgan was sat in front of a fiercely pouting Kunu, and a glaring Yasaka who looked like she wanted to hit her any moment now. You've been gone for so long. Kunu yelled at her, pouting in anger at the fact that Morgan hasn't been over to their home in quite some time at this point, even though Yasaka and her were quite close. I know, I'm sorry princess, Morgan said softly, cringing slightly at the glare from Yasaka deepening, making it pretty damn clear that she was not pleased with her, even if she apologized. Where have you been so long, Morgan-san? Kunu asked, her pout still clearly on her face. I was beating up a bunch of bad guys. Bad guys that I could not afford to let wander about, so I had to focus all of my energy on defeating them. Because if I didn't they could have harmed a lot of innocent people, Morgan responded, hoping that the child would begin to understand what she was trying to say. That she didn't neglect the two on purpose. That she genuinely had a lot she had to do, and simply could not afford to get distracted while dealing with it all. But now that the major events and situations were over for a while, she could afford to come back here and stay with them for a while also giving Yasaka a few gifts to help improve her people's power. That and she would be telling her about the truth of what happened, and of the power she has obtained during that time. Well, that and the fact that she was effectively the ruler of heaven and hell now, which would undoubtedly bring the yokai faction a lot of new boons, since she was so close to Yasaka and Kunu. That and the yokai faction would be incredibly useful against Trihexa and the battles that would be occurring before that, as they were quite skilled in sealing and areas similar, not to mention their ability to use chakra, or a lesser version of it at least. Her own chakra was built a bit different than theirs, and was quite a lot stronger in terms of purity and makeup. She would have to look into making Yasaka stronger through using the Naruto Shaka. Still doesn't make up for not coming back after so long. Kunu said with a huff, looking to the side with a pout on her lips still. She really wasn't happy with Morgan, at all. And what if I give you a gift? Morgan asked, raising an eyebrow. A gift? No, that won't change anything. Kunu responded, seemingly interested at first before looking to the side with a rapid shake of her head in denial. Really? That's too bad. And here I thought you'd like to be the first to play some of the new games that my companies have been developing. Guess I'll just have to bring them to someone else, Morgan said with a fake disappointed sigh, inwardly grinning as Kunu looked at her with wide eyes. Wabu, but it's my gift. Kunu exclaimed. I thought you didn't want my gift though. Morgan responded with a fake hum, tilting her head almost teasingly. And no, I want my gift. I forgive you for being away so long, it was just a mistake anyways. Kunu exclaimed rapidly, as Morgan's face warped into a smile as she let out a laugh. Without hesitation she summoned the new games and handed them over to the excited girl. Yay, I'm gonna go try these now. Kunu exclaimed and sprinted off, not even letting her mother say a word as she left the room, leaving Yasaka and Morgan alone. That girl. Yasaka said with a sigh, before turning back to Morgan, who was looking at her with a soft expression on her face. I didn't tell the full truth of what happened, Yasaka, Morgan said, as the woman looked confused, only for Morgan to continue, as she began to explain what has happened since they had last seen each other in person. The explanation had been somewhat long, and had brought out a lot of gasps from Yasaka. She looked more and more shocked after every bit of new information she had been given. With the news that Morgan was now the ruler of the heavens and hell was a huge shock, as was what came after. What do you mean this is for me? Yasaka asked, staring at the large stack of books in front of her. I mean they're for you and your faction. They're basic training techniques that should massively boost the average skill of the soldiers of your faction. There are also books on cures for various diseases I know you folk are still struggling with. And even a few books on improving your energy reserves, Morgan responded. In actuality there was a lot more than just that, and it was quite varied, including seals and ward arrays for protection, new swordsmanship techniques, and all sorts. Made for Yasaka because Morgan knew that the woman would never betray her. I know this isn't enough to make up for not talking with you for so long, but I do hope this will begin to help, Morgan said with a warm smile on her face, the woman looking at her with wide eyes, before they slowly began to change into a shake of her head in exasperation. You truly are impossibly strange, you know that, Morgan. I don't think I have ever met someone who can casually just give away techniques and books that could change an entire faction's strength, and so casually at that, Yasaka responded. You're my mate, Yasaka, it's only right that I help you and the rest of your people, and I know that they won't betray me. And now that I rule the underworld, your people will never have to worry about a devil harming anyone in your faction ever again. As I am outlawing the forceful enslavement of other beings through evil pieces, Morgan explained. Yasaka looked at her wide-eyed. You do know that that will completely change the political landscape of your people, right? Won't that potentially cause a civil war? Yasaka asked, growing worried for her beloved. Nah, I could single-handedly wipe them out if they tried. And they can't afford to make me mad, as I am also single-handedly beginning to revolutionize several areas of the underworld. Especially medicine and healing, Morgan responded with a shake of her head, knowing that they simply couldn't betray her. It would be stupid as hell, even by their standards. The devils had more wealth, power, peace, and prosperity under Morgan than any other age. Sort of like a golden age, one that was caused thanks to Morgan. And I know this isn't enough to truly make up for ignoring you like that, but I hope it will be a STMMHPH. Morgan was cut off as her kitsune's lips slammed against hers, surprised as she felt Yasaka's tongue intertwine with hers. Pulling back, Morgan locked eyes with her as a small smirk began to form on her face upon seeing the panting and red-faced form of her mate. "Follow me, now," Yasaka ordered, grabbing Morgan's hand as she began to drag Morgan with her, the scent of her desire filling the surroundings as Morgan's smirk grew into a wide grin. And as she followed her mate, Morgan had only one thought on her mind. "This'll be fun. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say in the end today, so have a good day. 92, Chapter 92, Making It Up to Yasaka. Third POV, R18 starting here. After being dragged along with Yasaka, Morgan was brought into her room, while Yasaka had made sure that Kuna didn't interrupt them. And the second they entered Yasaka's room, her lips were slammed against Morgan's with a hungry fervor. "GHMM, and here I thought you were mad with me," Morgan purred, her hands moving down, cupping her mate's plump-ass cheeks, her hands melting into them like they were soft pillows. Yiska huffed at her as she began to pull off Morgan's shirt. "I am mad at you. But I also haven't been fucked by that cock in over a month, and I think it is time you make it up to me," Yasaka said with a low growl, especially once she pulled Morgan's pants off, allowing her to see the large bulge growing underneath her boxers. Morgan smirked at her mate's reaction, her hands playing with Yasaka's ass cheeks, slowly moving as they trailed down to her pussy. Pressing her fingers against the dripping slit, Morgan's smirk widened. "You always get so excited for me, don't you, darling?" Morgan teased, her fingers pulling back from Yasaka's pussy that was getting more and more wet. "Stop teasing me," Yasaka sputtered slightly, biting her lip as she bit back a moan at the sensation of Morgan's hands playing with her ass. "Only if you're a good girl and take that off," Morgan responded with a grin, as she pulled her hands back. Hearing her words, Yasaka stilled, before rubbing her thighs together and doing as she was told. Taking her top off, Morgan's eyes trailed down to Yasaka's giant tits, the hard nipples that had reacted to her teasing, and were very very alluring to her right now. She watched as Yasaka took more off, showing off the slight pudge she had around her body. Perfect for a sexy MILF like her. And finally she watched with a grin as Yasaka pulled off her pants and panties, showing off her slight bush that had been grown out recently, nightly trimmed just above her soaked cunt. "Well, you want my cock, right? Then come and get it," Morgan said without moving an inch, pointing down to her bulge that was straining against the boxers. Hearing her words, Yasaka dropped to her knees, her tails wagging slightly as she moved forwards and pulled down Morgan's boxers slowly, a happy pant echoing from her moments later as the giant slab of meat slapped against her face. "Oh, I've missed this," Yasaka mewled, happily taking in the scent of Morgan's cock, her hands trailing up, cupping Morgan's balls and playing with them slightly. "They're quite full, aren't they? Seems I need to milk them a bit," Yasaka purred, as Morgan watched in confusion as she waved her hand, only to stop when she saw a bottle fly over into her hand. Her eyes darkened in lust as Yasaka slowly and sexually dripped oil across her form, making it shine as her fat ass jiggled. Her tits shone from the oil she spread across her body, as Yasaka giggled at Morgan's lust. "Like what you see?" "Very much so," Morgan responded with a grin, as she breathed out, feeling Yasaka move forward, sliding her hung cock in between her giant breasts. "Ooh fuck, that feels good," Morgan sighed out happily, as Yasaka began to slowly and sensually bounce her tits up and down, while Morgan slowly thrusted upwards at the same time, her cock head being captured in Yasaka's plump lips. "Keep sucking just like that, baby," Morgan groaned, the sensation of Yasaka's oiled-up tits bouncing up and down along her dick feeling incredible when combined with her sucking the tip of her cock. Not to mention her hands that were reaching around and actively gripping Morgan's ass. SCLRRP pwop pwop KLRCK. The sounds of Yasaka's juicy tits bouncing up and down on her dick filled the room, alongside the sounds of Yasaka's sucking as she bobbed her head up and down in tandem with her tits bouncing and Morgan thrusting in between her tits, getting a nice and juicy titty fuck. "Phew, your tits feel so fucking good," Morgan groaned, trying to ignore the sensation of Yasaka's hands actively groping her butt. She hadn't really done anything back there, and she really wasn't sure how to feel about any of her girls touching her. Well, you know what. She did have a cunt too, and that had remained mostly untouched by the girls, besides them licking it a few times. Yasaka beamed at the praise, her tongue flicking over the slit of Morgan's cock, leading to the woman shutting her eyes in pleasure. Yasaka's tits felt incredible around her cock, and she couldn't help but thrust between them harder as Yasaka's eyes lit up. She moved her hands from Morgan's ass and began to grip her own tits, bouncing them up and down at the same time as Morgan thrusted. "Fuck baby. I'm coming." Morgan groaned, her balls clenching as Yasaka's began to happily moan, quivering as the sensation of warmth entered her mouth, and the delicious taste of her mate's cum filled her throat. Morgan let out happy sighs of pleasure as her cock pulsed and thick ropes of cum filled Yasaka's mouth, the thick sound of gulping echoing throughout the room as Yasaka greedily sucked the sperm out of Morgan while fondling and massaging her balls. Slowly pulling her cock out of Yasaka's mouth, Morgan gave her cock a few more strokes as a low sigh echoed from her as the last few ropes splattered all over her mate's plump tits, painting them with her seed. "God, your tits felt so good," Morgan said with praise, looking down at Yasaka who gulped down the last bit of cum, opening her mouth to show Morgan that she had swallowed it all, which only served to make Morgan even harder, especially once Yasaka began to lift her tits and lick at the cum on them. "Thanks," Yusuke purred in response, licking Morgan's cock and balls clean. "You tensed when I touched your butt, do you not like when I touch it?" Yasaka asked, as she began to climb into the bed. I've never done anything like that. Never really thought about it. Maybe I should in the future though," Morgan responded with a shrug, as Yusuke looked a little surprised, before being cut off as Morgan pounced on her. Yasaka could only let out a loud moan as the sounds of clapping and slapping echoed through the room for hours on. 18 over. After several hours of fucking like rabbits, and filling Yasaka nice and full, the two were now cuddled up against each other on the bed, their forms close as Yasaka laid her head on Morgan's chest. "I really am sorry about not seeing you for so long, you know," Morgan said abruptly, as Yasaka chuckled. "I know, darling. I understand why you were away, but I just didn't appreciate not being clued in, that's all. I do hope you'll inform me next time, or else the next session we have will be far less enjoyable for you," Yasaka said in warning, as Morgan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, was that a threat? Sorta sounds like we might have a Mistress Yasaka on our hands, Morgan teased, as Yasaka rolled her eyes, knowing that there was no way in hell she would ever be able to truly dominate Morgan. No, the only way Morgan would be dominated is if she lets herself be dominated, and she wasn't really the type to willingly be submissive in bed. "Anyways, I was wondering something, Morgan," Yasaka said, as Morgan looked down at her intently. "Could Kunu and I stay with me?" Morgan cut her off, causing Yasaka to look up to her in surprise. "I knew you were going to ask me, Yasaka. And even if you didn't, I was planning on asking you to. I've been making preparations to connect the underworld to somewhere in town, so that you can safely go to and from like entering and exiting a building. That way you can still do your work here, and you can be with me and everyone else," Morgan said, as Yasaka's face warmed into a happy smile. "Good, Kunu would hate to be away from her supposed papa again," Yasaka responded. "Papa? She does know I am a woman, right? Shouldn't it be mama or something?" Morgan asked with a raised eyebrow. She wasn't against being called that by Kunu, as she had slowly started to see her as a daughter of sorts. But being called papa while being a woman was definitely different. Although she wasn't entirely a woman, was she? "Yeah, well, according to her, there can only be me as mama, and you as papa. And since we love each other a bunch, then you'll have to marry me and become my husband," Yasaka replied with an amused smile on her face, remembering her daughter's little speech about Morgan and her marriage. I guess that is true. "Once I marry Rias you'll be next," Morgan said, knowing that she would need to go the extra step with Rias soon. She had been pushing it off with everything going on, but now was the time to do it. Well, that and she needed to speak with Seraphal, as that woman was making it more and more obvious that she wanted her. And quite frankly, Morgan wanted her too. Good, and then maybe Kunu could get some siblings? Yasaka asked, as Morgan looked at her in surprise, before her face warmed into a smile. Of course, she'll be getting a ton of cute little siblings, both half-siblings and full-blooded. After all, we both know I just love filling you up, Morgan purred, Yasaka blushing as she could still feel the warmth of Morgan inside of her. The idea of having a bunch of babies with Morgan made her core burn, as she needily looked to Morgan, who could only laugh as Yasaka turned over and slid down. And as they began to go at it once again, Morgan had only one thought on her mind. I love this woman. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a smut chapter with the second half being some talking, nothing too crazy. Anyways, have a good day. 93, Chapter 93, a bit of time later. Third POV. After the passionate night of making love to Yasaka, Morgan ended up staying in the city for a few more days with them. As she wanted to begin connecting somewhere in the city to the underworld, that way they can visit one another far easier, and their factions can work together much better than before. She would need the yokai faction's help in the coming future, especially with Rizevim doing who knows what in the background. They were excellent at sealing magics, and would be a huge help with Trihexa when that thing inevitably breaks out from where it was. Morgan knew that it would be breaking out either way, so she was preparing for it. She had already started to begin producing more anti-dragon and poisonous weapons. These were both effective against Trihexa, who was basically a dragon god, but corrupted to hell and back. The weapons themselves weren't particularly powerful or anything, but Morgan was producing so many of them that it was going to be a quantity over quality sort of thing. With tens of thousands of poisonous anti-dragon weapons all ripping into Trihexa, it was only natural that the creature would be harmed. Even Eyes would, considering the poison she was spreading on the weapons was specifically made to hurt the dragon gods and those on that level, aka the perfect poison to combat Trihexa in the future. Besides making the weapons for the battle against Trihexa, Morgan had also begun to create defensive measures where the battle would be taking place. The battle itself was going to be taking place in the underworld, as most battles do. It wouldn't in the beginning, but she planned on forcefully teleporting the entity into a specific area of the underworld, one that is far far away from the rest of civilization, with no life being in the area. That way nobody would be threatened by Trihexa. At least, not directly threatened. She was already working on creating massive ward schemes around the area that she would summon the creature to. These ward schemes were absolutely giant, and immensely powerful. Made specifically to keep Trihexa from leaving the area, with thousands of layers and thousands more smaller wards combined to make one giant stronger one. A ward that was on par with the one the original biblical god had used to seal it in the first place, if not better. As this one would not allow it to leave its designated area, and would allow the fighters to safely go to and from it. The perfect ward for the battle that would be coming in the next year or so. One that would allow them to safely battle it out with the creature, without having to worry too much about the underworld literally falling apart around them while they were battling it out. Besides the weapons and wards, Morgan had also begun to train her peerage extensively, and this training in question was truly grueling. Grueling enough that they regularly needed some phoenix tears in order to heal up properly. But it was worth it, as their overall power levels began to absolutely skyrocket over the next few days, with the weakest of them, Asia, pushing all the way up to high ultimate class, with the rest of them ranging from peak ultimate class all the way up to super class. The underworld, thanks to this training, now housed several more super class beings, this being Scathach, Graphia and Tiamat, each of them breaking into the level thanks to the brutal training. And it wasn't just her peerage that she was training either, but also Rias and her peerage, as well as Sona and her peerage, with their power also skyrocketing thanks to the specialized training that they had been forced into over the past month. Training that pushed Rias into the very peak of ultimate class, with all of her other members being high class at the least, with Zenovia joining her peerage, and Gasper finally coming out of hiding. The meeting with Gasper had certainly been an interesting one. Flashback. It was a few days after the love session with Yasaka, and Morgan was back in QA for the first time in a while. And in front of her was an irritated fiancé of hers, who had the biggest pout she had ever seen on her face. "I know, love, I'm sorry for being gone for so long," Morgan said, as Rias glared. They had seen each other during the meeting and before that, but they hadn't really talked in a little while now, and her fiancé wasn't particularly pleased. Nor was Konako and Akeno, who were also giving her small glares. "But I'm back now, and I plan on staying in QA on a more permanent basis, as your training is important. Especially the other peerage member you have hidden away," Morgan said, as Rias blinked. "You mean Gasper? But he's shy." "I know, but I need to speak with him, as that sacred gear of his might be important for the future, very very important." Morgan cut her off, as Rias stared at her silently for a few moments before sighing. "Fine, but you are paying me back for not talking to me for so long," Rias warned, as Morgan chuckled and nodded. "Now let's see this shy vampire of yours." Flashback end. What followed was basically Morgan dragging the part vampire from his hidey hole, not giving him much of a choice as she introduced him back to his childhood friend Valerie. That alone had gotten him to calm down quite a lot. Sona's peerage had also massively improved in strength, and was roughly on par with Rias in terms of pure demonic power, with Sona herself actually having more than Rias thanks to Morgan giving her some extra training that she needed. Besides training the two peerages, she had also been making frequent visits to heaven, as she couldn't boost up the power of the underworld and not do the same with heaven. And boy, had she. Thanks to her dominion over the place, she was able to help the four seraphim massively jump in power, both through training and through helping them obtain some of the power of worship, barely any of it, but enough for each of them to break through. And that breakthrough was into superclass, each of them jumping in power. Funnily enough, Gabriel turned out to be the strongest of the four of them after it, with Michael coming after. The self-proclaimed mommy's girl wanted to be the best for Morgan. Morgan wasn't sure how to feel about being called mommy by Gabriel, but she had to keep control over herself as otherwise she might show some reactions. Gabriel was genuinely the most beautiful person she had ever seen, and that was saying a lot with the people she hangs out with regularly. With the seraphim jumping into superclass, she had also helped the weaker angels grow in power too. mostly through training and getting rid of some of the heavy restrictions, like allowing them to now have children as long as it is born out of love. So they can have sex and everything, as long as they truly love the one they're doing it with, and it's not through a forceful manner or anything like that. The Heavens wards had been strengthened, the bugs in the sacred gear system had been updated and fixed, and Morgan had boosted the average power of the angels in the realm by quite a lot. They would be very important for the war whenever it comes. She had even helped Azazel wipe out the remaining rogue elements in his faction, and had even given them the offer to become true angels once again, but only through redemption. Some of them had agreed, but most of them hadn't. The Grigori was basically a part of her faction at this point, and she had already talked with Azazel about the Grigori merging into her faction to form the Heavenly Demonic Union. A name given to it by Certs of all people, and was, not the best. But it stuck. And once the Grigori was formally merged into the group, they would by far become the strongest of the factions in the world. With the average angel and devil now skyrocketing in power. High-class devils and angels were commonplace now, and it was harder to find a low-class or middle-class than a high-class, which lead to even more worship from her, especially on the devil side, as they recognized her as their god. As she was effectively making the devils and angels the strongest species in the world, with only the dragon gods being stronger. But now it was finally time for her to go and recruit her next peerage member, and speak with a man she had been avoiding for a while now due to his unique personality. But it was necessary, for they held some of the best runes in the entire universe, and would be vital for the defeat of Trihexa. And so, it was finally time to visit the home of the Norse gods, the realm known as Asgard. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just a simple chapter covering what happened over the month that has passed. And next chapter is the visit to Asgard and meeting several important characters. Anyways, have a good day. 94, Chapter 94, Asgard. Third POV. With the decision to go to Asgard being cemented in her mind, Morgan had to make the necessary preparations to go there. Not in terms of danger or planning or anything, as there was not a single being in that place that was even close to her in power. No, she had to make preparations politically speaking, as while she was the strongest being in the world that was not a dragon god, she was not just going to waltz into another faction's territory. Not if she wanted to get what she wanted out of them. And sure, Odin was not going to be too difficult to work with once he knew the reason why she was even there. But she knew that if she did something like that, he would certainly make sure that she has to pay for what she wants. And she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to be blackmailed or anything, as that would mean that she'd have to make things happen in a more forceful manner. And that wouldn't be good for the image of the underworld or heaven. Which is why she had contacted Seraphol and had her set up the meeting in the first place, which was going to take place on Asgard either way. Asgard itself wasn't as impressive as heaven or the underworld in her eyes. It was smaller, weaker, and didn't have even remotely as many defenses as the former two had. But what it did have was runes that even she did not have knowledge of. And that was impressive. Although she could just utilize her power to obtain those runes without much difficulty, it was still impressive that they had something like that without her knowing about it. She had studied runes extensively, after all. She also needed to head there in order to recruit her next peerage member, Rasius. She was strong, smart, and would be the perfect addition to her group as a bishop. She had pretty much an infinite amount of peerage spots at this point, with her stealing the evil pieces of all the devils that had taken part in the attack on her city, giving her dozens of evil piece sets, giving her the means to reincarnate hundreds of people into her peerage if she really wanted to. Rasius was the first that she planned on recruiting before Trihexa. The others were Suzaku Heimjima, Kromkruik, and any other fate characters that she could find in this world. Even Lilith was someone she was interested in recruiting, once she woke up at least. She estimated that the ancient devil would be awakening in the next few days, which lined up pretty well with everything that she had planned for the coming weeks. While Kromkruik would be more difficult to recruit, but she imagined that once she promised him good battles he would join. After all, she would be the best person for him to join if he wanted difficult battles and good foes to fight. As he was, quite the battle maniac, and was around the same level as Drake and Albion were when they were alive, which was very impressive in her eyes. While Suzaku wouldn't be too difficult to recruit, as she just had to help her clan out and wipe out the traitors. That or she just needed to speak with Yasaka about meeting with her and then recruit her from there. She was also sure that Akeno could help too. Although the Shinto gods might be a problem in that area, but she imagined she could handle it. If not well, she would just ignore them. They couldn't touch her no matter how hard they try. At the moment Morgan was standing outside of her home in Kua that she had been staying at more frequently, waiting for Seraphol to appear. As the woman insisted on coming with her to Asgard. Something about wanting to make sure she didn't start an incident, whatever that meant. She wasn't sure if she should be amused with Seraphal's concern, or insulted that she thought she would be stupid enough to cause something. On second thought, she probably would start something. After waiting for a few moments, Morgan smiled as Seraphal teleported in front of her, her teleportation circle glimmering at her feet as Seraphal beamed upon seeing her, skipping over to her and hugging her close. "Emo-chan, I've missed you so much." Seraphal happily cheered, while Morgan deadpanned. "Sarah, we saw each other 2 days ago," Morgan replied blandly, while Seraphal just huffed and continued to hug her. Her form of hugging was closer to groping her, as her hands moved over her body without a care in the world. Seraphal was pretty handsy, and Morgan noticed that she had been getting even more handsy over the past few days. Probably because she knew she fucked Yasaka again, or maybe she was just getting sick of waiting. Either way, Morgan was very excited for the time that Seraphal just said fuck it and they fucked like animals. "Now, let's get to Asgard and do this meeting or whatever it is that you want to do," Seraphal said with a smile, as a teleportation circle formed underneath them, and the moment after, they both disappeared with a glow. Reappearing in a glow, Morgan glanced around her new surroundings, her eyebrow shooting up slightly as she saw Asgard in all its glory. She had to admit that it was pretty beautiful. Not as good as heaven of course, but pretty damn nice looking. It sort of reminded her of the Asgard shown in the MCU, but without the giant golden castle that was pretty damn gaudy, even if it did admittedly look cool at first. She could also tell that the place was absolutely covered in thousands of wards and runes, some of which she had not seen before. But one look at them and she could immediately understand what they were, how to make them, and how to utilize them in the best possible manner, with some of them being very helpful to her, and more of them being pretty useless all things considered. In front of them stood a woman in armor. She seemed to be around ultimate class in power, and was quite beautiful. If Morgan's assumption was correct, this was the captain of the Valkyries, Brynhild. "Are you Lady Seraphal and Lord Morgan?" the woman asked, staring at them as she had never met either of them. Morgan was a bit surprised with that knowledge, but nodded. "We are. It is nice to meet you, Brynhild," Morgan responded, as the woman stared at her momentarily. "Follow me," she said simply, showing absolutely no emotions as Morgan and Seraphal glanced at each other, before they both shrugged, not really caring too much about her lack of emotions. Instead, they just began to walk with her, ignoring the stares they were getting as they began to walk through Asgard towards the palace in which Odin lives. She could feel the power that was being directed towards her by some of the more protective people in the realm, and ignored them. They were effectively ants in her eyes. Continuing to follow with Brynhild, Morgan soon noticed that the wards had increased dramatically inside of the surroundings of the palace, allowing her to copy a number of new ones to her mind, ready to use them in the future. Walking into the palace, Morgan followed Brynhild into the meeting room, walking inside as she noticed two figures inside. This being Odin and the woman she wanted to recruit, Rasius. Odin felt pretty strong, probably a little weaker than super class, while Rasius was easily ultimate class, and had a lot of potential for growth into something a lot better than that. And if she joined her peerage, that was guaranteed. "I'd suggest you don't," Morgan warned pretty instantly, noticing Odin's gaze beginning to lower to her large breasts. The man was a huge pervert, similar to Issei in the anime. "Well, I wasn't doing anything," Odin responded as if he was insulted, when they both knew what he was about to do. "Please don't start anything, Lord Odin," Rasius begged, as she really didn't want a multi-faction incident to start, especially not with the mysterious Morgan Zagan who had recently become the great king of the devils. It was thanks to the woman in front of them that the devils were now growing in power rapidly. Fine, let's get this meeting going then. I have important things to do afterwards," Odin said with a grumble. His important things was mostly just looking at lewd magazines and being a pervert. Morgan just stared at the man as she sat across from him, one thought on her mind as she gazed at him. "He's an idiot. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. I don't really have anything to say for this end, so have a good day. 95, Chapter 95, Talks with Odin, 3rd POV. "So, why exactly are you here, Morgan?" Odin asked openly, staring at the woman across from him. He had to admit that she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his many years of living. Something that was very impressive, considering he has met Aphrodite and Gabriel before. He gave her a September 5th 10, and her breasts a 9/10. Morgan had a feeling the man was doing something stupid mentally again, so she decided to respond, her eyebrow twitching as she could literally sense that he had some less than appropriate thoughts about her at the moment. "A number of things, Odin. Chief amongst them is that I wish to formally extend an offer of alliance with the Norse pantheon and those under your command," Morgan responded, as that was part of the reason why she had come to Asgard anyways. It wasn't the main reason, but it was one of them. To her the Norse pantheon would be one of the few godly pantheons that she would actually be fine with allying with. They weren't completely terrible, and weren't too arrogant or sadistic. Not like the Greek pantheon was, with their tendency to curse and rape people and all sorts of things that she didn't agree with. Well, she wouldn't be able to work with the Greek anyways, considering she killed their strongest god and kinda fucked them over. With them now being weaker than the Norse pantheon, as Thor was nearly in the top 10 strongest. That was if you don't count her own peerage members. If you did, then the devils would be taking up a majority of the top 10. Add in the seraphim and they'd take up pretty much all of it. With Morgan boosting their power by a large margin over time, they were all superclass in power at least, and would only continue to grow stronger. All so that they could become powerful defenders of the faction that was growing by the day. The faction born of the unity of heaven and hell. A faction that was going to grow larger once the Grigori joins it, and once the yokai eventually join. She was already speaking with Yasaka about the yokai faction joining their faction, so that they would all become one greater people. One that would no longer be weighed down by the gods or Buddha. She wasn't sure about it yet, due to her connection to Amaterasu, but Morgan hoped that Yasaka would accept. That way they can safely marry, and she can keep Yasaka and her people safer than ever before. The idea to formally allow the yokai to begin living in the underworld was a good one that she had already brought up to the higher echelons of devil society, and most of them agreed with the idea, as not only would it give them more people and a safer home, but it would also mean they could intermarry with yokai, introducing new and powerful traits to their people, while still keeping the yokai respected as their own, a different species, sure, but one that would be living with them, working with them, and eventually going to war against Trihexa with them. Morgan had even contemplated the idea of inviting the Shinto pantheon to join her faction, but she knew for a fact that they would deny it. As nice as Amaterasu may act, Morgan knew that she still had her pride as a god. And as someone who was prideful, there was absolutely no chance that they would ever accept becoming subordinates to someone else. Gods were arrogant and self-centered like that. Even when joining her would make them better in literally every single way. An alliance? Gotta admit that the offer is interesting. But why now? Why ask for an alliance after so many years? And why us? Why not the Greek or Shinto who are much closer to where your faction primarily works out of? Odin asked, curious as he leaned forwards. Because you are far easier to work with than any of them. I don't trust the Greek as far as I can throw them. I'm confident that the Shinto would want nothing to do with us, and are likely more interested in making us weaker than an alliance. While your faction is generally easier to work with, less arrogant, and most importantly, you have something that I need, Morgan responded, as the man raised an eyebrow. And what would that be? Runes. I need the runes of the Norse pantheon, Morgan answered, as the man stilled. The runes of Asgard were some of their most powerful tools. Ones that were closely protected and very very important to their people. They were not something you could just give out to others, not even Odin himself could do that. Runes? You ask us to teach you how to use our runes. Do you understand what you are asking? Just how important those runes are to us? How truly arrogant you sound even asking this. Odin asked, frowning deeply as his anger was beginning to show. I understand, Odin. But I need your runes in order to stop what is coming, Morgan responded, staring at the man calmly. Seraphol was tense next to her, wondering if they were going to have to fight the Norse pantheon. And what would that be? Odin asked. The coming of the Beast of Apocalypse. A being that rivals Great Red in power. The being that my predecessor had given his life to seal away. A being that soon will be released. And I need the runes of the Norse pantheon to make sure that it does not cause more damage than what is necessary, Morgan responded, as the man's eyes shot wide. You mean Trihexa is coming, Odin. Morgan cut the man off with a serious glint, as the man breathed in and leaned back in his chair. He had heard legends and whispers about it, but it was never proven. And if her predecessor had given his life to seal it, then that meant the biblical God. He was the one that sealed it, wasn't he? Meaning I have taken control over heaven and hell. Yes, that is right. I am confident in defeating Trihexa, Odin, but that is only if I can use the runes of your people against it. Without them, this will become far more difficult, Morgan informed, as the man stared at her in silence, as if contemplating what she was telling him. He always had an idea that something had happened to the biblical God, but not like this. Not through the sealing of an entity like Trihexa, who was only rivaled by the dragon gods. It was both impressive and terrifying. Say I accept this, that I teach you our runes and how to use them, what does my faction get out of it? Odin asked. Well, beyond not all getting wiped out by Trihexa, I'll also improve the runes you give me. And any improvements I make to those runes I will then give you, and I mean all of them. And I believe you know enough about me to know that the improvements I make to them are not going to be small in any form, Morgan replied, as the man stared at her. Is the runes the only thing you want? No. I want her too, Morgan responded, pointing at Roscius, who looked at her with wide eyes, her face forming into a crimson blush. You want me? Oh, I knew you're into women, but I didn't think you'd be so bold. And sure, you can have her. I also agree to the alliance and will teach you our runes, Roscius squeaked, while Odin just chuckled and said. Roscius looked hurt, but the blush on her face was more prevalent than anything else. Morgan was a very attractive woman, smart, powerful, and was openly looking her over, not something she was used to, but becoming hers. That was not what Rosius was really expecting. It was so bold. At the same time, Seraphal's face was fiercely twitching as she realized there would likely be another woman that was vying for Morgan's love. A list that was getting increasingly larger at this point. And Morgan was somehow giving them all that love and affection. It was a little impressive at this point. But she supposed that it was Morgan, so it wasn't entirely surprising. Hearing his response, Morgan smiled happily, pleased with this. And now that the hard part was done, Morgan spoke with slight excitement. So, how about those runes? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be Rosius meeting the team, and some smut as well. After that we'll be getting to the next major foe before Trihexa and Rezetum. Anyways, have a good day. 96, Chapter 96, New Bishop, Fun with Seraphal. Third POV. As it turns out, Odin actually had an entire book dedicated to teaching runes, and other books that detailed all the runes of Asgard, even the hidden and secret ones. He had written them specifically for future Asgardians in the case of his death, so that nobody would forget them. But now one of the few copies of the books was handed to Morgan for safekeeping, with the permission to learn from it by Odin. Nobody beyond her and her peerage would be permitted to learn it. At the same time, Morgan had toured around Asgard a bit with Rosius, as she wished to learn more about the woman that would become her new bishop. She was proving to be quite the cute little thing, embarrassed easily and rather adorable in her eyes. She sort of reminded her of Asia a bit, but she saw her in a less familial way as she did with Asia. She thought Rosius was quite attractive, and not only that, but she was skilled and quite powerful as well, making her an excellent addition to her peerage for the future. After the rest of the tour of Asgard and staying in the dimension for a few more hours, it was time for her to return to the underworld with her new peerage member, or at least the peerage member that would be joining her once they got back. Standing in front of Odin, Morgan smiled. I'll make sure to send you the new runes I come up with from yours. And thank you again, not just for the runes, but also for accepting the alliance. And of course, giving me such an adorable new peerage member, Morgan teased, glancing at Rosius who blushed brightly. Odin laughed. Not a problem, Morgan. Just make sure to come up with some neat new runes, it gets boring when you use the same runes for thousands of years. Odin responded, as Morgan nodded. I'll make sure to do that. But for now, we'll be off. Morgan exclaimed, as the three began to teleport off, with Rosius wondering inwardly if this was the best decision, and if Morgan would really be her new lord and if she would be a good one. While Seraphal had a very different line of thoughts. There's no way in hells that I am letting her get away from me today. By the end of the night, I'm going to drain her dry. Seraphal thought with hunger shining in her eyes as she looked over Morgan with desire. Teleporting back to Qa, the trio appeared in front of the large mansion that she lived in. Well, Rosius, how about we get this next part over with? Morgan asked, as the woman stared at her silently. Unless you don't want to join me, Rosius. You don't have to if you don't want to, and I won't blame you if you decide against it, Morgan added, not wanting to force her into this sort of thing. She wasn't that sort of person. And no, I'll join you, Morgan-sama, Rosius responded with a shake of her head, as Morgan smiled and summoned her bishop piece to her hand. Fair warning, you're about to feel something rather unique, and it's completely normal for my female peerage members, Morgan informed, as Rosius blinked in confusion, only to gasp as the evil piece was pushed into her. And the pleasure came a moment later, as she began to brightly blush, covering her mouth with her hand as her legs quivered. The process of converting women into her peerage was much different for Morgan for some reason, and she had to admit it was a good change in her eyes. At the same time of her being transformed into a devil, Morgan felt the Fanon Maker activate, and she got her new sacred gear. A pretty good one at that. Canis Regalia, its base state takes the form of a gauntlet in the shape of a wolf's head, possessing a silver-gray mane that stretches down the back of his arm. Canis Regalia has the ability to manipulate water and ice in any shape or form and utilize it in any way that the user can imagine. However, this is only a secondary ability. Its primary ability is its ability to assimilate objects through the mouth of his sacred gear's base state. Not just weapons, but even normal items can be devoured and grant Canis Regalia new forms, all bearing the normal properties of the sacred gear as well as several new ones unique to each individual form. Canis Regalia also carries the properties of Fenrir's god-killing fangs, being able to cut through / damage any non-resistant defense. The sacred gear itself had a ton of potential for the future, and would be able to grow with her feeding it weapons and other objects. She could make weapons out of incredible materials and grant them new abilities and traits, with each of the new forms having infinite potential for growth. It would be one of the best sacred gears she has, potentially the best mattering on what she feeds it. She was honestly tempted to see what the true Longinus would do, but ever since she had become the new biblical god she felt that she could safely utilize the powerful sacred gear without worrying for the damage that it used to be able to cause to her. Watching as Roscius began to come down from the incredible pleasure that she was overcome with, Morgan just smiled in amusement before speaking. Now that is over with, I'll have Graphia here show you your room and give you a tour. As it would seem that I have something important that I'll be busy with for the rest of the night, Morgan informed, glancing at Graphia who gave her a knowing look, giving Seraphol that same look as the girl mouthed a thank you to the maid who just nodded and led Roscius away. Glancing at Seraphol, Morgan smiled. So, you want to go to my bedroom now, or later? Morgan asked, knowing exactly what the Satan in front of her wanted. Now, Morgan, I need you now, Seraphol said needily, her eyes dark with lust as Morgan just laughed, and grabbed her hand and teleported off. Beginning of R18. The second they appeared in Morgan's room, the lips of Morgan and Seraphol slammed together, as Seraphol needily made out with her, her hands moving down as she began to pull off her top. Morgan glanced down as she made out with her eyes lighting up with glee at the sight of skimpy panties and bra on her, with heart-shaped holes on them that perfectly showed off her soaked pussy and hard nipples, not to mention the small bush neatly trimmed as Seraphol began to bring her hands to Morgan's jeans. Oh, you're quite fast with it, huh? Morgan teased, as she watched as Seraphol began to pull her pants down. I have been waiting way too long for this Emochan, I need that cock right now, Seraphol growled out needily, as Morgan just chuckled and let her pull her pants down, revealing the large bulge in her boxers. The woman didn't even hesitate to pull the boxers off as well, revealing the massive cock pulsing in front of her. Seraphol happily moaned just at the scent of her beloved's massive futa cock. Oh Satan, it's so big, Seraphol happily mewled, sniffing on her cock as she began to rub her face against it, her lips pressing slow sensual kisses against it. Morgan watched her in amusement. So do you want to suck my cock first or get right to it? Because with how soaked that little pussy of yours is, I think I know the answer, Morgan asked, as Seraphol looked up at her with need. I need it so bad please, Seraphol begged as she stood, wiggling her fat ass side to side in front of Morgan, shaking it with a whine. Please fuck my needy pussy mistress, fuck this little whore, Seraphol begged needily, a low whine echoing from her as she felt Morgan's hand move and grip her ass cheek. Huh, you're quite the freaky little slut ain't you? Morgan asked with a smirk, as she knew that Seraphol was definitely going to be the kinkiest of her girls. Yes, make me your cum dump please, fuck any hole you want. I just need that cook, Seraphol longingly whined, her ass bouncing against Morgan's cock, rubbing against it as she felt its weight against her butt. Well, when you beg like that, I guess all I can do is do what you want. Morgan responded with a grin, as Seraphol let out a loud squeal, as she felt the entirety of Morgan's cock slam balls deep inside of her, her ass clapping as Morgan harshly began to fuck her hard. She knew that Seraphol wanted it as hard as she could. She wanted her to drain her balls into her as much as she wanted to, and use her like a cum dump. And that is exactly what Morgan was about to do. She pulled on her twin tails and used them like a grip, slamming into her as she held her back. You want it rough? You're going to get it rough, Morgan growled, as she slammed into her fast and hard, the woman squealing and moaning gleefully as she felt the hung cock slamming into her, the balls slapping, and the harsh pulling of her twin tails. Sure good, your cock share the bisht, Seraphol slurred happily. She had already come on the cock several times at this point, and was just letting her body do its thing, as Morgan grinned. Glad you like it, cause I think you're going to be taking it far more often from now on. After all, I've been needing a good cum dump, Morgan grinned, as she pulled Seraphol back and pushed her onto her back as she began to rail into her mating press style. Her hand gripped Seraphol's neck as the woman happily threw her head back at the rough fuck she was getting. Yes 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 yes. Fuck. Seraphol gleefully yelled, as Morgan gripped her tits and played with them, twisting and pinching her nipples and giving them small slaps. The girl was definitely a masochist, that much was obvious to her. And eventually, after fucking her hard and fast for over 10 minutes and making her squeal and squirt constantly, Morgan began to groan. Fuck. I'm coming. Take it you slut. Morgan roared, as she slammed down into her, bottoming out inside of Seraphol who just let out a gleeful giggle, a stupid expression on her face as she threw her head back in what was the closest expression to an HJO that Morgan had seen. And then came the warmth, as Morgan's balls began to clench and her cock pulsed and throbbed. Thick juicy ropes of spunk began to splatter balls deep inside of her tight pussy, as Seraphol was filled completely and utterly full with the cum of her new mistress. Of Morgan. Fuck that was good, Morgan pleasantly sighed, happily draining her balls as she began to pull out of her, the last ropes of cum coating her tits and face. Lick it clean slut, Morgan ordered, as Seraphol needily moved forwards, licking her cock clean as Morgan smiled. Good girl. Morgan said, patting her head as Seraphol giggled happily, before moving and beginning to slobber on her balls, ready to continue. And Morgan decided they would continue as well. And with that, she began to facefuck her new toy, one thought on her mind as she did so. It's official, Seraphol is a freak. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month. or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So yeah, Seraphal is a freak. Morgan is playing into that. Expect more freakiness from her in the future, especially once others climb into bed to get fucked by Morgan with her. Anyways, have a good day. 97, Chapter 97, Runes. Third POV. After several hours of passionate love-making with Seraphal, who had proven over the night that she was a freak in bed, the rest of the night had passed by simply. Besides fucking the hell out of Seraphal, Morgan had ended up staying up later into the night studying her new runes, as well as warping said runes into something more her style. She had found that several of the runes that she had learned from the book were actually quite easy to mutate and manipulate, warping it into something entirely new and unique. She had learned quite fast that the runes of Asgard were not rigid whatsoever, and were actually very flexible in their usage and ability. Thanks to learning this fact, Morgan had begun to look into combining the various runes into a runic system, a stronger one than what she was currently using. Combining it with her current knowledge of runes, she should be able to make a warding system that is several times more proficient and powerful than what she had made beforehand. But she had also found that while the runes were flexible and easy to use in various ways, some of the runes were not exactly easy to combine with others, and some of them were laughably easy to combine with the others. And as she had assumed, the ones that were hard to combine with others were far and away the strongest of the runes. The ones that she needed to use more than any of the others, and easily the most important of them all. Which meant she needed to learn how to combine them in a safe manner that would not weaken them, or limit what they should be able to do. That was easier said than done, as she imagined that Odin would have done it if it was that simple. Meaning it would take her a lot of time in order to actually accomplish the task that she had set out to do. At least, when it came to the runes that she actually cared about and wanted to work with. Thankfully she had Rasius as a helper, alongside Scathach. Scathach was incredibly skilled in all runes, especially ancient runes from her universe. She couldn't really use them to their full might in the DxD universe due to the difference in structure, but the basis of both was similar. This meant that she was able to rapidly learn the new runes at a pace that was even faster than what Morgan had learned hers. All because she had learned and mastered runes that were far more complex than the ones that she had learned back in her world. And thanks to this, Morgan was able to work with her, and Rasius, who already had a lot of knowledge in the art of runes. Although, her knowledge in runes was limited to the public runic information, while what Morgan had was the rare runes that only royalty could learn, making it an incredible opportunity to learn ancient runes of Asgard, and master her craft in even greater ways. You know Scathach, is it possible to learn the runes that you know? Because if they are anything like what I know, I do believe that they can be incredibly useful in the future, Morgan asked, as she sat at a table with Rasius and Scathach. This was where they had been studying and experimenting over the past few days, and the surroundings had sketchings of all sorts of runes and combinations that they found could potentially work in the future. You mean the primordial runes? I should be able to teach you, but I have tested them thoroughly, master, and they are far inferior to what I remember them being, so much so that the runes of this place are likely superior to them, Scathach responded, wondering why her master was asking about them now of all times. Scathach has been in the peerage for quite some time now, after all. I know that, but I also think that by learning them, I can find a way to combine them with what this world has to offer, and maybe even make something better. As if I combine them, I might be able to bring out more of the power. Either way, it'll be a good thing to learn just in case, Morgan responded with a shrug, not minding if they were weak. As even if they were weak for whatever reason, she could still find a use for them. And if she ever found out the connection between DxD and fate, she would have further use for the runes, especially if she ever found a way to travel to that place. She hoped she could at least learn more about the connection, even if she never finds out a way to get there. As you wish. But I must warn you that learning primordial runes is not as simple as the normal, and may take far longer, Scathach said, staring at her master. She was a little hesitant at first, but seeing how certain Morgan was about this, she decided not to go against her wishes, and instead agreed with her. I'm sure it will be fine, I'm a fast learner, Morgan responded with a confident smile on her face. So, what exactly are the primordial runes? I've never heard of such a thing, Rasius asked in befuddlement. She's heard of several runes, but not an entirely new type of rune like that one. It's complicated. Think of it as the first runes, the ones in which all others are based off of, therefore making them the most powerful. These runes, which have also been called primeval runes, are capable of directly manipulating reality. The runes are capable of a lot of things, like manipulating causality. They're also quite foreign to this world, so it's only natural you've never heard of them, Morgan answered simply, remembering the knowledge she had obtained about them in her past life. They were complicated, but not that complicated. And they had a lot of power, and should be far above any rune she knew in this world. Because what could be better than a rune that directly manipulates reality, and can literally manipulate causality? Not many. That is ridiculous. What sort of rune could manipulate causality? And what sort of runes could manipulate reality itself? That's insane. Rasius said in awe, having never heard of that sort of thing. Abilities that could directly manipulate reality were not really a thing in this world. There were a few powers that were somewhat similar, but nothing that could outright do that. And reality manipulation? That was one of the most powerful abilities in all of fiction. In the wrong hands, that sort of ability could lead to the deaths of thousands of innocents, if not more. Hell, Rossius doubted that even the dragon gods could do something like that, showing just how insanely overpowered that ability really was. Which is why it's weaker here. Had it been so powerful, it would break the balance of the universe. And even besides that, it is intricately tied to the concepts of where it originates from, which is why it is weaker here, Morgan explained, as the woman slowly nodded. She was still confused about what she meant by where it originated from and all of that, but she suspected it was something that would be explained to her in the coming weeks. At least, she certainly hoped so. Being out of the loop wasn't very fun to her. With that conversation about the primordial runes finished, the trio continued to research the runes, while also beginning to learn the primordial runes of Scathach's universe. And like that, weeks had passed. As they continued to experiment with the runes of the Asgard of this universe, while also learning and experimenting with the primordial runes of the Fate universe. Like Scathach had said, the primordial runes were far weaker than what Morgan had expected, but they were not weak enough for her to be angry. And thanks to this, she found that there was a number of combinations that she would be able to use them for, which would make the barrier for Trihexa even stronger than what she had planned beforehand. But finally, after weeks upon weeks of having her locked up within her basement, waiting for her recovery, Lilith had finally awoken up. And she had questions. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say for the end today, so have a good day. 98, Chapter 98, The Mother of Devils. Third POV. Lilith was confused, and very lost. She remembered the pain, the agony, the feeling of the torturous experimentation that she had been put under, the experiments that had been started and committed to by her own son, the monstrous little thing that had been born from her thanks that douchebag Lucifer. Oh, how she hated that man and everything he stood for in life. He was a foolish little idiot that caused so much suffering for no real reason. And by the end of it, he had caused the deaths of tens of thousands, ruining the lives of so many other devils. Just because he hated his father for not showing his love, or something stupid. She never really understood his thought process in the war, and why he started it in the first place. It all felt so useless, like it was a waste of time and energy. What did it accomplish besides the death of hundreds of thousands, the 2 heavenly dragons, and the 4 original Satans on top of that? She remembered that much at least. But she also remembered being stolen away from her son's clutches, as that arrogant god, Hades, had taken her. The man was arrogant and loved to talk down to her, as if she was some sort of bug, a worm. More than that, he spoke of her like she was a breeding sow, solely meant to pump out babies through rape and other horrific experiments. He had tried to commit those actions, but he had never gotten the chance to do so. As before he could do anything really harmful to her, something else had happened. She had been saved. Someone had broken into the Greek underworld, and found her. Not only did they find her, they had ripped apart her confines, and saved her, bringing her here. Then they healed her, using a combination of various potions that seemed to have worked splendidly well on her. She felt stronger, smarter, and more healthy than she ever had before. Even when she was in her prime, before the kidnapping and being used by her son like she was nothing more than an animal. It was like she was an entirely new person, with new power that was Satan-class levels. She didn't know that fact, but she had certainly broken to the Satan-class tier. It wasn't really her Satan-class demonic power that made her so impressive, it was the traits she had. Glancing around the room she was in, Lilith found that the room itself was pretty lavish. Not as lavish as the castle she had lived in for most of her life, but it was nice. Not only that, but she could subtly sense the immense barriers around the room, some of the strongest she had ever seen in her years. She tried to think of something that was comparable, but the only ones that came to mind were the barriers of the biblical God. But even that was different, as it had a separate and different signature to it. Not only that, but the barrier she was currently looking at felt stronger, better, superior in various ways from what she remembered of the biblical gods. It was beginning to worry her. That maybe she had just been brought in by something even more dangerous than that foolish sadistic little boy, or Hades. And that was not a good thing. Lilith continued to glance around the room she laid in, the force still in her arm, pumping something into her veins. Whatever it was, it didn't feel like it was harming her or anything. It was comforting actually. Weirdly warm, and she could feel it actively healing her body. It reminded her of phoenix tears, something she had experienced when younger. But this was different. It was stronger in several ways, and weaker in others. Like it was specifically made to heal her current state. Whoever made this isn't normal, Lilith thought silently, knowing that this wasn't something that even someone like Hades could make. This was more than just pure power. It was also intelligence. Whoever had made all of this was smart, very very smart. Which made her even more worried than simply being a powerful person, as someone intelligent was far more dangerous to her than someone with power. I need to escape this place, Lilith decided, as she began to sit up with a low groan, still aching in pain, even if none of her wounds remained, and every bit of her body had been healed of the scars, cuts, and everything else that had been covering her beforehand. As she began to sit up, Lilith was cut off as the seal to the door that led into the room began to unravel, her eyes widening slightly in alarm as the door began to open. And in walked a tall woman, Morgan Zagan. Lilith's face paled slightly when she saw Morgan. She instinctively felt it. The power that the woman held. The literal instinctual dominance she was giving off, a dominance that Lilith felt more than anyone else in the world. Because she was the mother of devils, the originator of them all. And Morgan? She felt stronger than any devil she had ever seen. The woman in front of her was the strongest being she had ever met, at least, discounting the singular time she had come face to face with the infinite dragon god. Aphi's was still stronger. But it was scary how close this woman felt to that thing. At least, in comparison to the levels others reached. I see you're finally awake. I'm glad. It was a little worrying how long you've been in that coma for. But I suppose after that little god had done all those things to you alongside that son of yours, it's only natural your healing would take a bit, Morgan said with a calm smile, as she moved a chair and sat down next to the confused Lilith. Who are you? Where am I? Lilith questioned immediately, her eyes narrowed as she stared at the powerful woman, her inner instincts going nuts at the natural pheromones she was letting off. My name is Morgan Zagan, Lord and ruler of the Zagan clan and the Phoenix clan. I am also known widely in the underworld as its great king, a sort of position placing me higher in ranking than the four Satans. As for where you are currently in my private home in the underworld, deep in the middle of nowhere, with thousands of layers of protection hiding you from others, Morgan explained, as the woman stared at her with a frown on her face. My husband died. He did. As did the biblical god, the other Satans, and, well, a lot of people, Morgan responded with a nod. How long have I been in that place? Lilith questioned, looking down at her hands silently. Honestly, I'm not entirely certain, but I believe it's been tens of thousands of years since the end of the Great War. The Lucifer clan is all but extinct, with only your prick son, his own son, and one other being alive. Now I am the one in power, alongside the new generation of the four Satans. Sertsk's Gremory, Seraphal Satrai, Falbium Glaciolabilas, and Adjuka Astaroth. With Sertsk's being the Lucifer, Seraphal the Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, and Adjuka the Beelzebub, Morgan replied, explaining the current underworld and its position, somewhat. The actual explanation would be a lot longer, and take a while to go through. And what are you going to do to me, Lord Zagan? Lilith asked, beginning to think about the original Zagan, trying to remember more about them. She had a lot of children, and it was rather difficult to remember every single one of them, especially after literally being locked up for tens of thousands of years. It was a miracle that she had not lost her mind and all her memories with it. And it was only because she was a devil that she had survived for so long. Nothing you don't want to do, Lilith. I saved you because you did not deserve the things that they were doing to you. But I must warn you that the world thinks you are dead, and the greater devil populace may not be so kind when you reappear, Morgan said, knowing that certain people would love to have her killed or turned into a breeding tool. Then what should I do? You cannot expect me to stay here forever, Lilith responded. How about you become mine? Morgan asked with a simple smile on her face, as Lilith locked eyes with her in confusion, her eyebrows shooting up, and her eyes narrowing before she said only a single word. And that word was, what? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 99, Chapter 99, Talks with Lilith. Third POV. What do you mean I become yours? Do you even know what you are asking, girl? Lilith sputtered slightly, completely and utterly baffled at the words of the woman in front of her, having never expected her to ask such a thing. Oh, I didn't take the mother of devils to be a pervert because I certainly didn't mean it in that way, Morgan teased, a small grin on her face as she realized the woman thought she was asking something far less appropriate of her. Morgan had to admit that the idea was appealing, but she wouldn't ask such a thing of someone she had only recently met. She was not a monster or anything, although she wasn't opposed to slowly getting Lilith's attention, as the woman was one of the most beautiful people she had ever met, and was a good fit for her peerage, and was also similar to her fate counterpart in terms of appearance. This meant she was just like Scathach in the fact that she was not a normal person in the least. Lilith could only blush slightly at the teasing that she was being forced under. She had never been teased before, not openly like that. She had been mocked by her oh-so-loving husband, Lucifer. But she had never been teased or messed with. It was strangely warming. But at the same time, she had to show she was powerful to this woman she barely knew. So, she glared at her. What did you mean by it then? Because, becoming yours, only sounds like one thing. Or are you truly telling me you did not mean it in that way? Lilith asked, her glare sharp as she stared at the woman in front of her. Morgan just ignored the glare, not even remotely intimidated, and waved off her concern. As appealing as that idea sounds, it's not what I meant. No, instead, I was going to offer for you to become a member of my peerage, Morgan began, as Lilith's confusion grew, staring at the woman with a tilt of her head. A peerage? What is that? Lilith questioned, having never heard of it before. The peerage system had been developed long after the death of her husband and her own kidnapping and subsequent torture and experimentation. She had been unaware of all the changes that had been happening over the centuries, and the peerage system was one of the biggest things she had missed. After all, the peerage system hadn't even been developed that long ago. It had only been made after the Devil's Civil War, with Ajuka being given the time to finally develop the system and the evil pieces. It was the Civil War itself that had caused the four Satans to become what they are now. It is rather complicated to explain in depth, but in simplest terms, it is the act of me turning you into a member of my family of sorts. This is done through a rather neat little item called an evil piece, which takes the form of a chess piece. By using it on you, you will be bound to me, but in return, you shall become stronger, and will officially be recognized as mine. And with that recognition, you shall be protected, as nobody in the underworld will dare to touch what I own, Morgan explained slowly, as Lilith's face warped several times. The more she listened, the more she frowned. So in simplest terms, I'll become what? Your servant? Lilith asked, her frown slowly warping from a frown into a deep scowl, realizing that Morgan was not asking her to be her woman. She was asking her to be her servant. That is correct. But unlike other kings of peerages, I do not treat my peerage members as servants. They are more like my friends. And once you officially reach high class in Devil Society, you'll be able to claim a peerage of your own, giving you more freedom. Of course, you'll likely automatically get that. And you could likely get it without my aid, but you will not get the protection I can provide should you join me, nor will you get the boost in power, Morgan responded, as Lilith scowled. And more importantly, you will not get to meet your great-granddaughter, who is a member of my peerage, Morgan finished, as the woman stilled upon hearing these words. She knew that Rezevim had likely had children, but to hear he had a grandchild was a shock. You seem to think that I will be in danger should I not agree to join you, Lilith said, as Morgan nodded. That's because you will be, Lilith. If you do not join me, I am absolutely confident that the lords of the various clans of the underworld will either want you dead, or studied. Because you are the only devil that can easily have children as if you are a simple human. And even if they do not want you dead, the other factions certainly will, especially the gods, who are already growing increasingly antagonistic with us thanks to some of the things that have been happening, Morgan responded, agreeing with her words. She knew the Greek pantheon especially, would want her dead. What could you have possibly done to make the gods angry with you? Lilith asked confusedly. I merged the underworld, Grigori, and heaven into one greater faction. I have an alliance with the Norse pantheon and yokai. And while they do not know it yet, I killed Hades, and claimed the seat of the biblical god for myself, Morgan replied simply, as Lilith's eyes shot wide and her jaw dropped to the floor. What? It only happened recently, but I am the current biblical god, and leader of the heavenly demonic union, a cheesy name, but an accurate one. And even now we are in talks with the yokai to merge their faction into ours, creating an even greater power. But at this moment, I am in charge of the most powerful faction in the world, Morgan informed her, amusement swimming on her face as Lilith's face went slack-jawed. She knew Morgan was strong, but not this strong. Not to the point that she had basically created a faction that could fight all the others, simultaneously. Why is someone like you inviting me to your peerage? I am the old generation, the ex-wife of the Lucifer, a woman who had been fighting with him against others for thousands of years. I should be seen as a threat, because I am one. And yet you invite me to join you, why? Lilith asked as she processed the new information she had gotten in regards to Morgan. Because you are worth having, Lilith. And do you really think I give a damn? I have a dragon, a good killer, a maid that carries the name Lucifuge, a literal saint, and both the dragon emperors. You joining my peerage is not going to change anything, because my peerage is already batshit insane, Morgan replied with a chuckle, knowing that Lilith would probably be one of the most normal members, alongside Rosseus. She would likely only bring shock for a short while and then everyone will get over it. And what if I decided to betray you? To try and kill you or feed information to someone else? Lilith asked, wanting to hear her answers before she decided anything. This was a decision that would literally decide the future of her life, and she could not make it lightly at all. You won't, Lilith. I am a literal god, so trust me when I say that I can clearly see what type of person you are. And you are not evil, you are not arrogant, and you are nothing like that worthless man you had been married to. Why else would I be so willing to recruit you? Morgan questioned, as she stared at her with warmth in her eyes, seeing the wide eyes of Lilith, and the slight pink that dusted her cheeks at her words. She is different than I was expecting. Far less manipulative and perverted. I had been completely prepared for her to try and seduce me. But here she is, acting so kind, Lilith thought, trying to fight down the small dusting of pink that was staining her cheeks. But that was very hard. And she couldn't help but look down in thought, wondering what decision to make, before breathing in deeply and cementing herself, deciding that she had a decision in mind. She just hoped that it would be the right one, as she looked up and spoke. I'll do it, I'll join you and become a member of your peerage. Lilith said with a firm expression, causing Morgan to smile softly, one thought on her mind as she stared at the mother of all devils. Looks like I just got a new queen. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. 100, Chapter 100, The Second Queen, Third POV. With Lilith deciding that she was going to genuinely join her peerage, Morgan was currently standing in front of her, the queen piece glowing a soft crimson within her hands. Lilith was looking at the piece with confusion in her eyes, having never seen something like it before. The energy that it exuded was unlike anything she had seen, not in terms of power or anything, but in terms of the signature of the energy that it was leaking out. It was odd, strange even, but she could tell that just by looking at it, that it was incredible. So that is what will turn me into your second queen. It's certainly quite impressive, Lilith said, glancing up from the queen piece into the eyes of Morgan. She looked into the eyes of the woman that would soon be her master. Yes it is. Ajuka is a genius for making something like this with what he had at the time. Technology back then was vastly inferior to what it is now. Morgan responded with a smile. She knew how to make the pieces now that she has looked over them enough. It was genuinely a marvel of magic, and some of the most advanced demonic craft that Morgan had ever seen. But Morgan had learned how to create the evil pieces a long time ago, and had already obtained the means to recreate them without much difficulty. This meant that she could now safely increase her peerage as much as she wants, without having to worry about the normal limits that the king of a peerage would have in this case. She could have a peerage of literal thousands and it wouldn't age a difference. That would only continue to prove useful to her. I hope to meet the man that made this, as he surely must be rather incredible, Lilith said with a small impressed smile on her face, as she watched Morgan lift the queen piece towards her. Are you ready, Lilith? Merging with the queen piece, or any piece really, is rather unique when it comes to me. And you might react to the piece in a rather lewd manner, Morgan responded, as Lilith looked at her with a raised eyebrow. A lewd manner? What does that even mean? It means you might feel immense pleasure, or even orgasm just from merging with it. Pretty much every woman that has joined my peerage has felt something similar, Morgan responded with a sigh, knowing the reaction that was going to get. That's certainly odd, Lilith replied with a small blush beginning to dust her cheeks. She had never heard of something so perverted before. Sure, she had seen some magics and even met a few sex gods, but none of them had literal chess pieces that would make you orgasm before. She couldn't help but be a bit excited at the thought, her more horny side reacting in interest. Yeah, I know, trust me, but I can't do anything about it. So, are you ready to become my second queen? Morgan asked, as the woman looked down at the piece before nodding. Do it, I'm prepared, Master, Lilith responded after a few moments of thought. This made Morgan smile slightly, as she lifted the queen piece and began to push it against Lilith's chest. The piece began to glow brilliantly and slowly began to merge into the woman, her form glowing brightly with the same color as the piece itself. Inwardly the woman sighed as she heard the gaps echo from the mother of devils, and the bright blush coating her cheeks, followed by the low moan echoing from her, as she bit her lip. She felt the pleasure of power flowing into her, as she began to get turned into a devil of Morgan's peerage. At the same time, Morgan had gotten her next sacred gear, and found that it was pretty good. A weapon that she'd be able to use in just about any situation imaginable, and was one that she would definitely be using a lot in the coming months. Thunderous Blade Sacred Gear. Thunderous Blade has the ability to manipulate thunder or lighting at the user will, as the user can even create artificial lighting or thunder without the use of the sky as the base. As the user can create attacks such as summoning lighting from the sky or create a secondary sword made of lighting. One of main abilities of the gear is called Kinetic, an ability similar to Drake Boost in which strengthens the user's physical capabilities, speed, strength, durability and etc., but also strengthens the lighting and thunder abilities as it change colors from yellow to blue every 10 seconds. The second ability is called Absorb, an ability similar to Alien Divide that takes opponent's magical power by half after coming physical contact and add it to the user every 10 seconds. The third ability known to be called Shock Wave, in which generating enough magical energy within the blade, once upon releasing energy, forms into electrical shock waves that cause highly destructive damage. Other effect of the ability Shock Wave is that as the user enter Balance Breaker, the user loses the ability to summon the sword in order to create highly destructive shock waves from the blade. However, with the user enter Balance Breaker, him/she has the ability generate magical energy within their body to create shock waves as it release from the body, as the energy forms into more powerful electrical shock waves that cause powerful destructive waves of damage. The sacred gear itself came in the form of a simple blade that glowed with a color similar to that of lightning, and it radiated a lot more power than she was expecting when she silently summoned it while Lilith was assimilating her new power. Said power was around high Satan class, better than what she used to have, and puts her just below Graphia in power. But Morgan had a feeling that Lilith was going to quickly surpass her, as the title Mother of Devils was not for show. She hoped to see the woman have the ability to use all the traits of the 72 pillars, meaning she could use the power of destruction, whole, worthless, and all the others. She had a feeling she'd be seeing exactly that. After a few minutes of assimilating her new power, Lilith let out a sigh. She felt the new power within her, and found that it was superior to what she had been expecting. The boost in power was immense, and she was shocked to find that her demonic energy was far more potent than before, not to mention she had a lot more of it too. This is incredible, right? Morgan cut her off as she stuttered, amusement glimmering in her eyes as she stared at the woman in front of her. She could tell that the woman was shocked thanks to her boost in power, a boost well beyond what she had been expecting originally. You told me that I'd be turned into your servant, but you didn't tell me I'd get so much power. I thought it'd be only a little bit if I got any at all. Lilith exclaimed as she gave her new master a small glare that Morgan masterfully ignored. It varies depending on the person. Some of my peerage members have had huge boosts in power, and some of them have had very little improvement from the reincarnation. But in your case, you have been boosted a decent bit compared to before. Morgan responded with a shrug. The power boost was minimal in her eyes, so she didn't see any reason to freak out over it. But she supposed that was because she is the third strongest being in the world, and was growing increasingly close to the dragon gods in power. And she estimated that she should be around their level of power by the time Trihexa is dealt with. Hopefully, at least. It entirely matters on her own progress, and if it continues at the rate it's going. Why yeah, well, you could have been a bit more clear about it, Lilith said with a sigh, as she remembered the pleasure that coiled through her from the piece. She wondered absent-mindedly if that was an indicator for what Morgan could do, before shaking it off. So, can I leave this place now? It's rather dreary in here, Lilith asked, looking around the room she had been sleeping in for quite some time now. She wanted to explore the mansion more, and more importantly, she wished to meet her great-granddaughter and the rest of her peerage mates. They'd be seeing each other a lot from now on. I don't see why not. The rest of the peerage is absolutely excited to meet you, especially Valiana, the girl that is your great-granddaughter, and the host of Albion, the heavenly dragon of supremacy. Morgan replied with a nod, with Lilith looking very confused at the host part, before deciding that that wasn't important. She'd just have to ask about it later after she met her first. She imagined it was going to be a long conversation, so waiting was probably for the best. Otherwise she won't see her great-granddaughter that same day. And what about my grandson or granddaughter? Are the best not to speak about him in front of Valiana. That man is a worm that is better off dead, trust me. He was an abusive monster that hurt her human mother. He was basically a lapdog of Rezevim, and that man is a monster. Morgan cut her off with a warning, knowing that Valiana despised her father and grandfather more than anything. She wanted them dead more than even Morgan did. Lilith frowned at these words, and decided that she'd need to properly beat up her son for what he's done to her great-grandchild. She hated to hate him, but she couldn't help it. Her own son was a monster far worse than her ex. She just hoped her great-grandchild wouldn't hate her. And so, the two of them began to make their ways to meet the rest of the peerage, while Morgan had only one thought on her mind. Let's hope this goes well. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.